Hey guys, I welcome you all to the live session on Oracle DBA full course by IntelliPad. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you all about Oracle DBA from basics to advanced level. In this session, we will also be covering hands-on demo and interview preparation. But before we begin the session, make sure to hit the subscribe button and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Now, let's see the agenda. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Database. After that, we will explain you how to become database administrator. Once we finish that, we will explain you about DBA architecture and also Oracle storage structure and lot more interesting concepts. Once we finish with that, we will introduce you to PL/SQL. Post that, we will explain you about DBMS fundamentals. After that, then lastly, we will be covering Oracle DBA interview questions and answers. So, this is the agenda of the video. Without any further delay, let's get started.
Okay, so let's introduce what database administration is. But before that, let's get to know what database is and what DBMS is. Now, I know a lot of you may be freshers. A lot of you may be people who are looking to change the field in which you're working. Maybe you're working in the support field and you are, satisfied with the work you're doing and you want to become, choose a better field. So that's why you clicked on this slide. So I'm assuming that not everyone knows what a database is or what DBMS is. So let me start with that. So a database is basically a storage location. Like, let's take an example. If you had a hard drive and in that hard drive, you're storing a lot of data, like your personal information. So then that hard drive can be construed as a database. Similarly, when businesses operate, right, they produce a lot of data, like customer data, their internal operations data, and all of this data needs to be stored somewhere. And that's why we have databases. These databases are used to store and manage large amounts of data, especially for big organizations. So if you ever thought about Amazon or Microsoft or Walmart or Flipkart or any other big organization, all of them have databases, like multiple databases, which they use to store multiple different types of data. So what is DBMS? So we know what a database is. It's basically a storage place for storing data. So DBMS is basically like different sets of programs that basically help you to retrieve this data, manipulate this data, and represent this data. So you know that you already have your data inside your database, but you want to mess with it or you want to use it. Then you need to use DBMS. DBMS full form is Database Management Systems. These systems will help you to take this data from the DB or the database and then manipulate it, basically change it. And once you've changed it or you've, selected the data, then you can do whatever you want with it. And you can represent it, you can give it to whoever wants it, etc., etc. Now, today, almost every organization has morphed itself into a data-driven organization because you have to do that. In today's world, data is power. If you have, it's like saying information is knowledge, right? Like information is knowledge, right? I mean, like information is power. So in the same way, data is power these days. Any big organization that has a wide reach is collecting data and is using that data to make better decisions. That's where data analytics comes in. So to store all of this data, people have devised multiple different methods to store the data. And this is like database comes in. And this is why every organization will have a database and a DBMS and, several rules associated with handling all of these things. Okay, so now we know what a database is and what a DBMS is. Now let's talk about what data administration is. So data administration refers to the whole set of activities performed by a database administrator to ensure that the database is always available when needed. Or the main task of a database administrator is to maintain the integrity of database. So in database administration, if we were to define it again, you're basically taking care of the database. That's administration. It's not the exact words as a system administrator, but in a way you are administrating the database. You're managing it. You're making sure that it's available. You're making sure that's healthy. You're monitoring it all the time. It's like a baby. Database is like a baby. And in database administration, you basically take care of it. So who is a database administrator? So a database administrator is a person who basically performs all these roles, like taking care of the database. He is the one who A database administrator is the person who maintains a successful database environment by directing or performing all related activities to keep the data secure and to keep the data stable, maintain its integrity. So, a database administrator will do everything in his right to make sure that the database's data is available at all times to whoever wishes it, and he makes sure that this data is secure. So we'll discuss all these different roles of a database administrator later in this live. So if you wanted a basic idea of who a database administrator is, he is a person who takes care of databases, or in sense, he takes care of the data. All right. So let's now discuss why is there a need, or what is the need of a database administrator. So a database administrator is it's a very important role because it helps in keeping the data stable. It makes sure that the data is always accessible. It keeps the data, he helps keep the data secure, and he helps in planning future endeavors. All right, so this is why you need a database administrator. These are all the different important things you need to do with your databases. And let's discuss the salary of a database administrator. So if you're looking to change your field, or if you're a fresher who wants to look at a lucrative field where you can earn a lot of money, database administrator is again that kind of field. But you might need some experience when you're getting into this field. You cannot just start as a database administrator straight away. You will have to slowly approach this particular field. But there are some companies that do accept junior database administrators who are just come out of college and want to work on database. So if you looked at this average salaries in India, let's focus on India right now. In India, a junior database administrator will be earning around 5 lakhs per annum. So as a fresher, that's pretty good salary. Okay, it's not as impressive as IIT in salary, where they're earning 80 lakhs per annum, but not everyone can expect that much. So as a fresher, 5 lakhs per annum is pretty good. And if you gain some experience, you keep on going through this field. If you're after 2-3 years, you'll earn around 10 lakhs per annum. And that's only after 2-3 years. You'll become a senior database administrator. But once you're in this field for long term, maybe you're in this field for 10 years more, you'll be earning around 60, 80, the same as anyone else has been in this particular field. So it pays off in the end. That's what matters. Even a junior database administrator in US will earn $70,000. I mean, it's a lot more, but then the standards of living in America are a lot more. And a senior database administrator living in US earns around $100,000, which is a 6-figure salary. So can you imagine that? Earning a 6-figure salary. That's like a lot of money, and you'll have comfort for the rest of your life. All right, so that's discussing the salary of a database administrator. Now let's move on. Let's discuss the different skills a database administrator must have. All right, so the first skill is having excellent communication skills. Since you'll be dealing with a database, you'll be communicating with a lot of different teams. You'll be communicating with the operations team, with the infrastructure team, the development team, the database designing team. There are so many different teams you'll be talking to. Since you're the administrator, you have all of the control. And since you have all of the control, you make sure that you're the person responsible for making sure that this particular person gets the access, because you're the admin. So in that way, you have to keep a good interaction, or keep your relationship with other teams very professional, and have very good communication skills. You have an idea, you want to discuss it, or you have some thoughts you want to discuss, you need to be able to tell them very well. Then problem solving. Obviously, as a database admin, you'll be trying to fix a lot of crashes or collapses or any problem that comes up. So you need to be able to problem solve. You need to think on your feet, and you need to do it a bit fast also. I mean, this is true with any job. Even with a developer, you'll need to have problem solving skills. So if you think that you can solve problems, then this is a good job for you. Then you need to have good familiarity with query languages. Basically, know SQL. SQL is very, very, very important if you're working with database. So if you think you can't work with SQL, then just don't think about this. Look for something else. But if you think you're good at SQL, or if you think that you can get better in SQL, then this is really good for you. Practice more, learn more, get really good with SQL, try out HackerRank, try many questions, practice, become very good at SQL, and then you can get a really good job in database. And if you're good at SQL already as a college student, then you won't have a problem getting a junior database administrator job. Then you need to know basic understanding of Windows or Linux. Since you're going to be an administrator, you're going to be handling the database as a whole. So you're not going to be creating the database, or you're not going to be developing it. You're not going to be designing it or developing the database, but you'll be handling it. So to handle it, you need to know on which particular host this particular database has been established. So if it's a Linux based server on which the database is running, you need to know how Linux works, what are the different commands that are necessary to handle database, and if you're working with Windows based OS, then you need to know the similar commands to work with the database on that particular server. So make sure you're good with Linux and Windows, at least the basics. If you have a basic understanding of how to use either of these operating systems, then you're good to go. You always learn more on the job. So if you're scared that you don't know a lot, it's all right. Not everyone knows everything in the start. They learn slowly. They gain more experience. Then you need to have good knowledge about database design and theory. Okay, you're not going to be designing the database, but you still need to know about the database design because you'll be handling it, and you need to know the ins and outs of the particular thing you're handling. So let's take an example. Like if you had a baby and you want to take care of it, well, it's not a really good analogy. Let's think about okay, you have to handle a car. So a person who knows the ins and outs of a car needs to know how the car works, because otherwise he can't maintain it himself. If his job is to maintain that car, then he needs to know the ins and outs of that car. Similarly, if you are going to be handling this database, you need to know all the different concepts that are involved in creation of this database, the design of the database, and then database theory also. Like how does it work? You can't just go into database administration and not know about how databases work. How is the data stored? How is the data indexed? How do you query everything? Those kind of details. You need to know them when you are working as a database administrator. Then you need to have knowledge in DBMS. Now you can pick any DBMS software and then have some kind of basic knowledge in it. So you just use MySQL or MS SQL, PostgreSQL, just have some kind of knowledge in them. And then again, knowledge in the tools that are associated with the DBA or a database administrator. Now there are a few tools, but the thing with the tools is there a catch. You can't just know one tool because, in industry, there are a lot of tools being used. So as you can see, there are a lot of tools listed here. And the best way to be a good database administrator is to know the basics and fundamentals. If you know the basics and fundamentals, you can jump across, adapt to any tool that is listed over here with a lot of ease. Because they mostly work in the same manner. It's just that they have a few specifications that differ. Like lot of companies use, like Oracle database is one of the most popular database that is used out there. So if you do know how to use it, then it's a plus. But even if you don't know how to use it, you're good at MySQL, but you're applying for a job in a company that uses Oracle, they won't look past the fact that you know MySQL already. They will first and foremost assume that you know how to work with SQL and all the database concepts thoroughly. Then they will look at what kind of tool you know. And they might even get impressed by your knowledge in database concepts and theories before you even look at the tool that you know. But if you do know the tool that they're using, then it's a good plus. Then you have, so let me talk about the different tools. They're like Oracle Database, MySQL Workbench, Dell Spotlight, which is a monitoring tool. Then you have SCOM, that is System Center Operations Manager, that is made by Microsoft, that is used to manage the databases. Then you have Microsoft SQL Server, and then Toad. All these different tools are basically used to manage the data sets or manage the data that is available in the databases. All right, so let's move on. Let's look at the roles and responsibilities of a database administrator or database administration. Now, this is the most important thing because this is what's going to be forming your fundamentals and basics as a database administrator. Okay? Fine. Now let's look at them. So there are a few of them. Let's discuss them one by one. So what are the first responsibilities of a database administrator is to be able to is to make sure that there is database availability. Now database availability, let's talk about that. We've talked about this like few minutes back, but Let me tell you again. So when you have your application, this application, let's take an example. If you have like Swiggy, or if you have Amazon, so if you take Amazon's example again, so they handle a millions and millions of interactions every day, and they need to store this data somewhere, and they use databases for this, or they use some other method. So they just store that data. And this the app for Amazon, it needs to access this data anytime it wants. The access here is important, because if the application cannot access the data, if the Amazon app cannot access its own database, then it can't provide the customers the necessary information. If you have like different items, product items on your like if you look up a particular if you look up a new laptop on Amazon, you see a lot of list of different laptops with different sellers. Now this application, this Amazon.in application or Amazon.com application, cannot display these items unless it has access to the database. And this is where database availability comes in. As a database administrator, you will need to make sure that this database is available at all times, so that there is no issue when the application wants to access this data. So basically, data availability. Without the database, the application can't remain online. And it is one of the key responsibilities of a DBA. So as a DBA, this will be one of your most key important role or your responsibility, to make sure that the data is available. Then data backup. Now, you know what happens, right? When your hard drive crashes and you have a lot of data on it, you have a lot of photos, like childhood photos, and you can't access it because your hard drive has crashed, and you forgot to back it up because you thought, what's the use? I don't want to back it up. Backing up will take a lot of time, and I'm pretty sure that my hard drive won't crash, but it does crash. So you regret that moment. But companies already know this. They always do a risk analysis. So in that, backing up the data comes in handy, because you're backing the data up. So if something happens to the database that is irreparable at that particular moment, then you have the data backed up, at least till some point. You can't always just back up instantly all the data. You'll have like weekly backups, on monthly backups, etc., etc. It is important to make a backup of existing database every single day. I mean, every single day depends on where you're working. Some companies do it differently. It all depends on that. All right. So then database restore. Restoring is a process of building a database from a backup copy. So backup is done to protect the data from data corruption, hardware media failure, or natural catastrophe. Time and again, database administrators are required to restore the database from a backup to practice restoring process. So because you'll be practicing it beforehand, because if something really happens, if there is a fire in your office and you hadn't backed it up to the cloud, then you'll be in trouble, because the data is gone, the company is going to be in loss because you can't access the data, etc. If the backup has been done, then they can restore this backup and use the data. Then comes database design. Now, this isn't very important for an administrator, because this is again designing a database to be efficient and cost effective. But if a DBA knows how a database has been designed, then they can always consult the developer. Or the thing is, if you know database design, then when the developer is creating a new database, then you can always consult them, because as a database administrator, you'll have some business logic also. You'll know some business logic, and accordingly you can consult with the developer and inform him how it has to be created, especially in early designing processes. Then data move. So a lot of organizations move the data here and there for particular purposes. So as a database administrator, you need to know how you can move this data from one particular location to another. If you're migrating to a cloud, suppose you're working in a company that has been established for a pretty long time, and they're still using on-premise hardware for database servers instead of using clouds, like a lot of recent companies do. And your company has a new CEO, and he thinks that the new direction is to make everything cloud. which is true. So you need to be able to know how you're going to move this data. Obviously, this is just a very specific example. You'll need to know how to move it in different scenarios. A lot of frequent requests for data moving can come from the development team. They want the database to be moved from production environment to the development environment, so that it can be tested, and so that the application can be tested using the database for all possibilities. Then comes data upgrade. Now we know how everything gets upgraded these days. You get Windows, you get a new Windows every other week. Well, that's an exaggeration. It's every other 4 years, but at least in software, like your applications for your phones, they get updated every other week. Some applications even every other day. So upgrades are not something new to today's market. Everything gets upgraded, and so do a lot of databases, software for those databases, or the OSs on which those databases are running. So for example, a new version of the OS is released, and the notification to upgrade comes in. Then you have to go ahead and upgrade that particular server to the new OS. And the newer version covers all or most of the problems which the older version hadn't. So you don't have to worry about the old problems, but it may add new problems. So you need to think about that. So similarly, like again, as a database administrator, you're required to upgrade the database to a newer version also. This can't just be with the OS, you will with the other components of the database also. All right, let's talk about database patching. Now, patching is a concept where not everything is perfect. Even after you upgrade something, it's not perfect because it comes with a new bug that the testers were not able to find. So you need to be able to patch your database also. Then we can talk about database security, which is again a very important role of a database administrator. Security is a top priority for any company. Your data is your asset, and you need to protect it as and you need to make sure it's as secure as possible so that no one else can take it, because you can use that data to make better decisions and increase your profits. All right. So a DBA or a database administrator should always work with the security team to ensure they are in compliance and the DB is secure for both external attacks and internal attacks. Creating a database user account with minimum privilege is one way to protect. And obviously, you'll be having a lot of user access. So you need to make sure that you don't make any human errors there. Give the access to those who only need it, etc. Then comes capacity planning. Now, capacity planning is basically talking about growth, future growth. Now, as if you took an example, suppose you had a food delivering company and you're seeing an exponential growth. So as a DBA, you need to be ready for this kind of exponential growth. You need to plan out how you can increase the disk space, the memory, the processing power, the bandwidth to support your company's growth. It is always good to overestimate than underestimate, because if you overestimate, you won't have any problems because you've made sure that there won't be any errors. But in underestimating, if you underestimate the bandwidth or the memory you need, you won't be, you lose a lot of data here and there. So it's always better to overestimate. Well, that's just a suggestion for you guys. So this is again another responsibility of a database manager, to plan for the future. And then comes database monitoring. Now, this is again important. Monitoring is done to ensure that the database is running without any problems. Now, you monitor everything. You normally, these days, everything is monitored. An application will be monitored at all of its components. Its database, its backend, it's the servers, the API, everything will be monitored. The performance will be monitored. Their health will be monitored. Everything. So, monitoring is done to ensure that the database is running without any problems. Normally, monitoring a DB, you can run complex queries, normally, you can monitor the DB when complex queries are being run, or indexes are being built, or data is being moved. So you make sure that everything's being performed perfectly. Monitoring can be done to identify any problems or any problem queries. So this is again, during monitoring, you can test a few things out also. Now, each database comes with a tool to monitor it. Now, depends on what kind of database you're using. If you're using Oracle, it is a suite of, it has a suite of tools you can use. So it will obviously have its own monitoring tool also. And same with MySQL and then MS SQL, Microsoft SQL, etc., etc. Then last responsibility will be error log review. So error logs are where the logs are spit out, and every database management system has it. So everything produces logs. Your application produces logs. Your system produces logs. Your server produces logs. So similarly, even database produce logs. And if you want to debug, if you want to see how or what's happened to your database, suppose it crashed and you want to figure out what happened to it, then you will go through the logs, and you'll have a separate tool for that also. But what's important here is that you need to review the logs and figure out what the problem is. Why did the crash happen? Find the source of the problem, fix it, and then plan for future so that this problem never happens again. So these were the responsibilities of a database administrator. I hope you guys understood. All right, so let's look at some job descriptions over here. So we have Ericsson. Now, Ericsson is a very big company. So let's look at the job description here. So we can see that you need to be able to install, configure, and upgrade Oracle Server software and related products. Good understanding of RAC and its services. Understanding active and passive, active. Well, different OS, few important commands to check with the server load partitioning. So you need to know what are the different OSs. You need to know indexing, which is the important concept of database. You need to work with very big databases, 100 plus TB, etc., etc. And key qualifications, if you look at that, you can see a good knowledge in physical database design. So they need you to know the design of the database. Like I said, ins and out of the database. You need to know that as a database administrator. A good understanding of underlying operating system. So on which operating system it's working on. Suppose it's working on Linux or Windows, you need to know how to use those particular operating systems well. Then great interpersonal skills. That means you need to have good communication skills. Again, I'm repeating this. As a database administrator, you need to be able to communicate everything properly, because you'll be at the center of a lot of problems. And if you can't communicate things properly, a few more errors can happen. So you need good communication skills. And excellent problem solving approach. Again, that's a part of every job description. You need to know problem solving and work as a part of the team and provide 24/7 support when required. So you need to be on call sometimes, and you need to work with the team in synergy. So that was Ericsson. As you can see, there are a lot of concepts you might not get in the start itself. But if you take a certification or you get very knowledgeable in handling databases, then you will get to understand all this. Also, you will need some experience. You can't. This job profile actually is for a person who has some kind of job. He has had a lot of experience for at least 2-3 years in this particular field. And don't worry, you get paid accordingly also. Let's take another look. We have Capgemini over here, which is another MNC. So in this, the requirements are infrastructure specialist in Oracle database server, installing and creating 10G, 11G databases according to OFA model, installing and managing Oracle 10G, 11G RAC databases. So as you can see, a lot of companies are using Oracle as their database. And there are different versions of it, and how to work with them. You need to know that. Now, again, need to get some experience. Otherwise, people don't usually take freshers. And these job descriptions, as you can see, are for people with a lot of experience. Like, as you can see here, it's 4 to 6 years. So around this time, you'll be earning a lot of money, and you'll have a lot of this knowledge already, because with experience comes a lot of knowledge also, Anyways, let's move on. So these were the job descriptions. All right, so let's discuss this. Is database administration right for you? So after me talking for 20 minutes or so, what did you get? What kind of idea did you get? Do you think it's right for you? I mean, you might be a fresher, or you might be someone who's looking to change, or you might be someone who's just watching this while eating because, they just want to do something. Well, think about it. If you think database administration is right for you, after I discuss all the skills, all the responsibilities, the salary, why it's important, if you think it's right for you, then go ahead and follow the direction you've created for yourself.
A database administrator is the architecture. So architecture is nothing but you're going to learn about the Oracle memory structures, background processes, foreground processes, and what are the different files involved in the database. Okay, so there are different types of files like database files, control files, read log files like that, and there are different memory structures which stores the different kind of data and the background process. So there's a coordination between the memory, storage, and background process. So
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. What is the full form of SQL? A. Structured Query Language. B. Structured Query List. C. Simple Query Language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
here we take a few examples like if a select statement runs. Okay, so what are the background process initiated at the Oracle side, and what are the memory structures are used for that execution of that particular statement, and from where the data is going to be retrieved, from which files the data is going to be retrieved. So that is all we'll discuss in the architecture. So we'll discuss about the select statement, we'll discuss about a DML statement, how it works. So this is a very important for the DBS. Okay, so it's a theoretical class, but this is the foundation of the DBA course. So if you know the architecture perfectly, then it will be easy for next things. And when it comes to the performance tuning, those things it will be. You'll learn like how to start the database server. So what are the privileges required? So to start the database and how you start the database, and before starting the database, how you set your environment to start your database. Network configuration. So in Oracle itself will have some network configuration files we'll call as listener and TNS names. There are different parameters which control your database. Parameters, it would be like 300 to 400 parameters. Some are hidden parameters. So we'll be going to discuss about the basic parameters and some of the advanced parameters and how it impacts your database functionality. And what are the default values which comes when you create the database. Okay, so those are the initialization parameters. It will change from version to version. Okay. So the parameters which were there in 10, okay, some parameters may become absolutely and may become in 12c. So that how you can check that we'll discuss. And background process and what is the server and client processes and instance memory structure, which is called as system global area and programmable global area. So that we'll discuss. And how you can start up and your instance. Okay, the different levels which I told you. Okay, so and how you can check the memory settings, managing your memory. So basically, as a DBA, you can manage the memory of your database. Okay, through the initialization parameters. What are the parameters related to that memory, and how you can change those parameters related. Next comes to the storage structures. So as I discussed already, like we have the control files, database files. So these are the mandatory files for your database, and often have the archive files, trace files, the different types of files. So we'll discuss about the control files, database files, and read log files. And upon that, we'll discuss about the table space. So table space is the basic thing in the database to create any space for the objects to be created in your database, and you'll assign the space to the users with the table spaces. So the table space concept is bit it's a logical thing which you don't see physically on the server, but you can see that in the database, which is a logical thing. So how that is mapped to the actual files on the operating system, so that we'll discuss here. Okay, the basic structure is Oracle data block. So from there we'll discuss block to extend to data file to table space. So that are all things we'll discuss. And here you can see like how you can create the table space, how you can rename the table space, how you can drop the table space and create the users. Okay, So here you discuss about the user accounts, how you can create the user and how you can assign the privileges. You'll discuss about the different privileges here, okay, and how you can assign the space on the table space to the user, and how you can audit the users also. We will discuss. So this comes in the security part, auditing, like, and how you can prevent the users not to do unauthorized access, that we call as access control list through privileges. Will You need to understand like what are the minimum privileges required, and upon that, if you go beyond, so when you are assigning the privileges, you have to be careful, like with respect to the application usage you have to give, because profiles, like how you can set the policies, different password policies and password complexities for your user, okay, and then how you can modify all those things we'll discuss. Schema objects, like it's just a table creation table. It's most of a developer kind of thing, how you can create a table index view. So next comes to the backup and recovery. So this is a very important thing as a DBA, because as a database administrator, so you have to be responsible for your data. Okay, if any loss happens, so you should be able to recover the data. And in Oracle, so upon top of your OS backups, so Oracle also have utilities where you can take the backups. That's called as RMAN, that utility recovery manager. So this is an inbuilt utility when you install your when you create your Oracle database or when you install the software. So this RMAN will come by default. So no need of extra license for this. So this is a utility where you can perform a backup, where you can restore and recovery. So all the things you can do right from the backup to the recovery. This is a big topic actually. Means there are a lot of utilities in the RMAN actually. So version to version, they have added a lot of options, features. So using RMAN, you can take the full backups, incremental backups. Okay, there is an incremental backup concept where you can take the backup of only the deltas since the last full backup. So using that, you can reduce the time of your backups. And when to use that incremental, cumulative, okay, and restore recovery also can be done by Armin. And Armin has a good capability of recovering the data block also. So if any just one block is corrupted, so there is a capability of just restoring that block instead of restoring the complete data file. So this will reduce the timing of your restore and recovery. So you can it's within a minute you can just recover few blocks. So there's a lot of things like how. An interesting thing is in Arman, so you have you can set the retention policies with Arman, like how old this backup should be available for you. Okay, like it's valid and you can after that retention policy, those backups will become black and delete those absolute backup. So so these kind of options also there. So that we'll discuss using cloning and data guard. So usually database cloning is in a in an organization, maybe you work for production or you may work for dev DBA, you may work different DBAs are there. So usually we'll take the clone of the production database and whatever the testing needs to be done. So usually we perform on the development side or test side. So uh, that times you may get requests from your development team or from your testing team, like to get the copy of your production backup and restoring to uh, dev servers. So here you can do there is a database cloning, so which can be done by Arman. It's a very fast process. Okay, so and it's a very easy process also. Now as version is changing 11 Gen 12, so you got a very easiest way of doing the cloning of your database. So just 2-3 commands you run, your cloning will start and it will complete. Okay. So you can do the cloning either using the backup of your production database, or without backup you can directly do the cloning from your active database also. So the two options you can see in the cloning. And the data guard, uh, data guard is nothing but it's a standby database. Okay, so it depends on your client, like how much, because it needs the extra server, extra setup. Okay, and extra licensing also. Okay, so if you want to have a standby database for your database, so you can go with the data guard. So data guard is nothing but it's a standby, and there are different standby options like physical standby, logical standby, and snapshot standby, like that. And you can switch over from your production system to a standby system manually, or you can configure automatic failover also. Okay, whenever the primary comes down, so you can configure a client connections to fail over to the standby database. Okay, so those, how to set up the data guard. Okay, so what are the different background process involved in the data guard? Okay, so those all things we'll discuss in the data guard. And this all depends on, like, you have to define like design when you start your system based on your client requirement. If the client is okay to sustain like for any downtime, so data guard is not required. So if there is like downtime is very less, if any failure happens, so probably you can go with the standby. But remember, it needs the extra resources and extra maintenance. So whenever you decide that, you have to consider those factors. Next, in the database, there is a concept called high availability, so which comes through clustering. Okay, RAC, real application clusters. Okay, so it's a clustering concept in Oracle. Okay, so where you have multiple instances, but shared storage. Okay, so with this, what happens? There are three things you can do with clustering. One is high availability, means if any one instance comes down, but still uh, the database will be accessible because you'll have the multiple instances here. Okay, more than one instance. So if one instance goes down, also you can access your database from the other instance. That is the first thing. Next is load balancing. Okay, so let's say you have 200 or 500 connections coming to database. Okay, so you can configure two instances so that you can distribute load across to like 250 from one instance, 250 from one instance. Okay, so load balancing is a good option in the rack. Okay, so, and the other option, other advantage of rack is scalability. So let's say you have configured your database for like 1,000 connections, and after that maybe some more connections are coming, or some extra application is added to your database. With that, you may expect like 500 connections more, but with the existing capacity of your server, maybe that 500 connections, extra connections cannot be uh, given on that server. Okay, your capacity of the existing server is only 1,000 connections. So what you can do is with rack, you can add the extra node. So let's say you have two nodes now, and you can add the extra node, and that too without disturbing the existing one. So existing one will be running as it is, and with that you can add one extra node. So like that you can increase the scalability of your system. So as and when, if you feel that your existing system is not capable of serving that load, so you can add one more instance. So like that, Oracle supports almost 250 instances in rack. Okay, so here you're not going to do any practical things. just give only the theoretical thing. What is a rack? What is the difference between rack and your standalone server? And what is the background processes involved in rack? Because next is the other important thing of a DBA.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online Oracle DBA certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Is performance tuning. So how better you tune your system. So basically, when you design your system, even as good as like any like while setting up initially, only if you design also, many of the systems after that also may face some issues. Okay, you can't say that every system is 100% perfect. Okay, even if you design by taking all things into consideration, but still you may face some performance related issue. Okay, so because the system is not always stable, right? So if you build your system now, maybe the data increases after 1 year, right? But your hardware is same like that. Okay, so or maybe some configuration has changed at the OS level, so you don't know like what changes the system, and with that how your performance impacts. So as a DBA, so you need to monitor your system. Okay, so there are different things in Oracle. Okay, uh, if you have OEM, Oracle Enterprise Manager, which is a GUI tool, so performance tuning it will make bit easier for you. Otherwise, you have to use your scripts and you have to spend some time to gather the information. Okay, so in this there are different types of levels actually, so you can tune your system at the query level, you can tune your complete database system, you can tune like maybe it's a memory level, okay, memory, maybe it's at storage level, maybe it has OS level. So first thing is identifying the issue. Once you identify the issue, probably you may get understanding like where to concentrate. So without knowing the things, you don't know where to start, right? Because database server means a lot of things are involved. So your files are involved, your indexes are involved, your memory is involved, your processes are involved. Okay, so a lot of things is involved. So, but where to start? So that's more important. So first of all, you have to identify the issue where exactly it is causing, and from there you start the fixing the issue. So here you have in database AWR report, so we call as automatic workload repository or ASH report. So active session history, OS level stats, sessions. So it's a very big report actually. Okay, so you'll get the top SQL statements which are consuming more CPU or which are taking more time or which are taking more parsing information, which are taking more memory. So that kind of all information you can get from the AWR report. Okay, so it's a complete database level. If the problem is complete the database level, if the problem is with the single query, okay, maybe you need to have some development knowledge or you need to have the understanding of indexes, okay, joins, and then if you are capable of changing the query, you can change the query. So here we are discussing basic things of query tuning and how to analyze your AWR report and how to when to take AWR report first thing and when to take cache report and what are the different things you can use for tuning the statement. So Oracle itself has given some utilities where you can run that on your particular statement and it gives you suggestions. Like it will say like, okay, create the index, or it will say like statistics are missing. So statistics are very important for the database, okay, when it comes to the performance. This is the first thing where the DBA works. So first thing administrator will look is whether you have the updated statistics or not on your database. Okay, so how to collect the stats, what is the index, how the joining, all the things we'll discuss in the performance tuning. So performance tuning is also a very big topic, so here I'll cover the basic. Okay, and next thing is patching. So Oracle releases for every quarter PSU patches, patch set update. So those are like related to any bugs or related to any security things, okay, related to uh, whatever the fixes it needs. So all those things will be bundled with this PSU patch, and it comes for every quarter. So in a year you will get 4 PSU patches Oracle will release. Okay, so now here April PSU patch will come first, April, May, June, like that. Okay, so and you have the one-off patches also, like maybe a patch which fixes only one bug or 2 3 bugs like that. Okay, so you need to know, but PSU patches you have to apply regularly because some security patches also will be included in that. So if you want to make your system secure, so Oracle advises to patch your database regularly with the PSU patches. Okay, so you need to know like how you can patch the system. OPatch is a utility which Oracle gives. So using that utility, you can patch your system, and there is a process involved in that patching. And the important thing is, for every patch, Oracle will give the README document. So Oracle suggests following the document. It's a standard document only, means almost the process will be same, but maybe it is better to follow that because we don't know like if anything is changed on that, and if you do, and if anything happens to your database, so Oracle may not be responsible if you have not followed the document. So basically you need to, the basic standard thing is same only for PSU patches. Okay, and rolling up, rolling forward, all those things are there, but it's in rack, it's in standalone database, so you can apply. It's a easy process. So these are all the topics which we are going to cover in this course. Okay, so we are this is 11G and we are using Linux. Okay, so the prerequisite for this is Unix commands and select statements. Okay, so if anyone is not familiar, just go through your Unix. I'll be going to use only a few basic commands, not scripting level. At least like changing the directory, just listing those things. If you are not familiar, at least you just go through those commands, basic commands, and basic select statements. Okay, so uh, and it's 11G version on Oracle Enterprise Linux. So let me start the first topic, architecture. Okay, so let's start with one select statement. So you're all familiar with maybe select star from EMB. Okay, so when you give the statement, a select statement, okay, from the client side, okay, usually you get the data. Select is nothing but you're reading the data. So the time you send the statement and the time you get the data, between these two things, what all the things happens inside the database. Okay, so when you initiate a statement, okay, at the client side, user process will be initiated. Okay, and this user process does nothing but it just sends the request to the server. Okay, so user process will send the request to the server. So here in the database server, one process will be initiated. That process is called as server process. So the first step, what happens when a statement comes to your database? So you have given some statement, every language has its own syntax, right? SQL has its own, C language, Java. So every language has its own syntax. So here Oracle has also its own syntax. So first of all, it has to check the statement is as per the syntax or not. Okay, so that is the syntactic check. So in case if the syntax is wrong, then your statement will fail this stage itself. So and here sometimes the syntax check will happen in the user process, the client side itself. Okay, so some clients they can do syntax check, no need of coming till the server process because it will be a network traffic, right? So to avoid that, so few clients they've made smart so that the syntax check happens at the client side itself. So if syntax is wrong at the client side itself, it will stop. So let's say your syntax is fine. So syntactic check went fine. The next step is semantic check. What is the semantic check and what does it do here? Here Oracle will check first whether the user has permissions or not on this particular table. Next is actually the table is there or not in the database. Never know like whether the table which you are referring is part of the database or not, right? And whether you have permissions or not. And whether you are giving star means it's just all data from your database. Maybe instead of star, you can give column names. If you give column names, whether those columns are part of the table or not. Okay. So these all things will be done in the semantic check. Semantic check fails, like maybe a table is not existing or the user doesn't have permissions or the table to read. Okay. So if those things have failed, so your statement will stop here. Execution plan. Okay. What is execution plan? So for every statement, okay, Oracle prepares one plan. So your plan is nothing but it's just steps. Okay. So how it has to complete his work. So it will prepare that in the steps and it will implement the steps later. Okay. So for completing one task, maybe there will be a different ways. Like if you have a table, so table can be accessed directly a table. Table can be accessed. What is the optimized plan? Okay, so Oracle can execute maximum 6 plans, but out of that, it chooses one optimized plan. Okay, so in Oracle, you have CBO, which is called as cost-based optimizer. Okay, so cost-based optimizer is the one which optimizes or which uses the optimal plans based on the resource consumption or based on the cost, I can say. When it comes to the cost, okay, cost is dependent on the number of resources used to complete that particular task. So when it comes to the resources, what all the resources will be involved here for any statement? Usually when it comes to the resources, I can say more memory, more IO. If the resource consumption is more, it means the cost is more. So let's say if your statement is taking more IO or more memory or more CPU. So if the same statement can be executed with less memory, less CPU, then it chooses the one which uses the less resources. Because obviously resource consumption should be less, right? So, and this cost is related to resource. So more resources means more cost. Less resources means less cost. Okay. So here it prepares the execution plan. So, and here the important thing required for Oracle is statistics.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. Which is the subset of SQL commands used to manipulate Oracle database structures, including tables? A. Data definition language. B. data manipulation language, C. data manipulation language as well as data definition language, D. none of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Unless you provide the updated statistics, Oracle will not be able to choose the optimal plan. Okay, what is the statistics basically? When you take a table, so or let's take a real-time example. Like if I want to go somewhere, okay, I need to know the distance. There may be different routes, right? From one destination to other destination, there may be several routes to reach to that. Let's say from Bangalore to Delhi. I can go from different states, but obviously I'll choose which is the shortest distance for me, right? But for that, you need to know, right, first how much distance is there in the different routes. Okay. If you know that information, then you can decide. If you ask a foreigner who doesn't know, you can't say anything. If you know, if you ask anyone who is in India, so they can tell because they know the information, how much distance is there from this destination. So it means you have some stats, right? Some information. So based on that information, you'll decide, okay, so if I want to go to here, let's go with this road, which is the shortest route for me. So that's the simple example. Like here for Oracle also, it cannot decide by itself and it decides based on the statistics. Okay. If you don't provide the updated statistics, Oracle will choose the plan which may not be the optimized plan. Okay. Which may take more resources. So this is a very important thing for the database. So whenever a issue comes, whenever a client says or whenever a customer says that my query is not running or it's taking long time, the first thing DBA will check is stats on the table. So next is here it is just creating the plan, it's not implementing. So the next phase is the implementing phase. Okay. Syntactic semantic execution plan is called as parsing. The first step for any statement in Oracle is parsing. So if parsing fails, it means your statement will not execute. This information will be stored in the memory, in the Oracle memory. One of the Oracle memory structure that is called as library cache. So execution plan is stored in the library cache, but it won't be deleted immediately even the statement execution is done. Let's say you got the data, but still this execution plan will stay in library cache. But what is the reason of storing that even the statement is completed? The reason is your database is not a single user database, right? A database can be accessed by multiple users. Hundred, thousands of users can access simultaneously your database. Let's say other user executes the same statement. Oracle will use this execution plan immediately rather than creating one more execution, right? You have created already, you gathered all the information and you have decided, you have come to the conclusion to one plan. So if your friend also is going in that way, so why can't you share the plan? You can share that, right? The destination is same, so obviously the plan will match. With that, what happens? It doesn't need to spend some time or all the things required to collect the information. That all can be saved, right? So Oracle also here, so if any other users are executing the same statement, so what does it do? It will share that plan which was already created for the user who has already executed before. So with this, consumption is less, right? So no need of spending CPU, right, for doing these things. Obviously, for doing all these things, it needs some processing capacity, right? So no need of having spending that process. No need of extra memory because it reuses the existing one. Main thing is the time is saved. It directly reuses. So it's not spending time. It's not spending anything. It directly uses. So the execution time also will decrease, right, for the next user. So that's what Oracle does here. If any other user executes the same statement, so it can use. That is the reason why it will still hold the plan in the memory even though that user request is executed. Okay, so it depends on how much free memory is there, so that we'll discuss later. But the reason of holding that still event that is completed is for the this kind of parsing. So this kind of, so with this I can differentiate parsing in two types: soft parsing and hard parsing. So here hard parsing is the thing like initially a new statement comes means obviously it has to spend resources for creating the execution plan. So that is called as hard parsing. Soft parsing is nothing but if the statement is same and if the plan of that statement is already there in the memory, it will reuse. Then that is called as soft parsing. So on your database, you cannot completely avoid the hard parsing, but you can reduce the hard because hard parsing will consume the resources which impacts the performance of your database. So that's why uh, usually when it comes to the performance tuning, so if more hard parsing is there on your database, so then something is wrong with your database. Maybe there are a lot of things when it comes to performance tuning. So one thing is maybe your library cache memory is not sufficient. Okay, so you can increase that so that it can hold more statements in that. Try to reduce the hard parsing and try to use the similar statements instead of using some different statements. So like bind variables like that. If you are aware of SQL, so maybe you might have heard about the bind variables. So if you use the bind variables, then you can avoid this more hard parsing. Otherwise, this is about the parsing. So this is the architecture, basically Oracle architecture. So here we discuss like if any statement comes to the database, so how internal process happens, how it's going to get executed, and what are the things going to happen in the server side. Okay, this is where your client start the session with the database. Okay, so when the client starts the session, okay, so at client side user process will be initiated. Okay, and this user process will send a request to the database server. So the request goes to the database listener. Okay, so listener is the process which will run on the server side, and this is the one which is going to take the incoming requests which are coming to the database, and this request will be handed over to the server process, and then the user process and server process will communicate directly. Okay, so just for initial connection the listener is required. So once the connection is established, this listener is not required. Even if listener goes down also, the communication will still be there with the server process. Okay, and then first thing in the server process will do the parsing. Okay, so parsing is nothing but, so it will do three things in the parsing stage, like syntactic, semantic, and execution plan. So syntactic check is nothing but look for the statement whether the syntax is correct or wrong. Okay, so if it is wrong, so your session will stop there itself, so it won't go next step. Semantic check is nothing but the statement whatever you have given, so that statement, if you have referred any tables in that statement, okay, it will check for the table existence in the database, and whether that columns, if you have referred, whether that columns are part of the tables or not, and whether the user who is requesting the data from the table have the permission to access that table or not. So these things will be done in the semantic check. And next is, once the semantic check is done, it will go to the execution plan. So it creates the execution plan for that statement. So these all things will be done by the server process. This will always be running in your database server. So this server process will create the execution plan. Okay, execution plan is nothing but it's a series of steps. Okay, how to complete that particular task is nothing. If you say like, if you have given like select star from some table name, so it has to read the table from the database. Okay, so it can be read means the data can be read in a different ways. It may come through the index or it may come directly from the table. That all will be decided by Oracle in the execution plan. Okay, so Oracle will take some statistics information. Statistics are nothing but information about the table, like how many rows are there, in that how many distinct values are there. Okay, so it will calculate, it will do some math. So if you have referred, like instead of select start from EMP, if you give like some where class, filter class. So whenever you include the filter class, so then it will become bit complex, and Oracle has to decide, because if you give select star from EMP, obviously it has to get the complete data. If you give some where condition and if you are requesting some subset of rows from the table, so then that time, okay, so there are different possibilities of getting the best plan. Sometimes accessing full table will be good, or sometimes accessing the data through the index will be good. So that is based on number of rows, number of distinct values, those all things that we'll discuss in the performance tuning. Okay. So based on that, Oracle, this server process will create the execution plan. So statistics will be there. So there are few tables called data dictionary tables when you create the database. Okay. Initially, let's say when you create the database, few data dictionary tables will be created by Oracle itself. And these data dictionary tables will hold the information about your complete database, like metadata, like how many users, how many tables, what are the table names, who has the permissions on the tables, what are the statistics. Okay, there are a lot of data dictionary tables in Oracle. Okay, so Oracle uses these data dictionary tables for parsing, like semantic check, how it can check the table existence, how it can check the user has permission on the table or not. So based on this data dictionary table, okay, as and when a user creates the table, it will update in the data dictionary table that this table is created by this user. And if any grant is given to the other user on the table, it will update another data dictionary table, like this table owned by this user has given permission to this user, which permission, like maybe select or update. So that kind of information will be stored in the data dictionary table. So that is the reason why server process, when it is performing the semantic check and execution plan, it uses these data dictionary tables. Okay, so data dictionary tables will be in the storage in the database files here. So whenever it has to parse the any statement, so that relevant information of data dictionary tables will be read from the database files to data dictionary cache. Okay, this is the memory. This is completely the memory. When your database is up, then only this memory exists. Okay, these are all the storage which will be on your hard disk. So even whenever your database is not running, also this data will be there. But this data, this memory part, and this background process will only be up and running when your database server is started. Okay, it means when you want to access this database, so database server should be up and there should be memory and all this background process, then only any request can be given to the database. Okay, so this data dictionary tables data will be retrieved from the disk and it will be stored in the memory. That area is called as data dictionary cache. And this parsing information, so all these three steps is called as parsing. That information will be stored in the library cache. Okay, getting the data. So here only execution plan is there. Okay, there is no, it has not given the data yet. Okay, so the data will be there in your database files. Okay, so the data will be retrieved from the database files to the database buffer cache. Okay, so in terms of Oracle data block, Oracle data block by default is 8 KB. Okay, so if you request like 4 KB data also, it cannot retrieve the data less than 8 KB. It can retrieve the data more than Oracle data block, but it cannot get the data less than Oracle data block. So The read and write operation happens only in terms of Oracle data blocks. In that quantities only the IO happens. The IO cannot happen less than your Oracle data block size. Okay. So the blocks which belongs to that particular table which you requested, that blocks will be retrieved by server process. It will be read by server process from the database files to the database buffer cache. And from here, it will go to the PGA. So PGA is a private area for the user. Okay, for every user, some PGA will be there. So when the data comes into the PGA, it means it is given to the users. So from database buffer cache, the data will be given to the user. Okay, so this is how the read happens. And when it comes to the let's say an other user connects to the database and requested the same statement, like select star from EMP only. What Oracle will do is this server process, it will not just flush the old information immediately from the memory. Though your request, the request which was given by the initial user, though that request got completed, the data was given to the user, though that user session is completed, still that information will be stored in this memory. Okay, that execution plan will be stored in the library cache. The reason is, if the other user also connects and requests for the same data or gives the same statement, server process, what it will do is it will reuse this execution plan for that user, because since the request is same, obviously the execution plan also will be same. Okay, so by that what happens, it can avoid the doing parsing again, because for parsing it needs the resources and it needs to have the memory also, right? Why to store the same execution plan two times in the memory? It can share the same execution plan for the different users who are requesting the same statement, right? Okay, so by that you can reduce the memory consumption and you can reduce the CPU consumption as well. So that is the reason why server process will still hold the data in the memory, so that if any same request comes next, it can reuse the data. Whenever the server process reuses that existing execution plan, that is called as soft parsing. Hard parsing and soft parsing, two things. So these are differentiated only based on whether it is reusing or whether it is creating freshly. Okay. So initially when you start your database server, so obviously complete memory will be empty. Okay, nothing will be there. It's a free. So that initial request always will go to the hard parsing, because those are the initial requests came to the database, and before that there was no request came to the database. Since you have just started and memory initiated just now, there were no execution plans in your shared memory. So that's why it has to go for the hard parsing using CPU and memory. It has to do parsing. So that's the hard parsing. So as in when the time passes and the request comes and the requests are same, then it can go for the soft parsing, because already some execution plans are there. So if by chance the statement is same, which is matching to the existing statement in the memory, it can go for the soft parsing. So soft parsing usually consume less resources. It is less cost, you can say. And hard parsing will be of more cost because it uses more resources. So when it comes to the database terminology, so you usually in performance wise when you talk, so you usually talk in terms of cost. Okay, this statement, this plan is costlier, this is costlier, this is not costlier, so something like that. So when it comes to the cost, so usually cost is directly proportional to the number of resources being used in the database. Okay, so when it comes to the resources, you can consider in database CPU, memory. Okay, these are the two, space also, storage also. So you can consider these two or three things as your resources, and as and when the more resources, then the cost will be more. Less resources, less cost. So when it comes to the performance tuning, so you have to always try to reduce the cost of your queries or of your database. So try to reduce consumption like storage or memory or processing CPU. So then it will be without impacting the response of the response time of the application. Okay, so you cannot just decrease the memory so that response time will impact. So that's not like good design, right? Maybe you reduce the cost, but the response time will be high and the customer will be impacted. So try to design efficiently your memory, your storage, and your queries also, so that the resources will be consumed as with good response time. Okay, so that's all about the parsing. And next comes to the database buffer cache. Okay, so in this, the Oracle data blocks will be read by the server process from database files to the database buffer cache. So in terms of Oracle data blocks, I said, okay. So, and then it will be given to the user. So here, same like shared pool, these blocks will not be flushed away from the memory once the request is completed. Though the user session is disconnected, which has requested the blocks will still be there in the buffer cache because the next request, if the next request requests the same data, that data can be given directly from the database buffer cache, right? So if you have requested for the same table which is already in the memory, so it can give directly from the memory, right? So no need of again coming to database files and again reading the data to the database buffer cache. Why to increase the IO and why to again place the same data twice or thrice in the database buffer cache? So unnecessarily memory consumption, right? So that's why. So it will put the data in the database buffer cache for some more time so that the new request can share that existing data, by which the IO will reduce. And even when if you say like IO is reduced, obviously the response time will also be reduced, right? So for initial customer client, maybe the data is not there in the buffer cache. It might have taken like 3 seconds for getting the data from buffer database files to buffer cache. But for the second user, already the data is in buffer cache, so it can finish the execution in only 1 second, right? So obviously the response time for the user will be decreased because the data is given directly from the memory. So when the data is read from the database files to the database buffer cache, that is called as physical read, and the data giving from the database buffer cache to the user is called as the logical read. So in database, so physical read is always costlier because it has to perform the IO, right? So you cannot completely reduce the physical IO, but you can at least some percent you can reduce the physical IO. So if the physical IO is more on your database, it means there is some issue with your database. Okay. So either your memory is not properly configured. Okay. So you have to think about that the performance may decrease. Okay. So that's about the database buffer cache and logical read and physical read. Okay. So here we talked about the select statement. So if you take the any changes like DML statements, like any update, okay, any insert, any delete. So server process, what it has to do means, first of all, it has to find the free space. If it is an insert, it has to find the free block in the database file, and it has to bring that block from the database files to the database buffer cache. And then here that block will be changed. If it is an insert, it will put the new row here. If it is update, first of all, it has to find that particular row which you are changing, that block, and that block should be read to the buffer cache, and then that particular row which you are changing will be changed. If it is a delete, that is also same. Which row you are deleting, it has to find first in the database file which row in which block, and that block will be read. So always remember. So Oracle cannot read just one row into the buffer cache. Okay, it won't read the data in rows. It will read the data in blocks. Okay, the block may contain more than one row or complete one row, or sometimes half row also will be there. Okay, it depends on your row size. If basic size of data block is 8 KB, if your row length, the maximum column, I think you can have 250 columns like that, right? So if you have like lob objects, okay, you know the lob object will be of more space, right? I mean more size. So you cannot put that cannot fit in one data block, right? 8 KB or like that. So it can be splitted into multiple blocks. Okay. So based on the size of your column, I mean the row, so you can say whether a data block has one row or multiple rows or half row. Okay, like that. Okay. So, but it will read the data in block quantities only. Minimum IO read for Oracle is Oracle data block. Okay. So it cannot read less than that. So that's why, so it will read in the data blocks into the database buffer cache, and the change always happens first in the database buffer cache. And then this change should be again written back to the database files, right? So because, so the change is not done at the, in here. So this change should be, this block should be again sent back to the database file. Because if the same block, if you see in two places, here the same block, you need to have the complete idea of this architecture, because if you don't know the architecture, okay, so it is tough for you to understand the rest of the things. Maybe the normal things you may understand, but performance tuning, those kind of things you cannot understand if you don't know this. Okay. So this is basically, we can say like internals. It doesn't have any name. Like you can call it Oracle 11G architecture. This is version wise, some architecture may change. Okay, but this basic architecture till 11G 12C also same. Okay, so somewhere the new background process might be added in versions. Okay, like 10G, 11G. If you take some new features, if new features come, some new background processes may be added. But this basic memory components are not changed. Okay, so even if you take 12C also the same memory components. Here if you see the background processes may, some new background process may be added. So that depends on the what functionality you are using. Basic mandatory background process will be there. So even if you are using the any new functionality or not, also that basic background process are mandatory. So yeah. Then come back to this architecture. So Oracle architecture, you can, so this change blocks. Okay, here whatever the change blocks are there. Okay, if you take like block ID, here block ID 10 will have the value 1. Here the block ID of one role, let's say. Here the same block ID 10 will have the 2. So it should not be like that, right? So the data inconsistency is there. Okay, and if any memory loss happens, or if any power failure happens, this memory is gone, right? So this is not a permanent one. So this is a permanent one. Okay, so the change is gone. So if the change is gone, you cannot say this is a safer database to store your data, right? So user always thinks that, okay, I gave the value and it should present in the database, and when the user requests, then value should be given. Okay, so whatever the changes happening, so these changes should be again sent to your database files. That will be done by the background process, database writer process. And here it says it writes the dirty buffers from buffer cache to the disk files. Dirty buffers are nothing but the buffers which are changed, okay, but not written to the disk. Those are called as dirty buffers. Okay, when you call a dirty buffer, Whenever that block is changed by any DML activity, that buffer is called as dirty buffer. And this database writer is one of the background process. This will write these dirty buffers to the database files. Okay. If you see here, there is one more memory component, read log buffer. This, whatever the changes happening in the buffer cache, those changes will be recorded in the redo log buffer. There is no use, it's not a feature, dirty buffer. Okay, buffer is nothing but it's a memory, and you change that, you change some value. So then it becomes a dirty buffer. The naming convention, what it is, any data is changed in the buffer and not returned to the disk. That is called as dirty buffer. So it's a terminology given. Like it's not a feature like to know the usage. It's just a naming convention of the buffer. Okay, given to the buffer in which the data is changed in the memory first and not it returned to the disk. So that is called as dirty buffer. Okay. Whatever the changes happening in the buffer cache, those changes will also be written to the redo log buffer. Okay. And this redo log buffer data will be written to the redo log files, which will be on your disk by the background process called log writer or redo log writer. Okay. So this one will take these changes from the redo log buffer and it will push to the online redo log files, which will be on the storage. This is a one way. Okay. The same changes which are coming to the database buffer cache will be there in the redo log buffer also. Okay. And this data from the redo log buffer will be pushed from redo log buffer to the redo log files by the log writer.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. What is the full form of SQL? A. Structured Query Language. B. Structured Query List. C. Simple Query Language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online Oracle DBA certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay. So this database writer is also writing, this log writer is also writing. Okay. The changes will be there in the database files and the redo log files. But redo log files will not be accessed by the user. Okay. Only the data in the database files can be accessed by the user. The data in the redo log files will not be accessed by the user. These redo log files will only be used for the recovery purpose. User, the client who is requesting the data, requesting like you're requesting some data from the any application or directly from any SQL, right? That is the user, right? User is not a DBA. DBA is just maintenance administrator, okay, who creates the database, okay, who takes the regular backups, who makes the space availability for the end customers. If needed, the DBA can do some performance tuning, do some cloning, okay, the upgradations, the patches. So these are the activities of the DBA. DBA is not the one. DBA also cannot access the read log file. Accessing means when I call access, so reading the data from the read log files. You cannot directly read the data from the read log files. Okay. So the read log files only will be used by the Oracle only and in recovery purpose. Okay. Only for the purpose of recovery, these read log files are required. Okay. Other than that, there is no use of this read log files. Means when you take the data guard and replication technologies, obviously this is the one which is going to be used as the main source of capturing the data and sending the data to other database. But if you take the standalone database, it's not an expensive recovery. So there are different crashes. So if you take the different types of crashes like instance crash, media crash like that. So usually these redo log files will be required whenever the instance crash happens. So instance crash, okay. What is an instance basically? So instance is nothing but these all memory components and these all background process are called as instance. Okay. And this instance will exist when your database is running. If the database gets crashed, then this instance will go down. And if you stop your database, this instance will go down. And this instance is compulsory required for accessing the database. So without an instance, you just cannot use these files to read the data. Okay, these all things are required to be up and running, and these are not like permanent one. Okay, so whenever you start the server, so it will occupy some RAM, from your physical memory. Okay, OS memory. So something you can configure for Oracle to use. Let's say your physical memory on your server is of 10 GB. You can use somewhere around like 4 or 5 GB to your Oracle. Okay, so it captures from the, you are giving this memory from your server memory only. Okay, so and it is used only when you start your database. When you stop the database, this whatever the data memory given to this Oracle, it will be released to the OS. Okay, so out of 10 GB, if you have given 5 GB to Oracle, okay, if Oracle database server is up and running, then only with this 5 GB is consumed by Oracle. If the database is down, this 5 GB will be released to the OS. Okay, nowhere your Oracle is using. You can use for some other purpose for that. Okay, and here you can see, okay, there are minimum, like for the database to run, you need to have minimum 2 redo logs, okay, on your database. Okay, and how the data will be written means the data will be written in a circular fashion to the redo log files. Like let's say you have 3 redo log files here. Okay, it will write to the first redo log file. Once this is full, it will go and write to the second redo log file, and it will go to the third redo log file. And once the third is also full, again it will come back and it will write to the first redo log file. So whatever the previous data is there, that will be overwritten, and then again it will overwrite a second, and again third. So like that, it will be like a circular fashion. Okay, the reason is your redo file size will not be same as your database file size. Your database file or your database size may be of 1 TB or 10 TB or 20 TB. You cannot expect the redo file size also of that much. Okay, your redo file size may be like maximum of 4 GB, 5 GB each. Okay, so overall, if you have 3 redo log files, maximum how much? 15 GB of data you can store. At any point of time, if you take the redo log files, don't think that I told like whatever the changes happening on the database, those are returned to the redo log buffer, and log writer will write the changes from the redo log buffer to the redo log files. And don't think that the changes which are coming into the redo log files will be stored for a longer time and it will be same as your database files. Don't think that. Yes, so these are only the latest changes you can see here in the redo log files. Okay, so because database writer will be continuously writing to the database files the changes. Okay, database writer will write, but it may not write that much quicker. Okay, you can configure database writer side you can configure, but redo log writer you cannot configure. Okay, it based on your redo log files only. Okay, so here database writer may not write fast enough to the database files. Okay, so here you can see checkpoint queue. So checkpoint queue is nothing but it will put these dirty buffers in a queue. Okay, and whenever the space is not sufficient for the new request, then this queue will be returned to the database files by the database writer. Okay, So it will not write one block. Okay, let's say one block is changed. It won't write immediately that one block there. So it will make a queue of all blocks, dirty blocks, and then it will write the set of blocks to the database files. Okay. And database writer will not write ahead into the database files compared to the redo log writer. So redo log writer should write first, then only the database writer will write. Okay. So this is the write ahead, okay, compared to the database writer. Okay. So the reason is, so why we should not make, so it's not advisable to make like to write more frequently to the database files, because if the more IO happens on these files from here to here, the requests which are coming from the database from the user, that will become slow, because from here to here you need to get the data fast, right? Database files to database buffer. But from here to here, more IO happens. From here to here, this IO may impact. So that is the reason why. So this database writer will wait for a queue and then it will push the data into the database file. So that is the reason why this redo log buffer has come into the picture, because in case the database writer is slow and let's say it has not returned a few changed blocks to the database file, so in case if any crash happens, so that data should not be lost. That data should be present in the anywhere, that is redo log files, so that once you start the instance, that data which is lost from here can be recovered from the redo log files. So this data will be applied onto your database files. Okay, that is why I told this redo log files main purpose is for recovery purpose, and this log writer will be pretty fast, like for every 3 seconds. And I already told in the last session, like one third of your buffer full, or whenever user issues the commit. So in these three instances, this log writer will write the these changes to the read log files. So even if the database writer is slow and it missed to write few blocks before the instance crash, that data will still be there in the redo log files for the recovery purpose. Okay. The redo log files will be of small size, and log writer writes the data to the redo log files in a circular fashion, like from one first redo log file, and then it will go to second redo log file, then third, and then again come to first, second, third. So it will be keep on overwriting the data in the redo log files. Okay. So obviously you will be getting the latest data only, right, in the redo log files. And whenever the instance crash happens, you are going to lose the latest data only, right? You are not going to use like 1 year before data, right? Because always the data here in the memory will be latest. When you change the data, now that changed data will be here. Okay, when you change the data before 1 year, it will be already there in the database files. So only the recent data will be there in the database buffer cache, right? So the old data will not be there in the redo log files, and there is no purpose of storing the old data in the redo log files, because the purpose of this is to for the recovery purpose, instance recovery. Since the instance holds the latest data, so obviously it should be having a smaller size to store the latest data, right? This whenever the log writer changes from one redo log file to other redo log file, so that we call as a log switch. Okay, so log switch is nothing but moving writing from one redo log file when it goes to the other redo log file, then that is called as a log switch. Which process? So that is S1 process. S1 is one of the background process, okay, which is responsible for performing the instance recovery. So this we are clearly going to discuss about the backup and recovery section. Okay. So log switch. Okay. So whenever the redo log file is full, the log switch happens. So log switch is nothing but the log writer will just shift writing from one redo log file to the other redo log file. That is called as log switch. Whenever the log switch happens, checkpoint happens. Okay. So what is the checkpoint? Okay. So checkpoint is one of the background process. Okay. So checkpoint is one of the background process which signals the database writer. Okay. Which signals the database writer to write the dirty buffers from the database buffer cache to the database files. Okay. Which are which are related to the previous read log file. Let's say it's switched from one to two read log file. So there may be some transactions of one read log file which may be still in the dirty database buffer cache in the form of dirty buffers. Okay. So those should be written to the database files, right? Because there may be a possibility again the log writer may come back and overwrite. So if the data is overwritten here, and if the data is not written to the database files, then there is a big loss of the data, right? If you think that the architecture in that way, okay. So your database is trusting that read log files have the data if any crash happens. And read log files cannot wait, okay, for the database writer till it writes the data, right? So it has to be fast. If your read log writer is slow, your performance will be slow. Your database will be slow. So immediately the switch may happen. And if more data is coming, it will switch continuously. So, but it has to make sure whenever before it is overwritten, the change is to be written to the database files. So that is the reason why whenever the log switch happens, checkpoint occurs. Checkpoint is nothing but it will just signal, okay, it will just signal the database writer, right, to whatever the queue is there, checkpoint queue you can call. Okay, it's a queue. Already some dirty buffers are there. Okay, so this database writer will push these dirty buffers to the database. So that even if it is overwritten here, so there won't be, then that data is no more required for recovery, right? Once it is on the disk, obviously it will be permanent. So that is the use of checkpoint, and this checkpoint will update the SCN information in the database file headers and control files. There is another set of files in your database. Those are called as control files. So SCN, system change number. Okay. So for every transaction, Oracle gives this number. This is a numeric number, and this will be always the incremental as and when the transaction keep on increasing. Okay. So just to track the transactions in a sequential order, because when the recovery happens, this recovery happens based on the SCN. So SCN is not based on the data blocks. SCN is based on the transactions. Okay, in one block you may see more transactions, right? So let's say transaction is nothing but if a change happens, that's a transaction. Okay, the SCN, one SCN will be given. Okay, so that whenever the recovery happens, so this SCNs will be, so your database file SCN may be lesser than your read log file SCN. Okay, yeah, you can call like LSN in your SQL, some sequence number or something like that. Okay, will be given by this SCN number will be given by the Oracle, and for that SCN will be there for every change in your read log file, in database file, in control file. So LSN is something, I don't know, some change number. It's related to a SQL server, I think. Yeah. So whenever the checkpoint happens, so checkpoint will not only signal the database writer, what it will do means checkpoint will update, okay, to the database file headers, like up to this SCN, it's written. And in the control file also, it will write like up to this SCN number, the changes are written to the database files. So that will be updated by your checkpoint process. Okay. So it will signal the database writer as well as once it is written, okay, it will update like till this session the changes are written, and it will also update that in the control file. So that is the use of checkpoint process. Okay. So this is about your database writer, redo log writer, and the checkpoint process, and three memory components. And these are the three memory components which are mandatory for your database. And there are other three components, okay, which are not that much used, but yeah. So those are also come into the picture in few cases, like when you take the large pool. So the main purpose of large pool is whenever you use the RMN. So here you may see RMN. RMN is a utility provided by Oracle to take the backups. You can perform restore and recoveries with this utility. We usually call RMN is nothing but recovery manager. This is not happening. This is not you are doing. Okay. So this is happening internally in the system. Okay. Oracle itself is performing all these things. So it's controlled by Oracle itself. You're not going to control anything. Maybe you may change some configuration by some parameter first, but this process is completely internal and done by Oracle. When does this happen? Is nothing but that's what. Whenever the transaction happens, that happens, right? Usually database is nothing but which takes the transaction. Okay. So whenever the transactions are happening, these all things will be happening, right? So when the log buffer will fill, whenever you are making changes, then log buffer fill, right? Then only this log writer will write. And when log writer will write, it will switch to the other redo log file. Then only the checkpoint occurs. And checkpoint will write this. Then only the database writer. So these all things, when you are changing the things, obviously internally, this will be running, right? So next coming to the large pool. Yes, it's a continue. It won't be like hourly ones or something like that. So it will be like all your background process will be up and running continuously. Okay, it won't be initiated like for every 5 minutes or 10 minutes like that. Okay, so it will be always running. Okay, so next coming to the large pool. So yeah, so whenever you perform any backups using the RMAN, okay, recovery manager, so the data will go to through the large. So, and also whenever you are using the shared servers, okay, there is a concept in networking. So there is a dedicated server and shared server. So there is a difference between dedicated server and shared server. So what is a usually? So I told like user process will be initiated and the database listener will take the request and server process will be one which takes the request. So whenever you use the dedicated server process, it means that one server process will be given dedicatedly given to the one user. Means that server process will take care of your user process itself. That's it. That won't be shared. When you go with the shared server architecture, there will be a pool of server process and one server process can serve multiple user process. Okay. So when that comes into the picture, you will see request queue and response queue. So request queue, response queue means, so let's take one example, like let's take your home. Okay, you have a maid. Okay, so the maid responsibility is to take care of your food, all those things, only for your home, right? So that maid will not, it's a dedicated for you. If you go to the hotel, you will not have one waiter or one chef for you dedicated, right? Okay. So there will be multiple customers. There will be few set of waiters and chefs, okay, who serves you. Okay. So when that comes into the thing, so what happens? They will take your request. Okay. If there are other orders which has come before, and if your chef is busy, your request will be put in queue. Okay, it will be in queue. And once the chef is, means, let's say 2 3 chefs are there. Okay, out of that, one chef has become free, then they will pick up the whatever the request is there in the queue. They will take that request and they will start working on that. The same thing in the response also. So once the request is done, they will put in the queue so that some other waiter will come and serve. So this, by this, what happens? You may save some server process. Okay, so you may save, like, instead of having, let's say, if you have a maid, okay, that maid is not going to cook all the time. Maybe daily 1 or 2 hours will be busy, but rest will be free time. If you have 1 or 2 people, okay, so usually maybe like it depends on scenario. Okay, so instead of that, okay, so if you have the shade one, okay, what happens? It will be easy, right, for you. Okay, you are saving some, this database server is saving some processes. Okay, but when to use this, when to not use this, you have to, based on that, you have to decide. Okay, let's say, let's take some same example. Okay, so let's say you have very big party. Okay, maybe marriage. Okay, and you are going to some hotel. Okay, and on the spot, and you cannot request at that time, right? Because there will be some other servants or some other requests coming which they have to serve. Okay, so at that time, what we have to do, usually you go like maybe book for 1 week before only, so that they will, on that day you have some dedicated one. Okay, you have like maybe 10 or 15 people dedicated for your part itself who will be cooking for that. So it depends on the amount of work, right? So if it is just like one meal, okay, so no need of having a dedicated one. You can just go to hotel and order, you can get that. If it is like for 100 members, okay, you cannot just call and say like immediately I want that, right? So you need to have some dedicated resources for it, because the amount of work which you are doing is more. Okay, so that is the reason why you cannot, you should not use, it's your choice whether you want to use dedicated and shared server. That I'll tell you how you can change that. So based on that, usually dedicated will, whenever your backup is running, use the dedicated one. And whenever the large amount of work is going to be performed, for that process, you use the dedicated one. But if it is a small request, you can use the shared server. So here, when it comes to large pool, so this, when you use the shared server architecture, so this will maintain that queue, that request queue, response queue, all those things. Okay. Streams pool. Streams is a concept in Oracle used for replication. Okay, from one database to other database, but it's not a very optimized one. It's not a efficient way of replication. Like there are other efficient ways in Oracle only for replication. You can use the Golden Gate, you can use MUs, you can use Data Guard. So Streams Pool is kind of it was not that popular because it has some performance issues. Okay, so but still you can configure that. So that's where when you configure that kind of replication, and that data will go through the Streams Pool. Okay, it will flow from to the other database from the Streams Pool. So flashback buffer, flashback is a concept, is where you can completely push your database to the older time. Okay, so there are different types of flashbacks, like query level, table level, full database level, like that. It's a kind of recovery scenarios where you'll discuss about the flashback. So in that case, this flashback buffer. A sort extend pool is not a separate thing. Okay, usually the sort will be happening in this PGA only. Okay, So sort is nothing but whenever you are performing any sorting operations, then it will be used like group by, order by, any kind of like min, max, such kind of function. So it has to sort the data, right? So it can happen in PGA itself. So PGA, so here coming to this, so all these memory components combinedly called as System Global Area, SGA, or it can be called as shared global area also. Because if you see here, all the things are shared by the users, right? It's not like any component, like mainly these two components. So these are not dedicated to any specific user or private to any specific user, right? So it's all shared. This data will be shared by multiple users. This data will be shared by multiple users. So that is the reason why it can also be called a shared global area. Okay. So and there is a one more memory component which will be small compared to SGA, that is PGA, you can call as program global area, private global area. So this is the user's private session. Every user when it connects to the database will also have their own memory, okay, which is the private memory, which will not be shared by the other users. So in that you can say like what is the user session data, maybe the cursor status, and if you are performing any sorting, that sorting will be happen in that particular private area, and this will be of small, okay, and once the session is gone, that particular pg of that user will be gone. This consumption depends on the number of sessions connected to the database and what kind of data they are consuming. Based on that, the PGA consumption will be there. Okay. So all the user data goes through the PGA only. Okay. So from SGA, it goes to the PGA. It goes to the PGA in the sense it goes to the user itself because that is the user's memory. Okay. So user's memory will means it have the private data, only the private data. The data will be coming from the buffer cache. Okay, if any sorting should be done, it will pick up from the buffer cache, and here the sorting will be done. Okay, so the data goes through the PGA. Yeah. So this is not a mandatory background process, this is an optional background process.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question: which is the subset of SQL commands used to manipulate Oracle database structures, including tables? A. Data definition language. B. Data manipulation language. C. Data manipulation language as well as data definition language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Even without archiving also you can run your database, but when you archive on your database, this archive process will start, and what it will do means it will just take the data from the redo log files and it will write to the other destination, any directory which that is called as archive log files. So whenever you configure archive log files, so all the changes coming to the data will be stored here, and you can perform the media recovery also if you have the all the redo log files. Okay, so this is and when you are enabling the archiving, you have to make sure you have enough space for your archive log files. Okay, because if there is no space in the archive log files, okay, then your archive may not write your redo data to the archive files. This archive, if it is stuck, okay, if it can't find to write to the archeolog destination due to some less space, so this redo log writer will stuck, because when you enable your archive, this redo log writer will not overwrite until the archive process will write the data into the archeolog files. So due to that, what happens if it cannot overwrite, then obviously it cannot write from the log buffer to the redo log files, and if the log buffer is full, then your transaction will be stopped. Okay, so your database will go in a hung state. So that's why when you enable your archiving on your database, so you need to make sure you have the archive log files, and make sure you take the regular backup of these archive log files to some other destination. More sessions with the same user, so
Obviously, no, because this is so just to make clarify, this PGA is not just for one user, it is based on the session. Okay, if you have a user connected 3 sessions, you will have 3 PGAs for each session. Because each session may have its own user session data, right? You may give some bind variable, some values, so some kind of information which is private only to you, right? So, and sorting. So it won't reduce the response. I mean, it won't increase the response time of your database when you connect more sessions with only one username. System monitor, okay, so it's one of the main background process. So I already discussed SMON, okay. It performs the instance recovery and it cleans the temporary segments and it coalesces the free space. So temporary segments, okay. So it is used basically when you perform sorting operations, and for that sorting, whenever this memory is not sufficient, what it will do means it will try to go to the system table space on the disk. So once your activity is done, so it has to clean up that temporary data. So that will be done by your system monitor process. And coalesces free space. So this will discuss in the table space. When you understand the table space, then you can understand it. Next is process monitor. So this cleans up user and server processes. Okay. So let's say you have connected, a user process is connected to the database, and somehow due to some network connectivity there is a break. So this pmon, what it will do means it will clean up the server process and user process, because if it won't clean up, this process may lock some objects in your database. So since the network is gone, so it cannot let that happen as it is. So because the connection is gone, so if it locks the processes object, so the other users cannot process that object, so that will be a problem. So that's why, so this Primon will take care of that. And next is this one, memory manager, okay, or monitor process, okay, M1 and MMNL, okay. So basically this process is responsible for this memory. We see a concept called automatic shared memory management or automatic memory management. Okay, automatic memory management. You have this SGA. I discussed different memory components, right? So it is based on the system to system and the number of transactions running at one point of time and what type of statements coming onto your system. So you have to consider a lot of things for configuring this. And after getting all those things also, it is very tough to give the optimized size for this all memory components. So that's why Oracle has brought up the concept called automatic shared memory management and automatic memory management. So with this, what you are going to do is you are not going to give the sizes for the individual components. You are going to give only one size to SGA. Means let's say 10 GB. You just allocate 10 GB to Oracle. This memory manager and monitor process, this is going to take care of sizing these individual components. Okay. So how much is required for shade pool, how much for database buffer cache, relog buffer will be fixed, how much large pool. So time to time it will change. So at one time, if your shade pool is required more, it will increase the shade pool and it will decrease the database buffer cache. If your backup is running, it may increase your large pool, it may decrease the shade pool or database buffer cache. If there is more data request has come, it may increase the database buffer cache and may decrease the other pools. So that is automatically identify the necessity of the memory for the request. Based on that, it will be resizing the components, okay, dynamically. So you are not going to bother about giving the sizes for the individual components. you're just going to give the overall size to the SGA. With that, this is the one which is going to take care of giving the sizes for the different components. Okay, so that's where this one will come. This is the main purpose of that. Okay, and this is RICO for the distributed transactions. So it will recover the distributed transactions. You know, distributed transactions. So if there is a two databases involved, so it's a two-phase commit. So for that, it will, if any recovery required, then this will take care of that. So this all about the architecture. Okay. So this is a Linux machine. Okay. So first thing is, usually Oracle software is installed with as a Oracle user itself. Okay. So in Linux, how you can check in which user you logged in. So once you type the command, so it will tell you in which user you logged in, with which user you logged in. So you can see here, it's an Oracle user. Okay. Or you can type ID. So if you type ID also, here the first thing is your user, Oracle user ID. So every user will have the ID internally created by Linux, and every user will belong to one group. And here if you see, the group name is also Oracle. So you can create one group and you can assign multiple users to that group, so that whatever the permissions are there for that group, that user will get. Okay, so this is the two commands where you can see like with which user you connected to your server. Okay, so now I am in the Oracle user. Okay, so when you install your Oracle, let's say this Oracle user by default won't be created when you create the Linux server, right? So it is the user which you created later. Okay, so basically when you create a server in Linux, when you build a server in Linux, okay, the admin user will be root. Okay, so the top user in Linux is root user. If you have the root credentials, you can do anything. Okay, you can destroy your server. Okay, you can drop the files, you can do anything. It's a top level user system. Like system admins will usually have this account permissions. Okay, when you have the server and you, let's say you want to install your Oracle on this server. Okay, so the first requirement is to install Oracle software. You have to have the user separate account for Oracle installation. Okay, you should not use a root account for installing. Generally, because if you give the root, if you install as the root, let's say for example, the Oracle as a root user, then to access Oracle, the DBA should also have the root permission, right? Because since it's installed as a root user, so let's say I'm a DBA, I want to access, okay, I want to do, let's say, patching, or I want to access my database. So as Oracle is installed with root user, I cannot access until I log in with root only, right? Because it's owned by root. So if I get the root credentials, obviously I can do beyond what I need, right? Because I am a DBA, I need only to access the database. But if I get root, I can do beyond that. I can do anything. I can remove some other files also. I can remove system configuration files also. I can do a hell lot of things on my server, which should not be given. Okay. So usually any software, I think you may know, right? So even in Windows also, if any application software installed, so usually they won't install with that account, with the system admin account. So it should be having a different account, okay? So that they'll have only a privileges on that particular application area only. So here also, when you are trying to install Oracle, so you will create a user called Oracle itself. Okay, so you will request the system admins like, okay, so create the account Oracle. Okay,
So once they create the account Oracle, a specific directory, because by default, when you create a user, you won't get any permission. This Oracle user will not get any permission on it, any specific mount points, right? So how you can see any mount points or directories on your server? Type df space -h. So here there are different mount points, and they you can see like what is the total size, what is the use size, and what is your available size. So in Linux, so the main thing is this one. So from here only every directory will go. So here if you see, my Oracle installation is done on this. So I need to get a few, means at least read write permission on that specific thing. Okay, I think it is on home. Maybe I'll show you. Okay, so the second thing, once the user is created, first thing is you should not install Oracle as a root or something else. You need to have separate account, and Oracle recommends that even most of the organizations, so they'll create the user as Oracle, and with that user only the installation will be done. And one more thing is, once the user is created, you need to have the permission on any specific directory where Oracle user can read and write. Because when you install, obviously it occupies space, right? So if you don't have any write permission on any mount point, so obviously the installation will not go further, because it has to copy few files in that directory. It has to store, okay, all those things happen. So for that, it needs the, so SU. Okay, so switch user, you can use this command. So if anyone is not from Linux, just go through this.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online Oracle DBA certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, switch user, SU space hyphen space, give the user to which you want to switch. I want to switch to Oracle user. Previously, I am in the root user. So from root user, I am switching to the Oracle user. For this, you can give SU space hyphen Oracle. So now I am in the Oracle user. Who am I? Oracle. Okay. So I logged in as Oracle user. Okay. My software is already installed. Okay. So when initially you request, user only will be there, right? Because user is created and they will give you the credentials. Like this is the user and this is the password. So you can change the password, okay, to other password. So instead of maintaining the same password. So once you have the Oracle account, then you can start the installation. There are other steps also which we have to give. Means there is a big document for installation. Other than creating the Oracle user, there should be some kernel parameters also which needs to be changed. Kernel parameters means how much is the memory, how many number of files does Oracle needs to open, how many number of process, those things that we'll discuss later, okay, in detail. But this is the basic thing, okay. Oracle user account should be there. Once you get the Oracle user account, then you download the software, unzip the software, and start the installation. So now I will not show installation because installation is already done here. Okay. So let's say installation is done and you have created the database. Okay. So how you can check like how many databases are there on my server? Let's say you are the one. Okay. You are given one laptop. Okay. Where few databases are there. Okay. Yeah, installation process, Linux installation I have to check. Oracle installation I have, Linux. So now let's say my installation is done, Oracle installation, software installation is done. Once the installation is done, then you created the database. So in Oracle, we have a few utilities. Okay, one utility, GUI utility, DBCA, database configuration assistant, with which you can create the database. Let's say you created the database also. So, but let's say you are new and you're given a laptop, and how you can find like how many databases are there on my machine. etc is the directory in Linux. In that, Ora tab is a file. Okay, etc is a directory. In etc directory, ORATab is one file, and you can read the file using the cat command in Linux. Cat is the command with which you can read the existing file. You can create a new file also. So now I am reading the existing ORATab file with cat etc ORATab. Just type enter. File, if there is a hash on the starting of the line, it is considered as a commented one. Commented means it's not a statement, it's just a comment for reading purpose. Okay. But here you can see one entry. This ORATab file is there, right? This ORATab file is created when you install Oracle software. Okay. When you initially install the software, Oracle software, in etc location, in that directory, Oracle will create a file ORATab. And why this file is, this file is used by Oracle means, whenever you create a database using DBCA, means database configuration assistant, database entry will be recorded in this file by Oracle automatically. Okay. So here you can see one entry. What does this mean? The first thing before the first colon, you can see CDB1. That is your database name. Okay. And after colon, you can see some directory. This directory we call as Oracle Home. Okay. What is Oracle Home? Oracle Home is nothing but where the Oracle binaries are installed. Okay. So if you go to this directory, you can see all of your Oracle binaries. Apart from binaries, you can see some other files. So this database CDB1 is created with this, using this Oracle Home. Okay. Let's say you have installed 2-3 versions of Oracle on one server itself, like 9i, 10g, 11g, like that. Okay. So for all installations, there will be only one ORATab file. Okay, just remember, this is important. You will not see ORATab file, multiple ORATab files for each version. Okay, there won't be like ORATab for 9i version, for 10g version there won't be different ORATab, and for 11g version there won't be any separate ORATab. So once you install, let's say I installed initially 8i. Okay, initial installation itself it will create ORATab. If I install 9i, it will just use the same 10g, 11g, all the installation, all the versions will use the same ORATab. And let's say you have created, obviously when you install different versions, you will install in different directories, right? So let's say 12.1 is in this directory. 11g, you may create some other like product after product, you may create 11g, something like that, 11.1, and for 9i, you may create 9. So obviously you cannot go in the same directory, you cannot install multiple versions. So that directories will change. So let's say you created one database in 9i, one database is 10g, one database is 11. So all those database entries will be recorded in order. You will see database name, but if that is the other version, if that database is created in other version, this directory you will see different directory which is relevant for that particular version. Okay, so with this ORATab file, you can understand which database is which version, because Oracle Home will change for the versions, right? Let's say ABC is created in 9i. So you will see ABC colon something product, maybe 9.1.0, something like that. The directory will be different. So one ORATab file for multiple versions, and the home will change, the database name will change. With that you can identify. So this is the first file in Linux, okay, where you can open and see what are all the databases created and what are the Oracle. homes for that. This is the databases. But how you can see whether the database is running or not? So in Linux, you have a command called ps space hyphen ps. Simple ps is nothing but processes. It will list out all the processes. If I give ps enter, okay, so ps hyphen ef, it will show processes list. Okay, so in one of these processes, okay, I told you SMON is one of the background process in Oracle, right? SMON, system monitor process. So grep hyphen I SMON. So what I'm doing is ps space hyphen ef. It listed all these things, but I want to see only the SMON. So then I can use the pipe symbol. Pipe symbol is nothing but it's a redirecting this input to other command. So it is taking the input from this command and it is giving that input to the other command as the output. So this grep high, no, I just started actually. Grep hyphen I, grep is a search. Okay. So I'm searching case, hyphen I means case insensitive. And I'm searching for the SMON word in this input. So let's see, enter. Okay. So here you haven't seen that much lines, right? Here you got only. This is for my execution only. Here you can see this. Here you can see aura underscore smon underscore cdb1. In Linux, every background process is a process where you can see using ps-af. So you can see smon process also. How it will be means the process name will be aura underscore. Aura will be common. Smon is the which process it is. The process will be like CDB1 is the database name. SMON is background process associated with that database. And Aura is just common, like it's an Oracle process. So like this, you can see your database is running. Obviously, your background process will be running, right? You can see when this process is running for this one. So this database is running because S1 for this process is up. You can see that is running. So this is one of the way where you can check whether your database is up or not. Okay. So if it is, let's say you have two databases running. So you will see SMON2 like aura underscore SMON underscore CDB1 and one more line with aura underscore SMON underscore ABC. Because each database will have its own SMON process, its own background processes, I can say. So SMON will have for both the databases, right? So you will see two lines. So like that, here you can see all of the background processes, okay, which I explained you. DBW0, it's a database writer, okay. Aura underscore DBW0 underscore. LGWR, log writer. Aura underscore. Windows installation, Windows is different. Windows is altogether, you won't see like this all background process. It's a kind of one thread, I think. It's not a multi-thread process. So you can see only one oracle.exe will be running. You won't see like individual background processes like this. Okay. So CKPT checkpoint. Okay. SMON. So like this, there are a lot of background process associated with one database, CDB1, CDB1. If any other database is running, you will see the background process and the database name also. So this is one of the way where you can check your database name. I mean, whether database is running or not. So database existing means created database, you can see in Aura tab, and you cannot sure like all the databases are running or not. You won't be sure, right? So that you have to check using the process ps-ef. And in Linux, if you want to learn, okay, there is a manual for every statement. Okay. So if you see here, PS is there. PS is one command which lists out the process. I want to know about PS. What all the options I can use with the PS? Just type man PS. Man is nothing but manual. Man PS. Enter. If you see, It will give the description of the process, like PS. What is this command? That command is report a snapshot of the current processes. Okay. So, and options. PS displays information about the selection of if you want a repetitive update. So it will give a lot of information. Okay. And these are the options. After PS, these are the arguments. Okay. This is the base command. In that you can give like -e. Okay. Like if you come down, like if you see -a, select all processes. -a, select all processes. If you give -a, select all processes except both session leaders and processes not associated with the terminal. -d, select all processes except session leaders. A lot of things. If you just know the base command, okay, if you want to use any, you can see with PS only how many options you can see. Like this you can use, like if you want about the ls, okay, type man ls, enter. See, ls, what ls will do, list directory contents. Okay, if you give ls space -a, it will give like do not ignore entrance starting with dot, means hidden file. So just if you know the base command, okay, just give man and that command name, it will give all the information. So this is a good thing in Linux. Okay. Yeah, when it comes to like, so there are two things which we knew now, that ORATAP file, which is an important thing which you have to remember. Okay. So you need to remember like ORATAP is the first file which you can use to check the existing database, and PS is the command which we can use whether the database is up and running or not. Next is, how will you connect to the database? Usually I told you, you install Oracle with the user Oracle. Just now we discussed, like you will install, like a user is created with Oracle and that is given to DBS, and we DBS will use that account for installing the Oracle. Okay. You got the credentials of Oracle. Only DBA team will get. And you can switch to Oracle user, right? Like how I connected, I'm connected to Oracle user. So do you give these Oracle credentials to all? You will not give, right? You will give to developers. You'll give to some other. You won't give to system admins also. You won't give the any other team. You won't give. Only DBA team will have. So obviously means you are the authorized person.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. What is the full form of SQL? A. Structured Query Language. B. Structured Query List. C. Simple Query Language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So here I'm going to discuss about the Oracle database, that practical scenario and the things, how we can cover the Oracle database and DBA tasks as well. So in order to that, we will go through the our presentations with the practical implementations, how the Oracle looks like and how it can be done, how we can handle our databases as well. So in my first presentation, I will like to discuss that what is the database and what the benefit of the database, why we used to purchase the database, and what the logics behind it. So here I'm going on the to let you know the basics of the database. So what database, simply in terms, if we say that what a database, simple database is a collections of logically related data on persistent storage. Right. So this is what the definitions, basic definitions of the database. But here again we can see there is a two terms in this summarized descriptions or summarized definitions. The two terms of is that logically related and the persistent storage. Right. So this is what the database. Database is a collection of logically related data on the persistent storage. Now again I'm going to define the first term, that is a logically related data. So what is logically related data? See, what we are using in daily work. This is the data, what? Right? Any informations, anything that is data. But in our daily life or in daily role, personal life, we know that all information is not meaningful. right? So storing those information which is not meaningful is not worth, right? So we must use to store only those information which is worthful, which is logical, which is logically related to each other, that can be used further. This is what the logically related data. Again, on the persistent storage, see, we always focus that it's our database, means we have to availability of the database. If we store something on the database, then we have to make sure that we can take or we can access that database in future also. So that's why we are taking the cost behind it. We are taking the managing cost behind it so that we can use in the future when they required, right? So simple. This is what the database, that logically related data on persistent storage, right? So again, so now your point came, yes, we have database, we have a number of software to handle the database. So how the software works, how we work on database? So for that we have the DBMS. Full form of DBMS is a database management system or database management software. So these are the software available in the market to provide the facility to manage or handle our database. Because we engineer, we are DBA, used to work on the database, but how we used to work on the database? Through the DBMS or RDBMS software only. So this is what the DBMS. The DBMS simply means database management software or system. So if we look on the market, so in a market there are many types of DBMS software. There are many vendors who providing the database software. If you talk about the vendors, then you know that the major vendor in the market is Oracle. Oracle capture almost 50 to 55% of the market of the world. And other than MySQL. MySQL is also now purchased by the Oracle. It's giving the support license on MySQL as well. DB2 is from IBM. MS SQL Server is from Microsoft. Teradata is from Teradata. Informix is from Informix, Postgre, MS Access, etc. etc. So in a market, approx 75 to 80 database software. 75 to 80 database vendor, over 55 to 60% of market covered by the Oracle itself. Right. So this was the DBMS. Again, I'm going on my next slide, RDBMS. See, initially we were having the DBMS. DBMS means we are having the software, database software like Fox Pro and Excels. So there we can store our database, but we were not able to join the data from more than 2 entities. See, means we have a room. Sorry, we have a home. We have 2 rooms, right? So our traditional DBMS software only provides provide us the facility to access only 1 room by 1 room. But once RDBMS concept came in picture, they link the room. Means they provide the facility to access data from both rooms one side. This is what the relational database management system. Means RDBMS stands for relational database management system. RDBMS data is structured in database table, fields and records. Each RDBMS table consists of the database tables row. Each database tables row consists of 1 or more database table fields. Let me have you some view about the table first. How did I store on the table? So yeah, here we go. This is our database server. Let me start our database. It will take 2 to 4 minutes till you're going to do our PPT. Right. So this is what RDBMS will show you the table structure and how it works. So how we work on our database through the RDBMS software. So as simple, we were I think you guys are known about that some language in IT, that C, C++, Java, .NET, etc. So these are the language to let our system understand and give us the output. So simple. In a case of RDBMS, Oracle is also having not only Oracle, all database software having also having a language that is called SQL, Structured Query Language. This language used to interpret with our database through the RDBMS software, through the RDBMS tools. right? So this is what SQL. And again, SQL, if we talk about the SQL, structured query language, and SQL is also a standard that is standardized in 1982. That yes, we know in a market there are just 75 to 80 vendors, different companies providing the database software, but the standard means each vendors have to use the unique SQL statement. Means if anyone going to insert their data in database, they must use insert. If anyone going to delete their data, they must use delete. If anyone going to update their data, they must use update. So these are the some SQL statement that must be unique for all vendors. So this is why SQL is also a standard apart from the structured query language. But the basic is SQL structured query language. So again, if I will came on the Oracle, then Oracle using the ORDBMS, Object Relational Database Management System. We cover the DBMS, we cover the RDBMS. Now comes Object Relational Database Management System. So initially people were using on the processional language like C. So in a C, the boundaries is if we use the same code, if we want to use same code at the different place, then we have to write that code again. But when C++ came in picture, it's given me the concept of clause. So we can use that code by accessing the dot operator. Simple, by dot operator. So here Oracle is also providing this facility using the PLSQL and SQL. Also Oracle procedural SQL languages. So we can access object of any other user into any other user without storing that data many times. This is the ORDBMS. Database is started now. Yeah, it is started. So here I'm logging as sysdba. Sysdba means this is a superset role. DBA used to log in the sysdba to perform the any action. Yes. So here, let me check. We have the number of users on database. We'll cover on the later side, but for showing the table and table structure, I must use the some users. So here showing our user name HR created from DB underscore users. Username is equal must equal with the single quote. Right. So yeah, they have the HR user with us. Let's connect with HR. Password is also HR. So user, the user is current HR. So here we can check the object in this user. So these are the objects available in HR users. Object type, here countries. Initially I told you that in a database data is stored in a format of tables in the directions of the row and columns. So here we can see the countries table, right? Country is a table, department is again a table, employee is again a table. So this is what structures how data is stored inside the users. And don't worry, we'll show the detail about the tables and users when we'll go on that topic. The basics only. So select, let me query, select staff from. Is a table. So this is what I wanted to show you guys, that how the data is stored inside the table. So this is the columns, verticals. Verticals means column list like countries AR, AU, BU, BR, CA, CS, right? So this is the columns. Again, country name is again a column. Country name is Argentina, Australia, Belgium, etc. Right? These are again a column. Region ID, in which region? Second, third, first. Right. So these are the columns. So vertically we say vertically is a columns. Means countries, country name and region ID is a column. But if we say the complete data like see AR, Argentina and second is a row. If we say that horizontally, then it means row. So as you can see, our data is stored in the format of columns and rows, vertically and horizontally. Right? Let's cover basic on the Oracle Server architecture. See, the Oracle Server architecture is a very simple as any other software using. nothing different. The only things we should check, we should know the concept of the working, how Oracle server works, how Oracle database process, how the processes on Oracle database works. So let me have example of the VLC player. I think everyone is aware about the VLC player, right? Or any media player like Microsoft Media Player, whatever. So see, when we install any media player on machine, then on control panel in an installed program, we can see this software must taking some space, right? So basically, this space is the space on RAM, what that software takes, right? Suppose we have a machine with a 1 GB RAM, and we have stored 2 GB of the 2 GB size of movies on our hard disk, right? So once we play that movie from hard disk, then what it does? It's not possible to copy all 2 GB data in a RAM. It's not possible. So only that software make space available on RAM. What is taken in the installation time? So that much space only allocated on the RAM, and background processes started behind it, and it's taking data from the hard disk and placing it on the RAM, displaying you and using the LRU list recently used, and placing that data and again taking that data. So this is how buffering happens. So in the same case of the Oracle also categorize are working in a 3 major release, in a 3 major terms, in a 3 major process you can say. First process is space on RAM, or the space on RAM taken by the Oracle known as the SGA and PGA, server global area and program global area, right? Second is a background processes, what the processes initiating the copying of data from background to RAM known as the background processes, BGP, same you say. And third is the physical files, as we are storing our movie on hard disk. It's simple. In an Oracle database, all data should be stored on the hard disk. So hard disk basically is simple. It's a storage, so that contain all our database. So when the required an Oracle background processes taking that data into SGA is on RAM and giving it to client, giving it to us, giving it to customer, right? So this is what the process will show you detail. We must check that Unix kernel. So Unix kernel basically play a major role in limiting the size, in limiting the processes of the database on the OS, because we always run our database on operating system. SGA and PGA is allocated on the RAM itself. So how SGA will works, how memory will be allocated, how the hardware will interpret, how the server hardware will interpret for the database, that only through the Unix kernel. So this is the there's a files in a Unix machine that /etc/sysctl.conf. In that file we have to put such kind of entries, such max basically the maximum size and all size in bytes always of a single shared memory segment. Means what the segment maintain, what is the maximum size of the segment that will maintain on the RAM for the Oracle, that is a 1048576 bytes, right? And the minimum that can be of 1 byte. SSM segment, a single process of Oracle can contain how many shared segment, that is 6 only, and how many processes, how many segments can be determined through the shared memory is 100, and MNS, the amount of shared memory that can be allocated system wide, that is unlimited. Basically we never specify because we didn't know the load our database, but it's not static, it's dynamic, so it's good to leave it on the server. So let me show you that memory configurations where it's configured. So it is a super user. So here you can go, you can see SSS max, kernel.ss max, kernel.ss small, shmmni. So all those is configured. So it's starting basically, my machine is starting basically from 4 KB, that is a 4096 byte, is 4 KB, and max size could be a this much, 1 GB, right? So this is how we need to specify in the kernel parameters in our server machine.
Concept called constraints and joins. Okay, so constraints is nothing but in database, constraint is nothing but, so it's a data validation. Okay, so we are validating the data before inserting it. Okay, constraint is nothing but data validation before inserting the record into the table. So this is what constraints. So we have 6 different constraints in our Oracle. The first constraint will be primary key. Primary key. Next will be unique key. Okay. Third one will be not null constraint. Fourth one will be check constraint. Fifth one will be foreign key. Sixth one will be default constraint. Sometimes default you may say like it's a constraint, or someone it will be calling like the keyword. Okay, these are the 6 different constraints which are available in Oracle. We will see one by one. So primary key is nothing but, so all these constraints are used to validate the record. Okay, based on our requirement, we will validate the record and then we will insert the record into the table. So primary key is nothing but, for example, if you are assigning a column as primary key, that particular column will not allow duplicate record. So it will not allow duplicate, and also it will not allow null value. It will not allow null value also, null. And only one primary key per table. So only one primary key in a table. So you can have only one primary key in a table. So for example, if you take any table, okay, so any table, tables any table, if you take product table, the product ID will be a primary key. If you take employee table, the employee ID will be a primary key. If you take customer table, the customer ID will be a primary key. If you take user table, the user ID will be a primary key. So like this, you can have a primary key. Okay, this particular column will not allow duplicate and also will not allow null value. Okay, and also only one primary key in a table. And unique key, so what it does mean unique? So name suggests, in the name itself it suggests, so unique in the sense it will not allow duplicate. Okay, but it will allow null value. Okay, it will allow null value. This is what the unique. You can have a number of unique key in a table where you will use the unique key. For example, if you have mobile number, okay, mobile number column, you can have it like mobile number as unique key. So you may enter mobile number or you may not enter mobile number, but if you are entering a mobile number, it should be a unique one. Okay, it should not be a duplicate one. Okay, so that is called unique key. Then not null. So what it does mean not null? So not null, it will allow duplicate, but it will not allow null value. Okay, since it is a not null, it will not allow null value. So null value in the sense doesn't have any value. Okay, doesn't have any value. It will not allow any null. It will not allow any null value, but it will allow duplicate. Okay, for example, if you take first name column, first name, so first name is nothing but it should have a value. Okay, but it should have a value. It cannot be a blank. Okay, so whatever the field you are mentioning, like mandatory fields, for example, it's a mandatory fields, you can go for not null column. You can define a not null mandatory field. You can define those field as not null. So not null, if you take first name, First name can be duplicate. Okay, so on the same name there are multiple persons, but we should have a name. Okay, so for the each and every record we should have the name, right? So this type of column we can give as not null. Check constraint, you can check some validation, data validation. So you can, some conditions you are checking. For example, if you take age column, age, so it's if it is a voters list. Okay, so I'm checking age, check age is greater than or equal to 18. Okay, so you can check that age is greater than or equal to 18. You can go for check constraint. So even you can go for pin code, you can go for some other different columns. Okay, so it's based on the requirement. We will have that check constraint. Then foreign key is nothing but, so you are maintaining a relationship between two tables. Okay, so you are maintaining relationship between two tables. You can go for foreign keys. For example, foreign key, it should be a primary key. Okay, in another table. In Oracle, it should be a primary key in another table. Then only you can create a foreign key in the table. So foreign key will allow duplicate. Okay, so only primary key will not allow duplicate, but foreign key will allow duplicate. So duplicate can be allowed. Okay, so any tables. So default. So default, I will explain all those. Default constraint is nothing but whenever you are having like default, by default you want to have some value. Okay, so if you take commission percentage, if you are not having any commission, then by default 0 should be applied. Okay, 0 should be applied, so it should not have any null value. Then that means you can apply default 0. Then if you don't give any value to this particular column, by default it will allow, it will occupy 0. It will not have any null value. Okay, this column will not have any null value because you have defined that particular column default 0. So all these constraints can be defined while creating the table. So whenever you are creating a table, you have to define, or after creating a table, if you want to define based on the data, you can alter the table. Okay, so any doubts in this 6 constraints in the explanation? We will see now in the database. So kindly make a note of it, this query, how to retrieve randomly, okay, 5 records or 10 records from the table. You can use this query. So yesterday we have created a table. You know the table creation structure. Okay, so whenever we are creating, for example, customer ID, I'm making customer ID as number of 6, customer name varchar 2, mobile number, age, city, and all those. Okay, so here create table name, customer table I want to create. Okay, so here I have the customer table. For example, I have the customer table. Consider I have the customer table. Yesterday we have seen on customer table, right? You consider that particular table, customer table. Give me a moment, I will take that particular table and then I will explain. Okay, consider this is the customer table. Customer, it has customer ID. Okay, customer ID you have, and then you have customer name, mobile number, right? So mobile number, yesterday we have seen all those columns, right? Mobile number, date of birth, and all those columns. Okay, so mobile number we have, and then age, city ID. Okay, here I have the column called age, and then here I have the column called city underscore ID. Okay, so this particular column, we assume that you have a record. Okay, so we have some records in the table, in the customer table, and then this customer, I want to load some data, but customer should be assigned with some particular city. Okay, so each and every customers should be assigned with some cities. I have operations in 4 different cities. So before inserting a record into the table, I want to check whether these customers are from this particular city or not. Okay, so you have a city ID and then city name, city underscore name. So this is the table I have. Assume that I have a table called city ID and city name, and the city ID we have 10. So some 4 different cities we have 20, 30 and 40. Assume that I have operations in the 4 different cities. So I have Chennai, Bangalore, okay. So different cities, Hyderabad and Mumbai. So this is the 4 different cities I have some customers. I have operations on these 4 cities. So I should have the customers are from these cities alone. Then I want to validate. In this table, so in the city table, assume that this is city table. So this is one simple example I have taken, okay. In the city table, the city ID will be a primary key. Why? Because it should not have any duplicate. So I'm mentioning the city ID as primary key. So if you mention city ID a primary key, then only it can be a foreign key in this table. So here it will be a foreign key. Why? Because so whenever I'm adding a customer, the customer should be available from these 4 cities only. Okay. So if you take one of the customers, so I have the customer ID and then customer name. So Arun. So this customer ID in this table should be a primary key. And this customer name, I'm going to use it is a not null constraint. And then mobile number, I'm going to use it as a unique constraint. It should not have any null value. Sorry, null value. It can have null value, but it should not have any duplicate. Age, I'm going to check. Okay, it's a greater than or equal to 18. So I'm going to use this as a age as check constraint. And so country. So country is one more column I'm going to create. This one I'm going to make it less default constraint. Assume the default constraint. So one more column I'm going to add it. Okay. So I'm going to make this column as foreign key. It should be a primary key in another table. Okay. So either I can have a customer from any of these particular cities. Okay. 10 or 20 or 40. If I'm trying to enter 50, it should not allow. Okay, if I'm trying to enter 50, it should not allow. Okay, it should throw some error. Why? Because we don't have 50 in the particular table.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. Which is the subset of SQL commands used to manipulate Oracle database structures, including tables? A. Data definition language. B. Data manipulation language. C. Data manipulation language as well as data definition language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online Oracle DBA certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And also this particular column will not allow duplicate. So I'm going to create table in this table. But if you want to create this table, if you want to make this as a foreign key, then I should have the table called city. Okay, I will check whether I have the table called city. If I have, then no issues, or we will create it. Okay. So here we have the table called city, but we do not have 20. So I'm going to insert one record, insert into city. City ID is values I'm going to enter. Values 20. Some cities we are going to enter. Okay. So Mumbai I'm going to enter. So here one row inserted, then commit. So I'm going to commit it. So we have the table called city. So then I can give the reference in the table. Okay, in the table, select start from city. City ID will be a primary key. If you describe, you can have that value, or you can have that all the constraint will be available in this table, all underscore constraints. So this is one of the table. So all underscore constraint. Whenever you are creating a constraint, right? This particular table will have the entry. all underscore constraint will have all the constraints. So you can have where owner equal to owner is HR. HR is the owner is nothing but schema name. So if you are mentioning where owner equal to HR, then the HR schema, whatever the constraint we have, it will be available. Then table name. So table name, you can mention that table name equal to whatever the table we are going to create. For example, I'm going to create the table called the customer. Then I can see that how many constraints are there in this table. So here I'm going to have one more column. So in this you can have directly city ID. It's a number of 4 references city.city ID. Then one more column I'm going to create country ID, country underscore ID. It's sorry, country underscore name. I will make country name. It's a varchar 2. Varchar 2 of some 30 or 40. Default, I'm going to make default as India. Means if I'm not giving any country, by default it will have a country name as India. It will not allow any null value on this particular column. Okay. So here I'm checking unique constraint. Mobile number is unique constraint, and also I'm checking the length of the mobile number is equal to 10. So here I'm using check constraint. Again, here also I'm using check constraint. So we have a table called city. We have a table called customer. Can I create the table now? Customer table. Customer table has been created. Why? Because we have the table called city. Okay. So in the all underscore constraint, you can able to see now where table name equal to customer, where table underscore name. Okay, so we have used already where, and the table name equal to customer. Even if you can use customer as capital letter, or if you are using here upper of table name, then no need to use that uppercase. Okay, any of the name it will be appeared. See here, all the constraints are listed here, right? Okay. So unique constraint, primary key, check constraint, okay, check constraint, and then a relationship. This is foreign key constraints. So this constraint type will tell you what is the constraint on the table. So this is what you can have this, you can find, so in table, what all the constraints are there. Okay. So if you take city, you cannot get it. Why? Because city is, you have to make it like, if you are making lower of table name and then equating to lowercase, then the data will be applied. In the city table, you see this primary key we have, okay, on the column city ID. So this is what you can able to see this constraints. And if I'm going to insert some record into the table, okay, you can have this insert into customer. I'm going to insert, then you can find how the insert query will be working. Okay, so I have so yesterday we have seen that insert into table name, all those. So here I'm going to insert some record into the customer table. Select start from customer. Okay, I want to know what all the columns are there. So insert into customer values. So customer ID, customer name, mobile number, age, city ID, and then the country. Country I can make it like any country, India. Okay, so I'm making the country ID is India. So this is correct record. I'm going to enter. Okay, it will allow to insert that particular record. One row inserted, right? If you check the table, it will have that record. But again, if I'm going to execute the same statement, it will not allow. Why? Because here we have the constraint on the customer ID. We have the constraint. So if you violate the primary key or the unique key, you will get error like unique constraint violated. Okay, so this is the error you will be getting. If you are violating a primary key or unique key, you will be getting the error like unique constraint violated. Why? Because you are trying to insert execute the same statement. So I'm going to execute one more customer. Okay, one more customer list, but I want to have I'm going to insert the same mobile number. Okay, same mobile number, but he is from different cities and India only. Here also you will be getting a constraint error that you'll be getting unique constraint violated. It is not a primary key violation. This is like unique constraint violation. Okay, this key, either a primary key or unique key, both. If you are getting error, you will be getting the same error. So you have to check the data and then you have to find which one we are violating. So here I'm entering a correct record, and then it will allow you to enter it. It will allow. Okay. So now, you know primary key and the unique key. Now I'm going to have one more record. Okay. This time I will have some null value in the customer name. Null. Okay, null value in the customer name. So we have defined this first name as not null constraint. It will not allow now, right? So it will not allow. You will get cannot insert null into not null column. This is the error you will be getting. This is the error you will be getting. Okay, so can I have duplicate then? On the first name column, can I have duplicate? Same John I'm going to have. Yes, so you can have the duplicate value. Okay, one row got inserted. If you check the table, you'll have like same John, but the uh, this column, the not null column, will allow duplicate, but it will not allow null value. Okay, so these three things we have seen. The age, I'm going to insert one more record with different customers data, like three different customer. Okay, different customer, and then mobile number, different mobile number, but age I'm going to enter like 12. Okay, check constraint will be violated now. Okay, check constraint violated. So I'm going to enter like age is like some 32 or 35, but here I'm going to insert um, like this city ID. I'm going to enter like 50. If I'm going to enter 50, you'll be getting error like integrity constraint violated. Okay, foreign key not found. Integrity constraint violated, foreign key not found. So this is what you'll be getting the error. Parent key not found. Why? Because this 50 is not found in this table. Okay, if 50 is available, then it will be allowed here. If out of these four values, it will not allow any value here. So that is what you will be getting error. Okay. Then you can have one more record. So I'm going to enter like 40. So everything is same, but this time I'm not going to have this country ID as India. If you are trying to execute this statement, you are not giving a value, but it will say like not enough values. Okay, it will throw error. Okay, but to avoid this error, you have to mention the column name here. So what is the column name? So customer ID, right? First column will be customer ID, second column will be customer name, then mobile number, mobile underscore number, then age, then city ID. So these are all the 5 columns you are going to enter the values. You haven't provided the country for this customer. Invalid identifier is nothing but you are mentioning the column name is wrong. So mobile number, okay, so you have mobile number. So if I'm trying to execute the statement, one row got inserted. So what is the value for this Peter for the country? By default, it will take it as India. So we haven't given this India, right? So since we have used default, so by default it has taken the country name as India. Okay, so this is what all the constraint will be working. So if I'm going to delete a record in this table, for example, in this customer table, I have a record for 10, 20, 30 and 40, all the 4 cities I have. I'm trying to delete a record, okay, delete a record, delete from table name, city, where city underscore ID, okay, I'm going to commit it before deleting it, where city underscore ID equal to 20. So I'm going to delete a record in the city table. In this table, I'm going to delete. I want to delete this particular record. Can I delete this particular record? Can I delete? Will it delete the record from this table? Can I able to delete this record? This cannot be done. Why? Because it has been referenced in this customer table. You will be getting error like, so integrity constraint violated, child record found. Okay, so this is what you'll be getting the error. Okay, so to avoid this kind of error, okay, to avoid this kind of error, you can go for, so whenever you are creating a foreign key, right? So on delete cascade, okay, so on delete cascade. So this keyword you can use that. So whenever you are using that on delete cascade, then whenever you use this particular keyword, you can able to delete it. Okay, so any doubt so far on delete cascade? I will tell you. So far in the constraint, all the 6 constraint, do you have any doubts? So on delete cascade, you take it as like assignment, okay, something like practice. It's very simple. So here you are creating the city ID, right? City ID. So here you can mention on delete cascade, okay. If you are creating the table like this, then you can able to delete it. See now, we will drop the table, drop table customer, then we will create one more time, okay. Drop table again. I'm going to create the table on delete cascade. Sorry, created the table. I'm going to insert the record. This is the first record, it will allow. Second record, it will allow. Third record and fourth record. Okay, so here we have integrity constraint violation. Okay. Okay, unique constraint violation, all those. Now I will check whether I have the record for 20. Okay, here I have 20. Now I'm going to delete it. Delete from city. Previously we got error like on delete, right? On delete cascade. Sorry, error like child record found. Now you didn't get. It has been deleted. Without that relationship also. So even in this customer table, previously we have seen the 20. In customer table also that record will be deleted. See now, the 20th record will not be available. Both the table it will be deleted. We have deleted in the city table only. since we have used on delete cascade, so wherever the record is getting deleted, either in the child table or in the parent table, it will be deleted. So this is called on delete cascade. Okay, so might be asked in interview what is meant by on delete cascade. So it will cascade delete on the two tables, like a parent table as well as child table. You have to mention while we are creating the foreign key, right? Here you have to mention that on delete cascade. So whenever you are creating the table like this relationship, you have to mention that. I hope you are clear now. So kindly make a note of it, all the queries and everything. So I have already uploaded this query, but to make a note of is on delete cascade and default all those. Okay. Now we are going to see that concept of joins. Concept of joins. Any doubts in the constraint? I think you are clear on the constraints. Now we are going to see that constraint we are clear, and joins we are going to see that. So once we have completed the joins, then we have completed with the second module. Second module we have aggregate that having class and order by class. We will see now the loop, and then looping statement we will see once we started with PLSQL. Okay. So later on we will see that looping concept. So joins, we will see joins now. Okay, we have 4 different joins mainly in Oracle that we have. Okay, so we have 4 different joins in our Oracle database. The one thing is inner join, left outer join or left join, right outer join or right join, full outer join or full join. So this is what the 4 joins are available in Oracle. So we are going to see these 4 joins. This is mainly used in real time. Okay, like inner join and left outer is mainly used. Sometimes right outer, sometimes full outer. But 80% of the queries we are using inner join or left outer join only. So what did this mean, that inner join? Okay, so consider this particular so joins I will explain now. Okay, so you can if you have any doubts, uh, kindly ask your doubts. So first listen and then you can ask the questions. Okay, so consider this is the table. We have the customer table and country table. Okay, customer table and country table. We do not have any foreign key here. Okay, we have a primary key here, but we do not have any foreign key. Assume that. This is customer table, this is country table. I have operations in these 5 countries: India, China, USA, and Singapore and UK. I have some customers from different countries. So for the to explain the joins, I have taken some sample records. Okay. So consider these 2 tables. Now, so I want to find out each and every okay, for each and every customer, I want to find out they are from which country. For example, so this particular customer, he is from which country? It's 204. 204 is nothing but, if you take 204 here and 204 here, if you join these 2, customer ID and customer ID, you can say like he is from UK. So I want to find out, so from where this particular customer, right? So you can say like this customer is from 202. 202 is nothing but USA. Okay, so she is from USA. So this is what you can do the joins. Okay, so how we have manually joined. So we have taken customer.country ID and then we have taken this country.country ID, we have joined. So if you consider inner join, so what it does mean inner join? If you do inner join, so you will get record, the matching record from the both the tables. So you will get inner join is nothing but matching record from both the tables. It should be matching. For example, if you take this particular table, these two tables, then this customer ID is getting matched. Okay, you can say like he is from India, then 204 UK, then 202 is USA, 203 is Singapore, and then 205. So this 205, I do not have 205 country here, the right hand side. So whenever we do inner join, this record will get filtered out. This will not be fetched. Okay, this will be filtered out. Why? Because inner join, it will not be available. So it doesn't have any matching record on the right hand side. On the same way, if you take China, okay, this particular country, I do not have any customers here on the left hand side. So China also will not be available in this inner join. Okay, so if you do inner join, so matching record from the both the tables you will be getting. If doesn't match, that record will get filtered out. So then what is meant by left outer join? Left outer join is nothing but irrespective of right table, all the records from the left table. So you will get all the records from the left table. If it is matching, you will get the value on the right hand side. If it is matching, you will get the value. If it doesn't match, you will not get any value. Say for example, this particular customer, I do not have any matching value on the right hand side. So you will have a null value. All other values you will be getting. Right outer join, it's reverse operations. So you will get all the records from the right table, and if it is matching, you will have the value on the left table. If it doesn't match, you will get null value. Okay. So for example, I want to find out in which country I do not have customer. In which country I do not have customer. Then you can go for right outer join. You can add one more condition in the right outer join. Okay, as any of the column from left table, if you are mentioning null, then you will be getting this particular record alone. Right? So my question is, in which country I do not have customer? I can go for right outer join. In this right outer join, I will add one more condition and customer ID, this left table. Okay, customer ID is null. Then you will be getting this record alone. Okay, so wherever the customer I do not have any country I do not have customer, I'll be getting. So in which, okay, so what are the customers is not assigned with country, then I can go for left outer join. Then on the right hand side, if you get null value, okay, these customers are not assigned with any country. Full outer join, you will have all the everything you will have. Okay, so next one is like if these two tables are equal, for example, you have foreign key primary key relationship, and you are having like all the values in the left hand side table, all the values in the right this table also, then all the four joins will give you the same result. Okay, if you do not have this particular record, why? Because if you do not have this particular record and this record in the table, then all the four joins will give you the same result. Okay, then now write a joins. How to write join queries in Oracle? First we will write inner join. We have two methods. One is like implicit method, and the other one is ANSI method. Joins you can write in Oracle. You can write two way. One is implicit method. It is applicable for Oracle database, and the ANSI method is applicable for all other databases. For example, you have the same two tables in Teradata or same two tables in SQL Server. If you are writing a join query by using ANSI method, then the same query can be applied in any other databases. So that is what the standard. Okay, but if you are writing implicit method, some database only it will be applicable. So what is will be implicit method? It's very simple. Both are look like same, but we will see both. Okay, how to write a join query? It's very simple. Select all the columns. If we can select all the columns, whatever the columns you want to have, you can select from first table. Here, the first table is customer, right? Select the column names. We can write column names after some time. From first table is customer. I can name it like C1, alias name. This is alias name, okay? Comma, second table is country. So country C2, I'm aliasing like C2, where class, where C1 dot country ID. So that is a common column, right? C1 dot country ID equal to C2 dot country ID. So country ID equal to C2 dot, yeah, okay. So select the column names now. Okay, so since we have two tables, you can use the alias name. Okay, C1 dot the column name. The column name is C1 dot customer ID. Okay, the column name C1 dot customer ID, C1 dot customer name. To write the joins in this way, it is very easy. Okay, select all the columns from both the table.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. What is the full form of SQL? A. Structured Query Language. B. Structured Query List. C. Simple Query Language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, then from first table, comma, second table, where condition, where join condition. This is like join condition. This is not filter condition. This is a join condition. C1 dot mobile number. Okay, comma, C1 dot email, comma, C1 dot country ID. So these are all the columns from C1, and then C2, comma, C2 dot country name. No need to take again country IDs. Why? Because we have already taken the country ID from the first table. So this is simple inner join. Any doubts? This inner join query. Select column names from first table, comma, second table, where condition. This is implicit method. So how will you write the same query in ANSI method? Okay, both the query will give you the same result. ANSI method is nothing but instead of comma, here you will write the join type. For example, inner join. You may write inner join or simply join. Both will work. Okay, inner join. If you are writing inner join, instead of where, you have to use on. Okay, so select all the columns from first table, inner join, second table, on condition. Got it? So after that you can write filter condition by using either where class or under condition. No issues. This is what the inner join. Any doubts in this implicit method and the ANSI method? Okay. So how will you write left outer join? Left outer join. Okay. Left outer join. So the same query, how will you write left outer join? It's very simple. Left outer join in implicit method. So in this same query, if it is left outer join in implicit method, in the join condition, okay, in the join condition, right hand side you make plus symbol. Okay, right hand side you make the plus symbol. It will become a left outer join. It will become left outer join. Okay, so how will you write ANSI method then? ANSI method, instead of inner, You can use left join or left outer join, both are equal. Then right outer join. Okay, instead of left join, how will you make right outer join? It's very simple again. Right outer join, implicit method. This plus symbol, you have to make it in the left hand side. If you make plus symbol on the left hand side, it will become a right outer join now. So it will give you this result. Okay. We will see in the database, we will see. ANSI method, instead of left, you have to go for right. You can make right join or right outer join, both are equal. Then full outer join. In full outer join, we cannot have directly like plus symbol on both the side. Okay, full outer join, you cannot write this and implicit method. You cannot directly write plus symbol on both the side. Okay, so first of all, you need to do left outer join or right outer join, anything. Okay, so first of all, I'm doing left outer join. Then I'm doing it writing a single query. You have to write union on full outer join. These are the four joins in Oracle. So you may ask questions. If I have three tables, how can I write? Okay. For example, I have three tables. Assume that I have three tables here. I want to find out how many customers are from India. Can you tell how many customers are from India from this table? Without joins, you cannot tell, right? Without joining these two tables, you cannot tell how many customers are from India, right? If you do not have these two tables, I cannot say like how many customers are from India. After joining it, if you apply filter condition, one more filter condition, like if you are making C1, C2, C3, C3 dot country name equal to India, then it will give you the customers are from India. Full outer join, I will tell you again. Full outer join is nothing but this is what full outer join, right? Both the non-matching record from both the tables. How can I get this result? In the ANSI method, you can simply write full outer join. It's very simple. Full join or full outer join. And in implicit method, you cannot have a plus symbol on both the side. Okay, you cannot have. So we don't have that particular query. You cannot write plus symbol on both the side. So first of all, you will get inner left outer join union with right outer join. Then you will get this result. After seeing that union, you may get this. Okay, you may get this clarity on this query. Just we are doing the union. Union will remove the duplicate, and then it will have that record from same structure table. Got it? We are doing it through union of two result sets. So if you are not getting union part, definitely we will see union separately. That is the third module. Third module we have the union part. Okay. So, but the full outer join you are clear, right? How to write the implicit method. These three tables. Which country he is from? Okay. So which country I asked? So the country is China. Okay. The country is China. So how did you say? You have taken customer.city ID equal to city.city ID. You have joined these two first, and then you have taken the region ID from here. Okay, city.region ID equal to country.country ID. So this region ID you have equated with country ID. So that is what you found. The same way we are going to do now. How to write a join of these three tables? So in implicit method, okay, three tables. Inner join I will write the same way you can write all other joins. Okay, in implicit method, how will you write implicit method? For example, implicit method, you can write first select all the columns from first table. First table is customer, right? Customer, I can alias it like C1, comma. Then second table is city, city C2, comma. Okay, you can mention all the tables by using comma. Country C3. Then you can use where clause to define join condition. Where C1 dot city ID, okay, city ID equal to C2 dot city ID and C2 dot region ID. See here, C2 dot region ID. The common column is C2 dot region ID equal to C3 dot country ID. So that is the column. So this is what you have to write. Select all the columns like C1. You can write all the columns. C1 dot customer ID, customer name, mobile number, email. City. You can mention C1 dot city, then C1 dot C2 dot city name, C2 dot city name, then region ID, C2 dot city name, okay, then C2 dot region ID. You can alias it like country ID also. So region ID you can alias it like country ID. I'm aliasing like country ID. Then C3 dot country name, country underscore name. Any doubts? For example, I want to have only India. Customers are from India. Then one more condition. These two are joint condition. These two are joint condition, and I'm writing filter condition now. And C3 dot country name, country underscore name equal to India. So this is what you can mention. This is like filter condition now. This is a filter condition I have applied here in this table. Only India. So in India, Chennai customers. Then how will you do? And condition, one more condition, right? So how many customers are from Chennai? I want to find out. Then C2 dot city name, C2 dot city name equal to Chennai. So I can get. So you can apply any filter condition like this. Okay. So this is joint condition. This is filter condition. So how will you write the same query in ANSI method? Select all the columns from first table. First table is customer C1, inner join city C2 on condition. The first condition you can write it here, where condition, here on condition. Okay, on join condition. Again you want to do one more join. Okay, inner join. Again you are doing the join. Inner join with the table. Inner join the table called country. Okay, inner join country C3 on condition. This condition you have to make. And then if you want to apply, this is what, again fourth table. You can use inner join fourth table on condition. Inner join fifth table on condition. Inner join sixth table on condition. But here you can make, for example, if I have 4 tables or 5 tables, all the 5 tables in the comma, where class you want to apply the filter condition, that is join condition. If you forget to apply join condition, it will become a Cartesian product. Okay. If you don't apply this join condition on the table, then it will become a Cartesian product. And if you want to apply filter condition here in ANSI method, and you can use that, and or even where class also. So even you can use where class where this one apply. You can apply any conditions. Yeah, I have the assignments. I have uploaded the exercise. Okay, if you go to that particular link which I have shared in that particular Google Drive, you can find one folder called exercise. Okay, I think I have uploaded some two more sheets like exercise 1 and 2. So you can find one particular document is having for only for joins. Okay, I think you are clear now. Shall we see that same topic in this HR schema? I will tell you what is the relationship between these tables. For example, if I have select start from employees, the employees table will have the department ID column. Okay, if you take last column, it is a department ID. Here you have the department ID, right? So we can have the department ID. I want to know which department they are from. Then you have to join with departments table. So let's start from departments. In this table, this is a data model we have. In this table, department ID, for example, 60 is nothing but IT department. It is located at 1400. I want to know which location this is from. Then 1400 is nothing but you can go and check in locations table. So locations table will have the department ID. 1400 is nothing but Texas and US. Okay, so I want to find out how many employees are working in US. How many employees are working in US? So you have to do joins on these three tables, and you have to country ID. You have to make locations.country ID equal to US. Got it? So right outer join, left outer join, you can use it. So for example, you are doing joins on these two tables. Select column names from first table. So I have already written the statement. Okay, we can copy it. So for example, this is inner join query, employees and departments. I'm going to use inner join. Same way. So whatever I have explained, right? Same way I'm going to write. Okay. Select column names. Select column names. All the column names from first table. I have named this as E since it is employees. Second table I have named as D, where E dot department ID equal to D dot department ID. Since this is the inner join, you will not get any null value on the both the side. You will not get any null value. See here, I do not have any null values in this table. This is like inner join implicit method. ANSI method. How will you write the ANSI method? So this is ANSI method. This is ANSI method. So inner join. So you can the same result you will be getting. Same result.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online Oracle DBA certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
You'll be getting 106 records. If I want to change this inner join as left outer join, how will you change inner join as left outer join? On the right hand side, you have to make plus symbol. This is left outer join. See now, you'll be getting null value on the right hand side if you do not have any matching value. So this record you are getting right. Why? Because null department ID in the employees table you have one null value. So you do not have corresponding null value in the departments table. You are getting null value on the right hand side. This is like left outer join. So here also the same result you will be getting. Left outer join. Same result you will be getting in the ANSI method also. See here. Okay. You can do the right outer join. So instead of this plus symbol on the right hand side, you can use plus symbol on the left hand side. So left hand side. Okay. So here you'll be getting null value on the right hand side. See now. Null value on the left hand side, since it is a right outer join. So here I'm not getting any department ID. So treasury I'm not sure which department. So I can mention in the department ID column, I can mention from the left table. So D table. Instead of E, instead of employees table, I'm taking the department ID from the departments table. Then I will be getting, so which department ID they are from. Okay. So now you got that department ID, right? Which side you are getting that record. Then if you want to filter out these departments alone, for example, my question is, how many departments I do not have any employees? How many departments I do not have any employees? So these departments I do not have any employees, right? How can I filter out these departments alone? Then you can use one more condition, and E dot employee ID is, so employee ID is null. So if you are using this null is null, you will be getting this record alone. So no need to select these 4 columns now. You can remove these columns. Then you'll be getting, okay. So these many departments, I do not have any employees. So I do not have any employees on these departments. So based on the question, you have to go for right outer or left outer and add condition accordingly. This is also same way. Right join. So you can use where class, where the same query you can use where E dot, the left hand side you can use null value and remove this E side columns. Okay, like this column, if you take from E, you will be getting null value. So I'm taking D. So I'll be getting the same result, right? So column names from this table, right outer join, the same results. So any doubts so far? So check the file names like joins. Okay, exercise day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. This is day 4 file. Okay, so open the file and then check what date, what query is available. It's just only 2 to 3 minutes, right? So I can able to get it. I have mentioned joins at the file name itself. Okay, so this is what you can write joins. Any doubts? The inner join. Okay, like different ways I told, right? Different ways. Left outer join, all the records from the left table, right table, and full outer table. Okay, self join is nothing but same table. If you do joins, it will become a self join. Non-equi join, if you are using like any non-equal symbol, we will do it. Okay, now we will do it. Non-equi join. Okay, like this, then it will become a non-equi join. Natural join. So natural join. So these natural join is introduced in 9i version only. Okay, but we are not going to use this natural join in real time. Okay, so this where class we are not going to check, and so for example, this is what natural join. So we are doing select star from department, natural join with department. So simply, but these type of join we are not going to use in real time. Self join we will use. I will tell you what is a self join. So whenever you want to go with hierarchy, okay, for example, if you take this table, employees table, in the employees table, I have employee ID, employee name, and here I have the manager ID. Okay, manager ID. For example, for this particular employee, Alexander, 103 Alexander, who is the manager? Manager is 102. So I want to find out who is manager of Alexander. So manager ID is there. Then I want to find out manager name. How will you find manager name? First, you take manager ID from this table. You equate this manager ID with the same table with employee ID. 1 or 2 is nothing but Lex, right? For example, who is the manager of this particular Daniel? Who is the manager of Daniel? Then you take the manager ID from here. Okay, manager ID is 108. Who is 108? You check 108 here. Okay, the manager of Daniel is nothing but Nancy. So you are considering that you take this table as 2 tables. Now select from employees table. This employees table, comma, again one more time the same employees table you are taking. Okay, employees table. So this table I am aliasing like E1. Okay. Okay. So this is what the self join. For example, select from employees E1. So I'm taking this employee table. The same table I'm going to take one more copy. Okay. So here I have taken this manager ID. So E1 dot manager ID I'm equating with E2 dot E2, the same table with employee ID, correct? Employee ID, E2 dot employee ID. This is called self join. So each and every employee I want to find out the hierarchy, who is reporting to. For example, E1 dot employee ID, E1 dot employee underscore ID, comma, okay, here E1. Then E1 dot first name, comma, I'm going to use reports to. Okay, reports to as hard-coded value. This particular person is reporting to the same E2 dot employee ID, same, right? E2 dot employee ID, comma, E2 dot first name. Okay, see now. So everybody will be getting. So first column we want to make it order by 1. Order by 1 is nothing but first column will be ordered. So we will see order by column after some time. See now, this is inner join. Okay, that is self join. In the self join we are using inner join, correct? So see here, Daniel reports to Nancy, Alexander reports to Lex. So everybody you are getting, right? So this is called self join. This is called self join. Any doubts? So whenever you are going for any hierarchical joins, you can go for self join. Okay, it's a rare scenario, but sometimes you will go for self join also. Any doubts? Up to now in the joins, do you have any doubts? So everybody is clear on the joins. Non-equi join is nothing but simply we are writing the equal, right? Equal symbol. You can write non-equal symbol. So initial while starting the class, I think you have joined a little bit late today. To answer your question, okay, so if I want to take randomly some record from the table, so I hope Naveen is there. Yeah, so if I want to take randomly some record from the table, so you can go for row number. Yesterday I told, right, row number. So row number will give you like first 5 record, okay, where row num is less than or equal to 5. So first 5 record it is you should take. So instead of that you can go for sample. So sample of 5. So this one will give you 20% of the result. Sample of 5. Either it will give 4 or 5 or some 8 or different values it will give you. But if you want to get only 5, take sample of 20. Here you can use one more condition like where row num to filter out. Okay, row num less than or equal to 5. Then it will give you random 5 records. Within the range you want to mention, in the where class yesterday we have mentioned the range, right? You can mention. Naveen, are you there? Are you making note of it? I'm not getting any response. Naveen, can you ping me or can you acknowledge? Okay, no issues. Okay, so I hope everything is clear on the joins. I have uploaded some exercise on the joins. Kindly go through that exercise. You try to do it. Okay. Now we will go for like aggregate functions. Okay. So aggregate functions. So what is meant by aggregate function? So consider this table. Student ID. You have student ID, student name, year of study. Okay, so for example, this is year of study. Year of study. Then you have some 4 different marks. Okay, you have mark 1, mark 2, mark 3. All those year of marks. Year of study and then marks. All the marks. Okay, got it? Are you clear? I want to find out total marks of each and every student. How will you write the query? I want to find out total marks of each and every students. Can anyone tell? How will you write the query for I want to get out? Sorry, I want to get the total marks or average of marks. Average of mark for each and every student. How will you get it? Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. We have to use some
Yeah.
aggregate.
Okay, so you were saying that sum of. So my question is how to find out the total mark for each and every student. Okay, each and every student. Others, can you ping me that how to find out the marks for each and every student? One answer I got it like sum. Is it correct? Sum of which one you will make? My question is this way, like row level. Your answer is column level. Okay, so whatever I'm using aggregate function, sum of.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. Which is the subset of SQL commands used to manipulate Oracle database structures, including tables? A. Data definition language. B. Data manipulation language. C. Data manipulation language as well as data definition language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
NDL function, whenever you are getting some null value, you will get NDL. For example, here you are getting this particular person did not appear for chemistry exam. So to find out the sum, you will go for, okay, so Rubina, like if you are making sum of mathematics, physics, chemistry, that query will not work. Okay, the sum of only one column only you can make. Okay, sum of all the columns will not work. If you want, you check it. My question is, for example, sum and average, all these functionalities applicable only at the column level. So to differentiate, to understand better, I'm telling this I asked this question. Okay, to clarify your understanding, I asked this question. The sum of or average of or count of all this aggregate function applicable for column level, not on the row level. Okay, not on the row level. If I want to find out the row level sum, you have to go for simply a plus symbol. This way. This way. Okay. Select mathematics plus physics plus chemistry plus biology. You can alias it like total marks and divided by 4 as average marks. Are you clear? If I want to find out sum, okay, most of the interview I will ask this question, whether they are clear on this particular topic. Okay, aggregate. Most of them will reply like sum. Okay, no, it is not sum. Sum of or average of will give you the result on column level. You have to go for column level, not for the row level. Row level, if you want to go, then you have to use this way.
You're also not winning the tosses, so well done on that as well. So Virat, congratulations. Go ahead and.
So yeah, please go on mute. Okay, so if it is a row level, you have to go for this way. If it is a column level, you have to go for aggregate function. So this is what I want to clarify you. Okay, in the column level, if you want to find out maximum, okay, so which is the maximum mark in mathematics, I want to find out. Then I can go for max of maths, then 98. Minimum of maths, then it will give you 72. Then sum, it will sum. Then I have the mathematics stuff. So I'm asking what is average of your subject, average mark of your subject. I'm asking to the staff, not for individual student. Then he will add all the marks and then he will find out how many students appeared for the exam. Then he will divide it. Then he will tell like, okay, average mark in my subject is 86.55. If I'm asking what is your average mark of for each student, then they will add their 4 marks divided by 4, not 9. Okay, so that is what the difference. So like average mark of each student, average mark of the subject. So remember, in sum of or average of, you cannot make comma. Sum of mathematics, comma, sum of, sorry, comma, sum of you can make, but you cannot make sum of maths, comma, physics. 2 columns you cannot make in a single sum. Okay, remember, if you are making count or average or any aggregate function, if any of the value is null, this aggregate function will not consider this null value. For example, how many counts are there? Here it will give you 8 only. See now, Excel sheet also, it is giving count is 8, not 9. If you want to find out sum, it will make sum. If you want to find out average, it will make sum divided by 8 only, not 9. Okay, so all this aggregate function will not give you the it will not consider the null value. Okay, so next one, this is what you have to find out. Okay, minimum, maximum, sum and average, all those. But you cannot, by this query, you cannot use who got this particular mark, who got minimum mark. I cannot use select student name comma minimum of marks. You cannot use. I will tell you. Got it? Now in each year, okay, each year I want to find out which is the minimum mark. In the first year, which is the minimum. the second year which is the minimum. So I'm just grouping it, the year of study, right? So first year I have grouped by one particular group, second year I have grouped second one. So which column I have grouped it? Year of study. Here I have used group by year of study. So if I use group by year of study, then I will get two groups, right? You will get two records. So one minimum, so out of it minimum is 80, this minimum is 72. So first year minimum is 80, second year minimum is 72. Two records you will be getting. So you have two groups, then you will be getting two records. So this is called group by. Okay. Now we will go with this employees table itself. Okay, so this aggregate function, one question I have, are only one row at a time. Okay, this aggregate function, which one will give you that column level you are asking? This one, it will give you for all the records. Okay, it will give you for all the records. For example, if you are making select student name, student ID, student name, then this one, it will give you for all the students, not only for one student. But if you are making aggregate, okay, so even though billions of record, aggregate function will give you only one result. Okay, so this level will give you all the record, but this level will give you only one record. Even though billions of record you are giving, okay, for aggregation, minimum is only one, right? Maximum is only one, count is only one, sum is only one. The result will be only one. But if you do group by how many groups you have, those many records you will get it. Now we will see. Okay, select start from employees. You know the employees table structure, right? You know the employees table structure now. You have the employee ID, first name, last name, all those. So here you have the job ID and salary, and then you have the department ID. Okay, so you want to find out, so what is the sum of salary you are giving for all the employees, like total salary. So if I am the owner of the company, then I may ask, okay, so for this particular month, how much salary I have given? You can make sum of salary. Okay, sum of salary. So I'll be getting only one record out of it. Okay, 6,91,415. So this is the result I will be getting. Okay, so which is the minimum salary I have given to the employee? Then I can go for minimum, min of salary. Okay, 2,100. I have given 2,100 for as minimum salary. Then which is the maximum salary I have given? Some max of salary. I can go for max of salary. Then 24,000. Then I want to find out how many employees I have given salary. Then I can go for count of salary. Okay, 107 employees I have given the salary. Okay, then I want to find out average of salary. Average of salary from employees table. So this is what average of salary. Okay, 6461. You got it. So whatever the query or aggregate function you are mentioning, you will be getting only one record out of it. Even though billions or millions record, you will get only one record. Okay, I want to find out who is getting this minimum salary. Who is getting this minimum salary? Can I use in this way? Remember, in aggregate function, this is very important. Can I use first name comma minimum of salary? Can I use this way? Whether this query will run? Yeah, Anup. I got one response from Anup. Others, can you please tell me whether this query will be running? No. Why? Because, so remember, whenever you are selecting aggregate column, you should not select non-aggregate column with aggregate column. Okay, you should not select non-aggregate column. This is non-aggregate column with aggregate column. You can select one more aggregate column, but you cannot select non-aggregate column. You'll be getting this error. Okay, remember this. Okay, you cannot select it. Then how can I find out who is getting minimum salary? For that, you can go for rank or you can go for subquery. In the next week session, I will tell you who is getting minimum salary. I will tell you in the next week session. So we will cover the module 4 for the subqueries and analytical functions. Okay. So any doubts here? Any doubts? You should not select non-aggregate column with aggregate column. Okay. Now minimum of salary, sum of salary. So you are the owner of one particular company. You have given 6,91,000 for all the departments. You have 11 departments in your company. You want to find out in each department how much you are given. Like department wise, I want to know the sum of salary. If you get wise, okay, department wise, country wise, okay, then you have to go for group by, remember. Okay, country wise, department wise, like department wise aggregation, country wise aggregation, product wise aggregations, then you have to use group by. Okay, product wise nothing but group by products, country wise is nothing but group by country. Clear? Okay, now if I want to find out sum of salary on each department, then I can go for sum of salary group by. Okay, group by department ID, group by department underscore ID. Now it will give you, it will give you the result like uh, the divisions. Okay, like the separate. So if you add all these salary, you will get like 6,91,000. But you don't know which department the sum of salary, right? For that, you can select the department ID in the select class. I told just now, you should not select non-aggregate column with aggregate column. But here, this non-aggregate column is there in the group by. If the column is there in the group by, you can select it. No issues. Okay, remember this. Then you may ask question here. Can I use in this way? Group by first name. Will the query will work? Yes, the query will work, but you will not the logical error. Okay, why? Because what is error? What is the result you will be getting? Here you will be getting department wise sum of salary, right? Okay, but here if two persons, for example, John and John, if two persons are there, out of these two persons, who is getting minimum salary, you will be getting. If all the names are unique names, then you will get all the names and their salary. Stephen, Nancy, all the names you will be getting. If two Sarath are there, then two Sarath it will group, and then who is getting minimum salary, you will get it. That minimum salary you will get. But everybody is unique name, then you will get all the records. Got it? This is something like logical error. The query will work, but this is wrong. It will group first name and then it will take the minimum salary out of those two names. Okay, see here this query. So remember this one. Are you clear now? Okay, consider this query. This query is giving you some unsorted order. You can have this order by class at last. Okay, order by first column. Order by 1 is nothing but first column. Ascending order, it will give you the order by. So this is the result, right? This is the result of group by. If you want to filter out group by resultant, then you have to go for having class. Having class is nothing but apply filter on top of group by resultant. Okay, what is the where class? Where class apply filter on top of the columns, table level columns, right? So where class, normal where. So this is the difference between where class and having class. Okay. So here I want to find out in which department I'm giving sum of salary more than 50,000. So what are all the departments I'm giving sum of salary more than $50,000? Okay, I want to find out. Then you have to go for after group by, you have to use having sum of salary. Okay, always this having class will come with aggregate function. Sum of salary is greater than 50,000. So then order by. So these are all the departments you are getting sum of salary greater than 50,000. Any doubts here? In SQL query, in Oracle, okay, in Oracle. So this is the order you have to use. Select from, then you can use where class. Okay, after the from class, you can use where class. If you change the order in Oracle, the query will not work. Okay, where class, after where class, you can use group by, then having, then order by. So here I want to use the where class. Okay, for example, here I want to use the where class where the commission percentage is null or not null. I'm using from employees where only who is getting commission I'm going to use, where commission percentage is not null. Commission percentage is not null. Commission percentage is nothing but a column in the table. For the column in the table, you can use where class. But the group by resultant, you have to use having class. So those who are getting commission, only 80th department having more than $30,000. I have used where class, group by, having, and order by. Any doubts? Okay, you are clear, right? So what is the order you have to use? Now you tell me this query, you consider this query. You have taken that either this query or this query. I want to find out which department they are from. 50 which department, 80 which department, 90 which department, and 100 which department. Then you have to go for if I want to find out which department they are from, if I want to find out department name for each and every employees. So can anyone tell the answer? You are so silent. If I want to find out which department they are from, I want to know the department name. You have to go for joins, right? Am I audible? Okay, so you have to go for joins. So just now we told how to write the join query. Can we write join query for this one? Okay, now we will write. How will you write join query? We will modify this one to get the department name here. Okay, if I want to modify this query with joins, how will you write? I told the join, right? How will you write the join query? I want to know the department name as well. Normally, how will you write joins? It's very simple. Select all the columns. We will write column names after that. It's very simple now. Listen. Select column names from first table. Alias name is E. I can go for both the way, either implicit method or fancy method. Employees E, comma, departments D. Okay, where class, where E dot department ID, this is a joint condition, right? Equal to D dot department ID. Then group by having all those you have made. But if you execute the statement, it will not be executed. You'll be getting error. So column is ambiguously defined. If you are getting this error, if you are getting any error like this in real time also, column ambiguously defined. Okay, that means you are using two tables, and one of the columns are there in the two tables as well. This column is there in the two tables, like employees table also I have department ID, and department table also I have the department ID. So Oracle has confused from which table I have to take this department ID. So you have to name Anup, you are correct, it's alias name. Okay, so you have to define, okay, this column from department ID. Then I want to know the department name as well, right? So department name is there from department table. Then D dot department name, comma, sum of salary. Since you have used to group by, okay, so here also you will be getting error. Why? Because again you are getting column is not ambiguously defined. This group by also you have to define from which column you have used group by. So this is E dot. Now you will get different error. Not a group by expression. The error we got before that, right? The same error you got it now. So as I told, if you have used two columns in the select statement, okay, two columns in the select statement, the same column should be R in the. If you are using a group by, okay, only one column, you can select only one column. If you want to select two columns here, you have to use these column also in the group by. Okay, now see this result. You are getting the same result with the department name. Got it? Select column names. No, you are correct. From a table name where condition group by having all those. Any doubt in this question, this query? So always write a joins like this. Okay, select column names from first table, inner join second table, where join condition, after that group by having order by all those. So you have to use, whenever you are using all the statement in one single statement, you have to, this is the order you have to use. From class, then where class, then group by, then having, then order by. Remember this, you can write simply order by alone in one statement. Select star from the table, order by alone. You can use where class alone. You can use group by alone. Like this, you can use group by alone. Okay. And you can use where class alone, group by alone, and where and group you can use order by alone. But without group by, you cannot use having. Okay. Without group by, you cannot use having class. So having is always come with, if you want to filter out a resultant from the group by resultant, sorry, filter out on top of the group by resultant. Any doubts in this group by having order by all those? Okay, so for example, I will tell you, you have to write one query. You have the employees table. Okay, what are all the departments? I have employees more than 30. More than 30. Can you write one query? Select the departments where more than 30 employees are working. I want to know the departments where more than 30 employees are working. If I want to find out more than 30 employees, how will you say employees more than 30? Like you have to find out count, right? So first of all, you have to take count of star. Select count of star from employees. So this will give you the count of all the records. All the records. Okay, you have 107 employees. So each department, how much employees are working. So group by department ID. Group by department underscore ID. The same way. So group by department ID. So you'll be getting, so each and every department will be getting count, right? Then so which department are getting more than 30? So department ID comma this one, then you have to use having count of star greater than 30. So these many departments I'm having only 2 departments I'm having employees more than 30. So we can see this order by class. Okay, so order by is very simple. We should have seen this order by before group by, so no issues. We'll see this order by. For example, select star from employees. It will give you the order in which it has been inserted. I'm not using any order by class now. Whatever the order has been inserted, that is the order you will be getting the record. But I want to make the order based on the salary. So you can use order by, okay, order by salary column. So we'll be getting a salary. By default, it will give you the ascending order. If you don't mention any ascending or descending, you'll be getting ascending order. If you want to make those who are getting higher salary will be order the reverse order, then you have to use order by salary descending. Okay, then you will get the salary like this. Okay, from top to bottom. Either you can use this way, or in this table salary is what is the number of the columns. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Eighth column is salary column. You can use order by 8 also. Okay, in the select statement, what is the order of that nth column? Okay, what is the column number? You can use that. A order by 8 descending, it will give you that 8th column is descending order. Order by 6th descending. So those who have joined, for example, 6th column is higher date. Those who have joined recently, you will get it. Okay, so consider this query, order by salary descending. This is order by salary descending only. After ordering it, for example, these four employees are getting the same salary. Okay, so even though this is ordering from the salary, okay, these 4 employees are getting the same salary. He may ask question, Harrison may ask questions, why I am the 4th person, right? Why I am the 4th person even though I am getting the same salary? He may ask question, why I am the 4th person within this 4. So within this, if you want to order, you can go for one more column, order by salary descending, and one more column is higher date. So those who have joined out of these 4 employees, those who have joined prior to employees, I'm ordering it based on the order date. I'm ordering it. So it will look for the salary column only. It will order if 2 persons are getting the same salary or 2 or more persons, then it will order based on the higher date. Even these 2 are same, then you can go for one more column. Okay, so this is what order by class. Any doubts here? Any doubts so far? So today we have seen that constraints, and then today joins and aggregate functions and order by.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. What is the full form of SQL? A. Structured Query Language. B. Structured Query List. C. Simple Query Language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online Oracle DBA certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So subqueries is nothing but, okay, so whenever you are having that subqueries, right? So subqueries is nothing but whenever we are having the select statement, okay? So inside select, we have one more select statement, okay? Select, inside we have one more select statement. So this is what the subqueries will have. Normally select statement, we can have another select statement, or you can have that any DML statement, okay? So insert statement, you can write select statement inside. So insert into select, you can write, or you can go for update. So you can update some data based on the selections, okay? Insert, update, and even delete operations. You can go for delete based on the selection. So these are all the statement you can go with the subqueries. So like it's in the subqueries, normally the inner query will be executed first, and then the outer query will be executed second. Okay, so this one will be executed first. The inner query will be executed first. The outer query will be executed second. So normally, so we will call it as this is what the subquery, right? So select. So inside we have one more query called select. So this will be executed second. The result of the first query supply to the selection, the outer query. So subquery, we have four different types of subqueries. So one is like single row subquery, and we have multi-row subquery. Third one is multi-column subquery. Okay, so these are all the four different subqueries we have. So what it does mean, for example, if I have employees table, if you take employees table, consider this employees table. So let's start from employees. In this employees table, you have the employee data, correct? You have the employees data. So you have all the data now. So I want to find out which is the maximum salary. Which is the maximum salary? How will you do? So you will select max of salary from employees. So this is what you will do, the employee salary. So if I want to find out who is getting maximum salary, who is getting this maximum salary, then I cannot go for this way. I cannot select in this way. So as I told in the last session, you should not use that non-aggregated column with aggregated column. So you will be getting error like not a group by function. Okay, so you cannot use it. So to avoid this kind of scenario, we are going for the subqueries. So for example, you know what is the maximum salary, right? 24,000. I want to know who is getting this 24,000. Then I will go for select star from employees where salary equal to, I will make this 24,000. Then I will be getting that record as okay. So this is the person, he got 24,000. He got 24,000. So instead of, so this is like today the person is getting 24,000 is the maximum salary. So it's like a hard coded one. So it should be dynamic one. So instead of hard coding this value, I'm going to make, instead of this value, I'm going to write a query itself. So instead of this value, I'm going to write a query itself. Select max of salary. So this query inside, I'm going to write this query. Select max of salary. I'm going to make it this select statement will give you the result like 24,000. This 24,000 will be passed to the outer query, then he'll be getting the record. Okay, who got this maximum salary. So this is what, so whenever the person salary is getting increased, this query will always give you the who is getting maximum salary. So this statement we will call it as the subquery. That is called single row subquery. So what is meant by single row subquery? I will tell you. Single row subquery. The single row subquery in the sense, the inner query, right, the subquery should always return only one value. This inner query will always return only one row. Okay, only one row of data. That means it's a single row subquery. Always it will return. So whatever, even millions or billions of data, it will always return you only single row. So that is why it's a single row subquery. So for the single row subquery, for example, I want to know who are all getting more than the average of salary. Who are all getting more than the average of salary. So I will go for average of salary. Who is getting more than the average of salary? Then I will go for greater than symbol. So these are all the employees who are getting more than the average of salary. Like inner query, still it is giving you only one result only one result. The outer query is giving you the more results. Okay, the more results. So that is why this is called single row subquery. For the single row subquery, right, this operator, this is called relational operator. This operator you can use either equal or not equal, greater than or equal, less than or equal. So these relational operators you can have in this subquery, single row subquery, you can have these relational operator. Okay, if the inner query is returning more than one row, if the inner query is returning more than one row, if you are using these operators, then you will be getting error. Okay, so if you are making, remember this, if you are making a query with this relational operator equal, greater than, less than in this symbol, then my Oracle will assume that this inner query will return only one row. Got it? For example, so here we got who got maximum salary, right? So who is getting maximum salary in the entire departments, entire employees table. I want to know who is getting, okay, highest salary, who is getting highest salary in each department, Okay, so each and every department who is getting maximum salary. So can I go this way? Like, how can I go? So in each department, I want to get who is getting the maximum salary. Can I go with group by department ID? Group by department ID. So what will happen now? So this inner query will return more than one row. Okay, this inner query will return more than one row. You know, so inner query is returning more than one row. I want to find out who are all the person who is getting the maximum salary. Then can I execute the statement? It will not be executed. Okay, as I told, if you are using any of this operator, relation operator, Oracle will assume that this query is single row subquery. So that is why you are getting error like single row subquery returns more than one row. So Oracle will assume that if you are having that equal symbol or greater than or less than, Oracle will assume that it's a single row subquery. So since it is assuming that single row subquery, since the inner query is returning more than one row, we are getting right single row subquery returns more than one row. So how can I rectify this error? Then you have to go for multi-row subquery. The inner query should be returned. So outer query should handle that more than one value. For example, you are using that multi-row subquery. This multi-row subquery, right? So for this multi-row subquery, you can go for in not in. Okay, so any or all, you can go for these 4 statement. So in keyword, for example, in keyword, if I'm using in keyword, can I use in keyword? Yes. Instead of equal, you can use in keyword, right? Salary in, I'm using this keyword. What will happen now? So this is returning more than 1 row. Since you are using in keyword, it will execute, but you will be getting logical error. Okay, so syntax error you will not get, but logical error you will be getting. So what it does mean, the logical error? So our aim is to take the highest salaried employee in each department. But here, if you run this, you can find in each and every department. Okay, for example, in each and every department, you will be getting the record. So 10th department, there is only 1. 20th department, only 1 person. 30th also 1. But see here in 50th department, I should have only 1 employee, right? Who is getting higher salary. 50th department, I should have only this salary, this salaried person. But I'm getting 6,500 as well. Why? Because since we have used in keyword, right? This in keyword will give you the result 6,500 for 40th department. Okay, so this 6,500 has been selected inside. So wherever 6,500 is available, it will pick that. In 50th department, 1 person is getting salary as 6,500. So that is why you are getting, okay, this value. You have to avoid this kind of logical error. See now in 80th department, so you are getting almost most of the so some says 4 different salaries, distinct salaries you are getting. It's wrong actually. Okay, you need to rectify this error. So how will you rectify this error? You need to go for multi-column subquery. Multi-column in the sense, you in the inner query, right? You should not select always only 1 column. If you are selecting this, select max of salary, who are all getting these salaries will be picked up from the employees table. That is why in the same department you are getting 3 or 4 records. Got it? So to avoid this, you have to go for in the inner query, select a department ID as well. So department ID comma, sorry. So department select department ID comma max of salary. So this query will give you that department ID with salary. So if you are making this 80th department or 50th department or 40th department, see here 40th department on salary. If you are equating these two with the outer query, you'll be getting only 1. So here also you have to use department ID comma salary. So this is what you have to use. See here, select star from employees where department. So you have to make this bracket where department ID comma salary. Why? Because here also you have to you have used department ID comma salary. So in that way, now the inner query will be returning 2 columns and more values. This will give you the correct statement. So see now, in each department you will be getting only 1 record. So 40th department you are getting only 1. 50th department also you are getting only 1. So 80th department you are getting the correct highest salaried person. So this is what you need to rewrite your query. And the next one is like any keyword or all keyword. So not in the same like not in. So any keyword, for example, what it does mean any keyword, any or all is always come with relational operator. Okay, so greater than any or less than any. So any and all, it will always come with relational operator. Either you can go for greater than any or less than any, greater than or equal to any, less than or equal to any. So you can go with any statement. Okay, so greater than all or less than all. So always these any and all statement will come with greater than and less than symbol. So here we have like I'm going to write, for example, I'm going to write select star from employees where department ID. So I'm going to use department ID in, okay, in or department ID is greater than any. So what it does mean, greater than any. So you assume that I'm writing only one statement here. It is giving this result. Okay, I have written the on subquery. I have written on subquery here. It has returned this value 30, 50, and 80. So what is meant by greater than any? Select star from employees where department ID is greater than any of this value. Okay, so greater than any in the sense greater than any of this value. So if you take department ID 10, 10 is greater than any of the value? No. So 10 will not, you will not get in the select statement. Take 20, department ID 20. Department ID 20 is greater than any of the value? No. So it will not, the 20 also you will not get. 30 is greater than any of the value? No. 40 is greater than any of the value? Yes. 40 is greater than 30. So from 40th department, you will be getting all the records. From 40th department, see here. So first one is 40, 50, then you will be getting all the records, 70, 80, 90, all those. Okay. So I want to get like less than any of the value. 10 is less than any of the value. Yes. 20 is less than any of the value. Yes. 30 is less than any of the value. Yes. Up to 70 you will be getting. 70 is less than any of the value. Yes. 70 is less than 80. 80 is less than any of the value. No. So up to 70 you will be getting. From 10 to 70 you will be getting. See here. 70 you will be getting, right? Okay. So greater than all or less than all. Less than all of the value. Is 10 is less than all of the value? Yes. 20 is less than all of the value? Yes. 30 is less than all of the value? No. So you'll be getting 10 and 20 only. Other than this department ID, you'll not be getting. See now? Okay. Greater than all of the value. So which one will be greater than all of the value? From 90th department. You'll be getting the record from 90th department, 90, 100 and 110. So this is what less than, greater than all those. Return 50, which scenario you are asking? For less than any or greater than any or greater than or less than any? Okay. So for example, greater than any. Your question is 50. 50 is greater than any. So you take 10, department ID 10. That is what the select star from the table name, right? So in this table it has 10, right? If you take 10, 10 is greater than any of the value? No, right? 20 is greater than any of the value? No. 30 is greater than any of the value? No. 30 is not greater than 30. 40 is greater than any other value? Yes. So 40 is greater than 30, right? Any means any one of the value. If you are selecting 50 from the table, so if I'm selecting 50, okay, 50 is greater than any of the value? Yes, right? So it will be getting. That is why from 40th department you will be getting all the records. That is why I have shown you, right? From 40th department you will be getting all the records. See now, from 40, 50, 60, all those records you are getting. Okay, less than any of the value. So up to 70 you will be getting, from 10 to 70. 10, 20, 30, 40, all those you'll be getting. Okay, up to 70. Why? Because 70 is less than 80. Any one of the value, but here all the value. If you are taking 10, it should be less than all of this value. Yes, it's all of the value only. So like this you have to make. Okay. So thank you. You got it right. Yeah. So now this is what the subqueries. Now we will go with one small scenario. There we have some statements. Okay. Okay. So this is one of the table. You assume that this is one of the table. This is one of the table. It has employees information like employee ID, first name, last name, email, phone number, salary, and department ID. So I want to find out whether this table is having duplicate or not. Okay, whether this table is having duplicate or not. So many of the developer will say like I can go for distinct. It's wrong actually. So distinct, if you take, for example, select distinct of employee ID, it will give you the distinct of employee ID only. Even if you have millions of record, it will give you millions of record. Even though it doesn't have any duplicate, it will list out all the distinct record. But my question is, I want to find out whether the table is having duplicate or not. Can you tell this column is having duplicate or not? Okay, so yes, it has duplicate. How did you say? Like for example, if the employee ID, you are checking the employee ID. If the employee ID, you are grouping it. The employee ID, you are grouping it. If you are having the count is more than one, you are saying that it's a duplicate. Okay, so group by this employee ID. You group the employee ID. Take the count. If the count is more than one, the count is more than one, then it's a duplicate. Okay, then it's a duplicate. So how did you find the count value? So for this query, how will you write? For this table, how will you write the duplicate? How will you find the duplicate? For example, employee ID column. Select employee ID. Okay, so emp underscore ID, comma, count of star from employees group by employee ID, group by emp ID. Okay, so this will give you this result, this count result. It will give you with employee ID and what is the count. So if it is duplicate, how will you say its count is more than one? So how will you filter out the record in the group by? You have to go for having. Having always come with aggregate function. Having count of star greater than one. If you execute this statement, it will give you whether the table is having duplicate or not. Okay, if the query is returning any value, then the table is having duplicate. If the query is not returning any value, then it doesn't have any duplicate. So this is what the employees table. How to duplicate, how to find duplicate record. This is one of the basic question they will be asking in interview. Okay, next one we are going for set operators. Set operators. Okay, set operators in Oracle. Okay, set operators in Oracle. So we have 4 different set operators are there. Like one is like union, the other one is union all. Okay, so these are all the 4 different set operators which are available. Set operators. So we have union. So how it is differing from the joins. So joins in the sense, for example, if it is joins, you will have 2 different tables. Okay, so this is one table, this is another table. Joins is, this is one table, this is employee table or customer table. You assume that it's a customer table. This is like location table. Customer belongs to which location. The 2 different tables will have common column between these 2 tables. like it has some location ID. The customer has been tagged with one location ID. Then it has location ID. So you can join it. These column with this column, you can join it, and then you can combine this way. This is called joins. Union in the sense, for example, you have customer 1, it is one table. Okay, customer 1, it's one table. I have customer 2, it's another table. Customer 2 is another table. So two same structure table. Okay, customer ID, customer name, mobile number, city. This is also same column. Okay, it has some customer list. It has some different customer list. Okay, so assume that it has some 100 records, 100 customer list, and this table is having 100 customer list. I want to combine these two lists into one table. Okay, just you are taking all the content from this table and then copying it here, and you are taking all the content from here and then copying it here. Okay, this is the way. If you are copying, then this will become a union set operations. So for the set operations, you should have same structured table. If you have same structured table, you can go for the set operator. So all the column should be matching. So this column should be matching with this column. This column should be matching with column. This one should be matching with this one. The column name might be different. That is why I have mentioned here mobile number and phone number. The column name might be different, but the data type should be matching. The third column data type should be matching with third column. Fourth column data type should be matching with fourth column. Okay, so this is called set operations. In set operations, we have 4 different operations. One is union. If you do union of two tables or 4 tables or 5 tables, n number of tables, it will remove duplicate. Okay, so what it does mean? It will remove duplicate. So what it does mean? So if I have the same record here, for example, customer ID, okay, customer name, some name, okay, mobile number, some mobile number, city, some city, okay, the same customer data is available here also. Then if you combine these two into one single table, if you do union, you'll be getting only one record. Okay, if you do union, you'll be getting one record. Why? Because this is like duplicate, right? Full row duplicate. It will delete, it will remove the duplicate from the set operate, the union resultant. It will remove the duplicate. Union all, it will not remove duplicate. Okay, union all, it will not remove duplicate. Intersect the common record between two tables. Common record. So here the common record is, if you do union all, you'll be getting 2 records as well. So if you do intersect, the common record between these two tables are only 1. If you do minus, then it will get minus. Okay, it will get minus. Okay, see here, A minus B, the same record is available here also. Then resultant you will be getting null, minus. So minus where it will be used, mainly compare two tables. Okay, whether the same structure table, for the comparison you can use this minus operations, but the column should be same. For example, here I have one more column called country or zip code. Okay, so this is what the 2 different columns are extra. Can I able to do the union operations? Yes, you can do, provided you should not select these 2 columns from the second table. While doing the selection, right, you need to select these 4 columns from the first table, these 4 columns from the second table. You should not select these 2 columns from the second table. The columns always should be matching. So this is called union, sorry, set operation. Yeah, so you consider A is having a table name called A. It has only one column. It has some some number of records. Okay, it has some records. It has 11 records, only one column. B table, again only one column, it has some 9 records. If I'm going to do A union B, so what could be the result? So 1 you will get one time. So why? Because 1 is there, and 2 will be getting, 3 you will be getting only one time. Why? Because it will remove the duplicate, right? Union will remove duplicate. So 4 you'll be getting, 5 one time. So even though 5 you have 2 times, 2 tables, only one time only you'll be getting. You'll remove the duplicate. 7 and 8, 9, and 10 you'll be getting 11, 13 one time, 14, 15, 18, okay, and 20. You will not get 1 again. Why? Because 1 is already there. So this duplicate will not be repeated. If you want to do union all, then you can blindly take all the records from the first table, all the records from the second table. So union all will not remove duplicate. So union all will be running faster than union. Why? Because it will not check for any duplicate records. Okay, so A intersection B. So common record between both the tables. So 3 is common, 5 is common, 9 is common, 13 is common. Okay, so this is what A intersect B. A minus B. A minus B, consider A table. If the record, if any of the A record is present in second table, it will get minus. 1 is available here? No, it will be available. Okay, so resultant you will be getting 3 is available here, so it will get minus. 4 will be getting this 4. 5 is available, it will get minus. 8, it is not available, so you'll be getting 8. 9, it will get minus. 11 you will be getting. 13 it will get minus. 14 you'll be getting. Then 20 you'll be getting again, and 1 you'll be getting. Why? Because 1 is not there. So this minus B will allow the duplicate. Okay, no issues. B minus A. B minus A. Can anyone tell the result of B minus A? I got 2 different answers. Okay, so B minus A means you have to consider B. If the record is available A, it will get minus. Okay, so you will be getting 2. Then 3 it will get minus. 5 it will get minus. 7 you will be getting, and 9 it will get minus. 10, 13 it will get minus. 15 and 18. So this is what the result. Okay, again consider these two table. So A is having column 1. It has 1, 1, 2, 3, the record. The table B is having 1, 2, only one column. So if you are doing that inner join, so you assume that this is what the query I'm writing. You are doing inner join of these two. You consider this is the query. Select column names. Column name is column 1. So I can say like it's a dot column 1, comma B dot column 2 from table A alias A. Okay, so comma table B alias B where A dot column 1 equal to B dot column 2. This is what you will write the inner query join. Okay, left outer, right outer, you know. So if you are writing in this way, what could be the result for the inner join for this inner join left outer, right outer? What could be the result? So can you try this? What could be the result for this inner join, left outer, right outer, full outer? So inner join, left outer, right outer, full outer. So you are selecting 2 columns here. So definitely you should have 2 columns result. So if you are clear on joins, then it is very easy. So I'm not getting any results. Okay, if you do inner join, so this is the query, right? So this is the query. So 1 will get joined with 1. So I'll be getting 1, 1, right? This 1 will get joined with this one. So I'll be getting 1, 1. This 1 will get joined with this one. Again, this 1, 1 you will be getting. This 2 will get joined with this 2. So you'll be getting 2, 2, 2. So this is the resultant for inner join. Okay, left outer join. So you'll be getting the same result, but one more record you'll be getting. So one more record is 3 and null. Right outer join. So right outer join is the same one. Full outer join is the same of left outer join. Got it? So union. If you do union, what could be the result? So union will be 1, 2, 3. Union all will be getting all the records. So union all will be getting all the records. The intersection you will be getting only 1, 2. So common record between both. So you'll be getting 1 and 2. Minus. So A minus B will be getting 3. B minus A you'll be getting null.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. Which is the subset of SQL commands used to manipulate Oracle database structures, including tables? A. Data definition language. B. Data manipulation language. C. Data manipulation language as well as data definition language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, sometimes in interview, they may ask questions like this. If I have 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So what could be the result? So you'll be getting this one will be equal to this one will be equal to this one. So it'll be for 1, 1 you are getting 2 rows. Same way you'll be getting 8 rows. For this one, first one, second one, third one, fourth one. So this is the result for all the 4. Why? Because you are simply making that table A column 1 equal to table B column 2. So it will be equal, right? 1, if you take 1, it will be equal to 1. Again, the same one equal to this one. So you'll be getting 8 ones. Okay. This is what the result. So union will give you only one result. Only 1, 1. Okay. So union all will be giving you all the ones, all the 6 ones. Intersection it will give you again only 1. Minus it will give you null. Okay. Yeah. So we'll go to the next one. For example, if I have a record, okay, if I have a record like this, so do you know how? So we have seen that how to find a duplicate record. If the table contains duplicate, we can able to get it by using this query, right? But how to delete duplicate record? For example, if the table contains some duplicate record, I want to delete it, the duplicate record. How will you delete? So it has duplicate record. If I want to delete this duplicate record from the table, how will you delete it? Customer details. Whether this table is having duplicate or not, I want to find out. Okay, I want to find out whether this table is having duplicate or not. So I'm going to use select customer ID, comma count of star from from the table customer details, group by customer ID having count of star greater than 1. It will give you the result. Okay, it will give you the result like it has the duplicate record. Okay, so you have this column, this record is having three rows. Okay, 3 record it has a duplicate. So you have to delete that duplicate and retain 1 record. For example, if you are having 3 records, you have to delete the 2 records, these 2 records, and you have to keep this 1 record. If you are making like this way, for example, delete from table name, delete from the table name where customer ID equal to or in. Okay, you are making select customer ID from this table you are making. Okay, having count of star 1. So this is like single row. If it is returning, okay, multi-row, then go for in keyword. So what will happen if you are using this way? It will delete all the 3 record. Okay, all the 3 record. If you are using this way, you should not delete that 1 record, right? We are using delete from the table name where customer ID in. It will select this customer ID, right? This inner query will select that customer ID. It will delete that record. Okay, you should not do this. So then how can I delete the duplicate? So for this you have to go for row ID concept. In Oracle, every record, okay, every record will have unique row ID and row number. So row number, you know, row number is nothing but each and every record will have the row number. The row number can be changed, but row ID will not be changed at any time. Okay, row ID will not change at any cost. For example, if you are having the select statement, select star from or select star from the table name. So I want to check the row ID and row number also. And I can go for each and every record, sorry, row ID, comma, row number. So this is what I'm going to select in this table. You will be getting all the 5 row ID and row number. This row ID is unique number. There's a unique memory location ID. It will be created. Oracle will be creating this ID whenever you are inserting a record into the table. So every time this ID will be generated uniquely, even though it is millions or billions of records. So consider this is the unique ID. So I want to find out each and every record unique ID. Can I use this way? Select row ID comma star. Can I use this way, this query? Will it select? No, it will not select. You will be getting error. Why? Because star is always come with a single statement. You have to go for one more method. So what I can do, I want to select other columns with row ID, row number. You can alias this table as C, and you can make C dot star. C dot star. So you'll be getting the columns. Okay. So see here, each and every record is having different row IDs. What will happen? So sorry, you cannot use it. So consider this is the results. So this is the result. Okay. So row number and row ID and then all the columns. If the table is, if the record is having duplicate, then the row number will be, sorry, row ID will be different, right? Even though record is duplicate, the row ID will be different. You combine, okay, you group by the row employee ID, you group the employee ID, you select max of row ID out of the duplicate. Got it? If you group by employee ID on this 100, you'll be getting only 1 row ID. For this also only 1, this also only 1. This is also only 1. For these 2, you will be getting 2.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online Oracle DBA certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Out of these 2, you are getting maximum. So you'll be getting this. If you are writing the query like this, select max of row ID from employees table group by employee ID, you'll be getting the unique record row IDs. Unique records row ID will be getting. You have to keep the record which is having this unique row ID and delete all other row IDs record. Got it? So this is the unique row ID, right? Whatever I have mentioned in green, it is a unique row ID. Within this group, these 2 are duplicate. So within this group, this one is duplicate. So you combine, you group on the employee ID, select max of row ID. Then you'll be getting unique row ID. So remaining these row ID, you are going to delete it. So this is what the query you have to write. Delete from employees where row ID not in. Where row ID not in, you are selecting this unique row ID. So this row ID record will be deleted. See now. Select first, we will select the unique row ID. Select max of row ID. Okay, so from employees, sorry, from the table called customer details. Okay, group by customer ID. So I'm grouping it. You'll be getting unique records row ID. Unique records row ID. So only 3 records are unique. Other than the record, you have to delete. Delete from the table where row ID not in this unique, then it will be deleted. 2 rows deleted, right? So now if you are checking this, select max of row, sorry, select some count of star, you will not be getting any record. Doesn't have any duplicate, right? It has deleted the duplicate. It will have only the unique record. So this is the way you can delete the duplicate. Any doubts? Okay, I hope you are clear on this deleting a duplicate record with row ID and row num column, right? Okay, so now we will go with the analytical functions. Analytical functions, here we are going to see that. So I have shared all the queries. Okay, the analytical functions, here we are going to see that rank and dense rank. 1 minute, we will see that. So what are the topics which we have in our syllabus? Okay, PLSQL subquery we have seen, return a value, set of values, all those. So this correlated subquery we will see. Okay, 2 number, 2 char, all those, right? Okay, I will take this 2 number, all those. Date and time format. Okay, concatenation, all those, right? No issues. This one we will take. Okay, so we will see now the analytical functions. What that does, it does mean the analytical functions. Then so the analytical functions, here we are going to see that rank and dense rank. These 2 concepts. These 2 are very important. Okay, so rank is nothing but consider this statement. Okay, this data set. Consider this data set. This is the salary of the employees. Like I have 17 employees, their salary is different. Okay, so different salaries they are getting. So I want to do a ranking based on the salary. So who is getting highest salary? I'm ranking it 1. Then I'm doing the ranking. Okay. So I have a salary. If I want to do the ranking, so definitely it will do the ascending order or descending order. The order by we need to do that. Okay. So which column we are doing it on the ranking? On the same column we have to do it the order by. Okay. So order by this particular column. So here, since I'm going to make the highest salaried person as rank 1, I'm going to make it order by descending. Okay, order by descending on the salary column. So if you are making the salary column descending order, then see the rank. Rank is nothing but 1. This person will be ranked as 1. Okay. So here, see here, this person will be ranked as 1. Next person will be ranked as 2. Next highest person will be ranked as 3. Next will be 4. Next will be 5. Since this person also is getting the same salary, I'll be making this person also same rank. 5 5. Next rank will be 7 only. Rank will be skipped out. Why? Because already we have mentioned 5 5. So next rank will be 7. So it will be 8. It's also 8. So here it is 10. Okay. 10, 11, 12, 12, 12, and 15. Okay, this is 12, 13, 14, 15. 15, this is 16 and 17. So this is what rank will be assigned. Okay, but the dense rank is nothing but consecutive rank will be assigned. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 5. Next rank will be 6 only, not 7. Okay, 6 only, not 7. So 8, 8, then 9. Sorry, this is 7. Okay, this is 7, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 10, 11, 12, 13. So this is what the rank and dense rank. So do you have any doubts? So what is meant by rank and dense rank? How the rank will be calculated? Okay. So you assume that you have in the department, you have in the employee table, you have 4 departments. Okay. You want to rank the employees within the department, within the departments. So 10th department, what is the rank? 20th department, so what is the rank? So you have to define that rank. You assume that this is this data set. I have 4 different departments. It has salary. So I have the department ID. So I want to do the ranking. How will you do? So you have to group all the department first. So within the department, you are going to do the ranking. So here I have grouped the department. So here the group by is nothing but partition by. Okay. So group by is nothing but non-critical function. It is a partition by. So order by salary descending and partition by department ID. Got it? So within this group, you are doing the ranking. See now, 20th, you are doing the ranking. 30th, again you are doing the 1, 2, 3. 40th, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is what within the group you are doing that ranking. So now we will write the query. So how will you write the query? For here, for ranking, right? For the ranking, you have to write this way. So it's very simple. Rank of, okay, rank of over, within that you have to make order by. So order by ranking column. So ranking column is salary descending. So this is what the ranking. You want to do the dense rank. Dense rank will be same way, but instead of rank, you have to make dense rank. That's all. Dense underscore rank of this way. So here you have one more the group by, right? within the group you want to do the ranking, then you have to go for, so group by you always make before order by, correct? So that is why you are making partition by group by column, partition by department ID here. Got it? So rank of over partition by department ID, order by salary descending. See now, I want to do the ranking of the employees table. Second highest salary, third highest salary, or if they are asking nth highest salaried person. Okay. First of all, you need to do the ranking of all the employees. How will you do the ranking on all the employees? We'll go for select column names. You have to use column names, employee underscore ID, first underscore name. So some columns only I'm going to take. Email column, job ID, salary, and department ID. These are the columns I have taken. Okay. So employee ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns. Okay. Department underscore ID. Department ID. Okay. Comma rank. I want to do it. So how will you do the rank? Rank of over order by ranking column. The salary descending order you will be doing the ranking. So those who are getting highest salary will be ranked as 1 from employees. So it will be ranked now. See now, each and every employee will be ranked as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So those who are getting higher salary will be ranked as 1. See the rank 1, 2, 2 means next one will be 4 only. 5, 6, 7, 7, then next one will be 9. 10, 11, 11, 11, then it will be 14 only. So this is what the rank. So you can, so since you have the column name is very lengthy, you can make it like alias name, rank. So it will be alias like rank. Okay. You want to do the dense rank? You can go for dense rank. Instead of rank, you can go for dense underscore rank. So rank and dense rank, order by, all those. Within the department, you want to do the ranking. So how will you do? Rank or dense rank within the department you want to do it. How will you do? Before order by, you have to make partition by.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. What is the full form of SQL? A. Structured Query Language. B. Structured Query List. C. Simple Query Language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So partition by department ID. So always see here, partition by department ID. So see this dense rank here, 1, 2, 2 also, next will be 3 only, 4, 5, 6, 6, next will be 7 only. This is dense rank. Now I am making that partition by. So each and every department, okay, each and every department rank will be assigned. 10th department, since I have only one employee, then I will be ranked as 1. 20th department, I'm having 2 employees, rank will be 1 and 2. Again, the rank will be reset. So those who are getting highest salary will be ranked as 1. Those who are getting least, the next highest salary will be ranked as 2. Only 2 employees are there, then you'll be getting 2 rank. On 30th, you have some 6 employees are there. So those who are getting highest salary within 30th department will be ranked as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So this is what each and every department will be getting rank. Even dense rank also is the same. Before order by, you have to make the partition by dense rank. Got it? So can I make, okay, I have to make first 5 persons. First 5 persons from the employees table, this table. Select top 5 earners. Okay. So how will you select top 5 earners? So in this query, right, you should select only top 5. So you're getting all the record. Out of it, you have to select these 5 employees. So you have to filter out other records. So can I use this way, where rank is the column, right? Rank less than or equal to 5. Can I use this way? Okay, so this query will not work. Why? Because since rank is not a column, so whenever you are using where class, so definitely the column should be there in the table, in this table. So it doesn't have a column called rank. That is why you cannot make this way. Okay, but if you are considering this query result as a table, if you are considering this query result as a table, then rank is one of the column, right? This result set. If you are considering the result set as a table, then it is a column. Rank is the column. How will you consider this result as table? So you have to make this query in a different way, that consider the select statement. Okay, select statement, right? Select star from the table name. The table name is, this is the table name. Select star from the table name where rank is less than or equal to 5. So you are writing that subquery. So that is why we have seen that subquery. Select star from the table. So this result will be act as a table now. It is like inline view. This is called inline view. Okay, in Oracle, where rank is less than or equal to 5. Yes, you can get the result now. Second highest salary, you have to make equal to 2. Second highest salary, 2 employees are getting same salary, so second highest salary will be 2 persons are getting. So this is what the filter condition. Okay, where rank, we want to know each and every department. I want to take the top 1 or top 2. Each and every department I want to take the top 2. What will you do? So in this, you have to make the partition by department ID, order by salary descending, where rank less than or equal to 2. Each and every department you will be getting 2 employees. So in 10th department you have one. The department itself you have only 1. 20th you have 2 employees. 30th you have 2 employees. 40th is only 1 employee there in the table itself. 50th 2 employees. Like this you will be getting each and every department 2 employees. Got it? Okay. So now one more question. I have to find out which department they are from. Okay, top 5 earner, right? Which department they are from? So top 5 earner. So which is the department they are from? So I want to know that which is the department of these 5 employees. Like 3 of them are same department. These 2 are same department. I want to know which department. The department name I want to have it. So how will you take the department name? You have to go for the joins, right? So you have to do the joins. How will you do the joins? Select all the columns from first table. First table is, this is the first table, right? So you can make it like first table is E. Inner join, or comma also you can use inner join. Second table is departments. So normally this is what you will do it, right? Departments D. Select the column names. Select the column name. Okay. From first table, this is first table. Inner join second table on condition. On E dot department ID. E dot department ID equal to D dot department ID. Department ID where E dot rank is less than or equal to 5. Okay, so here if you are making star, it will not be working. So you have to make E dot star. E dot star means all the columns from the E table, and then D dot department name. So I can make D dot. It's like a same like joins only. Select the column names from first table. From first table, this is considered as first table. Alias it like E. Inner join second table on condition. This is join condition. Sorry, this is like a filter condition. If you are running it, you'll be getting that results. Okay, if you're not getting that rank is order, right? So you can, after this where class, you can go for order by department name, D dot department name. Sorry, not D dot department name, order by rank. So E dot. Okay, so first 3 employees are from executive department, next 2 employees are from sales department. So this is what you have to write the query. E dot star is nothing but whatever the column we have selected in this inner query, it will be available in the E dot star. It is not employees dot star. So in the E, whatever the column you have selected, that column only will be available. Okay, so we have a lot of functions which are available in Oracle database. So consider the functions are like if I'm taking the table, so I have employee underscore ID, first underscore name, first name, and then I have like job ID, salary. Okay, so I have department ID. These are all the columns I have assumed that department ID from employees. Okay, so from employees table, so if I want to convert this first name in the uppercase, how can I convert? So you have to make upper of. So upper is one of the function. It is used to make the any results in uppercase. So where it will be used in real time? Okay, in real time, where it will be used, upper of, lower of, all those. For example, you know what is maybe upper of, right? So for here, I'm going to make upper of first name and lower of first name. It will convert this lower of first name, and then init cap. Init cap is nothing but initial letter capital. So init cap of first underscore name, then init cap, then reverse of first name. So it will convert the it will change the number, sorry, the character into reverse, and length. Okay, length of first name. So length will give you the length of the characters. Okay, length of the first name. See now, it will give you the uppercase, it will give you the lowercase. This is initial letter capital, this is the reverse, and this is the length. Length will consider that space also. So between, if I have any space, it will go for the length. Okay, it will so for example, it has some length. It's actually it is a reverse, but it has some space in between. So I have 10 characters and 1 space, so it is giving that 11. Okay, so this kind of functions where it will be used in real time. For example, I have select star from all underscore table. So what it does mean, this all underscore tables. So this table is a metadata table Oracle. It will have all the tables list. Whenever I'm creating a table within the database, it will have the entry. So in this table, I want to find out only for HR schema. So can I use where owner is nothing but the schema name? Can I use owner equal to HR? So if I'm using owner equal to HR, it will not select any value. Okay, why? Because so HR you are using lowercase. As I told, in Oracle the data are case sensitive. Okay, so data are case sensitive. The data are like if you take distinct owner, you'll be getting like I'm taking select distinct. So you can see that all the schema names owner from all underscore tables. It will give you that distinct owners, that is distinct schema. How many schemas are there in the database? Okay, these are all the schemas which are available as of now in the database. So like this query you are running in HR schema, that is why it's giving you this result. So you try to run this query in this admin schema, then you'll be getting more. Why? Because admin will have the more control on any other individual schema. See here, I have a lot of schema, right? 13 schemas are there. Okay, so HR, the data is like uppercase. Okay, normally if you're having data in uppercase, but if you're equating with lowercase, you'll not be getting that result. So that is why this query did not give you the result. So still I want to take that. I may not know what is the class it has, either it's uppercase or lowercase. Then you can convert this owner into lowercase. Okay, this owner into lowercase, equate with lowercase, then you can get it, right? Or uppercase with uppercase. So in HR schema, you have 33 tables. Okay, 33 tables. So this is what the real time, the lower of upper of will be used. So this is what lower upper. Okay, then you have the substring. Okay, so what it does mean, the substring? So substring, it will take either 3 arguments or 2 arguments. The substring is one of the function which is available in Oracle, that either it will take 2 arguments or 3 arguments. If it is 2 arguments, the first argument will be a string, next one will be a from position. So from that position, so for example, this one substring, right? I'm giving 2 argument or 3 arguments, it's based on that. Okay, so I'm taking that string is welcome to India. So from 12th position, I want to take 5 characters. Okay, this is 3 arguments from 12th position. So what is the 12th position? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12th position, 5 characters. So from position, this is from position, and number of characters. Okay, so from position is this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it will give you the result as India, only 5 characters. But here only 2 arguments, the string and the from position. I'm not mentioning how many characters. So from here, how many characters are there on the right hand side, it will take all the values. So now you will be getting that 3 exclamatory symbol also. Okay, so -8 is nothing but from reverse. Okay, from last it will take -8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So again it will give you the same result. 8, 5. So -8. So it will give you this result up to IA 3. Okay, -8. So 5 characters. Okay. From minus. Okay, so we are getting that -8, right? -8. It will be giving you, this is the -8, correct? Out of it, it will giving the 5 characters. Okay, this is 5. So this is what you'll be getting, that result as India. So 1, 4 in the job ID. So see now the job ID is, this is what the actual job ID. This is giving first 4 characters. 1, 4. Got it? Substring. Okay, this is substring. So substring will give you the string, the in string. Next one is called in string. So in string, it will give you the position of the string. It will give you the position. Okay, for example, if you take this one, if you consider this one, in string of corporate floor. Okay, in the corporate floor, I want to find out where is that OR or simply R. Where is this R is present? Third position, right? It will give you the position of the string, position of the character. Okay, so here I'm going to make carpet floor. AB is present? No. It will give you the result as 0. Okay, so this is like from the OR, right? From third position, second occurrence. This is second occurrence. Okay, from third position is, this is third position. OR I'm finding. So this is from third position, first occurrence. This is second occurrence. But while computing, compute the number from the first. So it will be having like 14. So 14 you'll be getting the result. Okay. Okay. So in string will always give you the position of the string. So for example, this is what you have email ID. You take this email ID. Okay, sample@gmail.com. This is one of the email ID. So from here, I want to take the user. Okay, user ID from the mail ID. Okay, so today it might be sample, tomorrow it might be sample underscore 123. Okay, any letters it can be. So how can I take for each and every person? I have to take the user ID from the email ID. So for this, I will find out where is this at position. Where is the at position? I will find this at. I will take the substring from 1. I will find this at position, right? For example, that position I will take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 11th position is at. Correct? 11th is at. So from first position to 10th position, I need to take always for this query, this sample email. For all other sample, I have to take based on that. So first of all, I have to find out where is that position. So for this, I will go for select. Okay, select in string ins or in string of the sample 1, comma at. Where is that at present? From dual. It will give you the position, right? Where is that at symbol is present? So 11th position. So I have to take the substring. Okay, for example, substring of sub str of substring of, this is the string, substring of this one, comma first position, comma then this is like this position -1, this one -1, right? Select this one from dual. So you got it? How did I written this? 1, 2, 3 underscore. So underscore is there here. You check here, it will be available. Okay, underscore. So if I'm writing some other email ID, okay, some ABC, something I'm writing, same one you have to make it here. It will always fetch that user ID. See now. Okay. So why? Because we are finding the position of this at. We are making -1 from first position to this -1. So this is what. So sometimes in interview also they might be asking this type of questions. Okay, if I'm giving email ID, how will you take the user ID from the email ID? This is the answer. Got it? You have to make in string and substring. functions to find out. So next one is like LPAD. So what is that LPAD? LPAD and RPAD is nothing but padding. So LPAD is nothing but left side padding. Okay. So for example, here I have the welcome is a keyword. It should be 15 characters. If it is not 15 characters, then make the star on the left hand side, remaining star on the left hand side. It should be 15 characters. Okay, 15 characters length, but actually it is on 7 characters, right? 7 characters. So left hand side you have to make star. So 8 star will be placed on the left hand side, remaining 7. So this one will be placed on the right hand side, RPAD. So this one, both the side, LPAD as well as RPAD. So totally 30 characters should be there, out of which right side it will be 15 characters, remaining 8 will be a star. So if you have doubt, you can practice it now. Then you will be getting. This one is nothing but I want to make all the salaries 15 digit. If the salary is not 15 digit, I'm making zeros on the left hand side. Okay, so salary should be a 15 digit salary. If it is not 15 digit, I'm making the remaining zeros on the left hand side. Okay, so next one I can go for the trim function. The trim function, it will remove the space. Okay, it will remove the space. It will remove the space. For example, this is what the trim. It will remove the space on the left. L trim will remove the space on the left hand side. R trim will remove the space on the right hand side, and trim will remove the space on the left hand side and right hand side. It will not remove this in between space. See now, this one will remove the left hand side space. This one will remove the right hand side space. The next one will remove the space on the left hand side as well as right hand side, but it will not remove the space on the this one. Okay, if I want to remove, then you can go with what is the function you can go with? Replace. Okay, so replace, you can go for replace of this one, comma, any space with null. Okay, one space, comma, null. So if you are making that replace of this one, then again in between space also will be removed. See now, why? Because replacing a space with null. So that is why you will be getting that results. So simply you have to use that functions. Okay, so now only we are going with replace. Replace is nothing but you are replacing some characters with other characters. Okay, some word with other word, some character with other character. In this Jack and Jew, we are replacing J with BL. It will become black and blue. See now, J with BL, right? Wherever J comes, it will replace J with BL. That is why I have made that space with null. So here also, what it does mean, why I have made this upper. Okay, why I have made this upper. So if the job, okay, if the job is manager, it will convert that manager into boss. But if any of the job ID is coming with manager like this, manager lowercase, it will not convert. So to take this manager also to boss, I have make upper of. Okay, if the lower character or upper character, it will be converting that upper lower into uppercase, and then it will convert the manager. The replace, right? See the replace. Replace. So here I have the phone number. In the phone number column, so dot is replaced with null. That means we are replacing dot with null. So we are removing the dot from the phone number. Okay, so you are replacing a character with this character with this character. Translate is nothing but position wise translation. So this is the string, and then A is translated to W, B will translate it to X, C will be translated to Y, and D will be translated to Z, and E and F I do not have any character here. Then it will be, if I'm getting E and F, it will be replaced with null. Other than these 6 characters, it will come as it is. Okay, see now. So that is what you will be getting. So try to practice this one, so definitely you can get it. Okay, so translate, position wise it will translate. So next one, so NVL we have seen already, collates we have seen, null also we have seen. So round function, it will round if it is more than 0.5. okay, this is more than 0.5, it will round it to 3.6. okay, so this one will be rounded to 3.6 also, 3.5 only. Why? Because 0.3 rounded up to 2 position. So this position will be rounded for C now, how it will be rounded off. Okay, so any guess on this round function? Any guess? What could be the result on this round? Yeah, Ashish, you are correct. Okay, so this is 7.9 only. Why? Because so 2 decimal characters I want to have, but the third one is more than 5, so it will give you 7.9. Okay, got it. So this is what round function will give you. So round function, if it is more than 0.5, it will round it off. Trunc function, it will always give you the base value. This trunc rate will always give you the base value. Even though this is like 7878, it will give you 78 only, base value only. But 78 only it will give. Okay, 783. This is 7832. Okay, so ceiling and floor. Ceiling, how we have the ceiling in our home, right? The same way, the ceiling will always take the top value. Floor will always take the base value. Floor means the base value. So even though it is equal to around 6, okay, but it will give you 5 only. Why? Because floor value it will take, base value it will take 5.99, base value is 5. So it's like 009, it's almost 5, so it will give you 5 only. Ceiling, it will take the top value as 6. It is almost 5 only, but it will give you 6. Why? Because ceiling, the next value. Okay, so mod function, it will always give you the remainder. Always give you the remainder. So 55 divided by 4. So what is the remainder value? It will give you mod. Okay, mod function will give you the remainder. So where it will be used? For example, so mod function, where it will be used? Select star from employees. In this employees table, I want to find out those who are joined on leap year. Okay, I want to find out. I want to select the employees who have joined on leap year. Okay, so how will you take the employees who are joined on leap year? Based on the hire date. So from the hire date column, I want to take the year part divided by 4, that is remainder. From the date column, how will you take the year part or month part, all those? You have to go for select. For example, I'm going with select employee underscore ID, comma hire underscore date, comma 2 underscore care of. Okay, 2 underscore care of hire date. So in this hire date, I want to take year alone. Then I can give YYY from employees. So YYY is nothing but, so from the hire date column, it will take only the year part. See now, year part alone it is giving, right? Okay, you want the month, you can go for 2 care of here. So it will give you month in the numeric 06, 09, all those. If you want to month in the character, you have to go for MON, or MM is different and MON is different. MM will give you numeric numbers, MON will give you the letters. Okay, the September or June. MONTH will give you whole month name. Got it? So this all are small letter, right? It will use the lowercase. If I'm having like M is capital and the first letter will be capital. So you can have it. The same way I want to find out whether this particular who have joined on leap year. Okay. So then I will make this column. This will give you, right? So select star from employees. Okay, employees where, okay, so where this one, this is a higher date, right? Mod of this one, okay, mod of this one comma 4, you are dividing by 4 equal to 0, then this is like leap year. Those who have joined on leap year, you are getting all the employees. See now, all the employees who have joined on leap year. Got it? So totally 21 employees have joined on leap year.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. Which is the subset of SQL commands used to manipulate Oracle database structures, including tables? A. Data definition language. B. Data manipulation language. C. Data manipulation language as well as data definition language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online Oracle DBA certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
The function, single row functions. The first function is month between. Okay, so this function month between will tell you how many months are there in the 2 dates. Okay, if I'm giving you 2 dates, it will give you how many months are there between the 2 dates. So for example, this syntax, okay, month between. So I'm taking that select month between 2 underscore date of this date I'm giving. So I want to find out how many months are there between these two date. Okay, so 1/1/2003 to 1/1/2014. How many months are there? For example, even you can make 2020. How many months are there? So here I can make 2020. Here I can make 2015 or 2010. Okay, so 1/1/2020 to 1/1/2015. How many months are there between these two dates? So it will give you the date. Okay, so how many months? So 60 months are there. Okay, it's 5 years, right? So 60 months. So this month between will give you how many months are there in the between two dates. Like today's date to 2000. How many months are there between these two dates? This date, it will take today's date and then 1/1/2000. So it's almost 20 years, 19 years. So it will give you this 20 years, right? So it will give you the 240 months. So this is the way. But this one, right? This one will give you. This is month between. If I want to find out the days between two dates, okay. So you have to give select this two date function. So this one to find this one to mention the date, okay, which is the format. So to date of this one. So this function is giving you this. I'm not using any month between. This is days between. How many days are there between these two date? So it will give you how many days, like 1096 days are between these two date. So this is like days between two dates. So next one, this is a days between if I want to find out. So next one is next day. Next day is nothing but it will give you, for example, if I'm taking the next day function. So I'm taking 23rd August 2019. Okay, so this is the Oracle default format, date format. DD-MON-YY. Oracle default format. No need to mention any 2 underscore date functions, all those. So next day is nothing but after this date, when is next Tuesday. Okay, so when is next Tuesday? This is what it will give you. So after this date, 23rd August 2019, next Tuesday will be on 27th August 2019. So for example, I want to find out next Thursday from today's date. Next Thursday from today's date. So I can, instead of this date, I can make sys date of Thursday. So I can make Thursday here. So it will give you next Thursday's date. Next Thursday falls on 30th January 2020. So this is the function of next day, and I'm getting that last day function. So last day, what it does mean, for example, this last day function, if I'm taking last day of this date, it will give you the last day of the month. This month I have 31st, right? 31st. So it will give you 31st of January. So if I'm adding today's date plus 25 days, if I'm adding from today's date, it will almost around 23rd or 24th of February. So what is the last date of this February? It's 29th February 2020. It will give you this result. Okay. So this is the last day, is nothing but it is used to take last day of the given date. Okay, last day of the given date. So it will give you that last date function. Then add month. Add month, it will give you how many months are there. Sorry, it will add that month. For example, if I'm giving you one date, if I want to add like 19, so 2019 I'm taking. If I want to add 3 months after this 1st August, then it will add September, October, November. So it is giving November 1st. So if I want to add 5 years from current date, okay, 60 months. So it's 26th January 25. Okay, so that is like after 5 years. If I want to find out what is the date, so this is what the date. So this is what it will give you. So these are like functions which we have mentioned in the document as well. Okay, if you take toChar, right, so it is used to convert any number into a character. Any number into a character. This toChar of this number, it will convert in this format. Okay, so this is only 19 I have mentioned, so it will be giving you 7. So it will give you 1210.7. It will add dollar symbol before this number. It will convert this number into character now. Okay, number format into data type into character, adding one dollar symbol, and that too it will give you only 1 decimal point. Since it is 1 decimal point, it will give you 0.8 only, not 0.7. So it will round off. Okay, it will do the round off. Okay, then this one, it will give you three digits, 730. Today's date, it will convert a date into this format as a character. Okay, so either it is YYY or MON, it will give you like the first 3 letters of the month with the M caps, and the DDth. For example, today is 26th. It will give you Jan 26th 2020. So DDth, again MM means it will give you 01. Okay, 01. So I'm converting this in this. I'm converting today's date into in this format, MMDDYY. This is number now. Okay, this is number, 2 number. With that number, I'm adding 1. It will give you 2021, right? 2021. But here I have added 1 date, system date plus 1. What it will do? Instead of 26th Jan, it will give you 27th Jan. It will convert that 27th Jan into this format. This is hours, minute, and second. HH24 is 24 hours. It will format, it will 24 hours. It is 2009, all those. So this is 12 hours. It will convert that into PM or AM. So this is like toChar function. So one more function is there, absolute. it will give you ABS function. It will give you that absolute value. Okay. So this is what it will give you, that ABS is nothing but absolute. It will convert the minus into plus. So these are all the some of the functions. Before the functions, we need to see that all the anonymous block which are available in PL SQL. Okay, so now we are going to start with the basic of the coding, the PL SQL. Okay, so we will start with the actual PL SQL code, Okay, getting started with PL SQL code. PL SQL is nothing but the procedural language for SQL. Okay, SQL, structured query language. Okay, it is an Oracle proprietary language. So so if I want to do a set of actions, set of code, a set of SQL queries should be executed. To be executed, then I can go for this PL SQL. So in PL SQL, we have two types of blocks. Okay, two types of blocks. One is anonymous block. The other one is named block. Okay, so first of all, we are going to see what is anonymous block, and then we are going to see that named block. In named block, we have procedure. Okay, functions, and packages, and triggers. Okay, so these are all the different objects we are going to see. Triggers. Okay, the named block. So now we will start with anonymous block. So anonymous block is nothing but, this is the syntax of any anonymous block in PL SQL. In PL SQL, if you are writing any code, so this is what you have to follow the syntax. First of all, you have to declare it. Okay, so declaration part, you have to declare it, all the variable declaration, all the function declaration, procedure declaration, all those you can do it in the declaration part. Then you can go for the body of the statement. The body of the statement always starts with begin and end. So begin and end. So begin and end, you can have this body of the statement. Within this body of the statement, you can write exceptions. Okay, you can write the executable statement, and then you can write the exceptions. This declaration part, right, in any anonymous block, this declaration part is optional one. Either you can write, or you may write or may not write this declaration part. The same way, the exception part also in PL SQL code, this is optional. Okay, so declaration part and exception part, it's an optional one. If I want to simply write a code, PL SQL code, you can write a static code by using begin and end. Within this begin and end, you can write any code. So if I want to say, for example, in C, C++ or Java, we will write some print statement, right? So like printing some statement. So how will you print a statement in the console, the DBMS output? Then in Oracle, we have the package called DBMS underscore output dot put underscore line. Okay, so this is output. Okay, DBMS underscore output dot put underscore line with the function. Okay, this function, within the function, whatever you are giving, right, it will be printed. So you can give like any statement. Welcome to PL SQL session. Okay, if I'm writing something, but you have to write within the anonymous block. Okay, so within the begin and end, then only it will be executed. So this statement, this PL SQL statement, right, this simple PL SQL code will be executed, and then it will print welcome to PL SQL session in the console. Okay, see here, I'm going to execute the statement. So here I need to write semicolon. Okay, in PLSQL, every end of the statement you have to mention that semicolon. Okay, the begin and end, right? The begin and end, you have to give that the PLSQL statement. So here, if I want to execute statement, if I'm executing the statement, it will be executed. It will say like PLSQL procedure successfully completed. It will show you. So where it has been printed. So if I want to see that output, this one, then I have to go for view, click on DBMS underscore output. This DBMS output. Click on this, then here it will be opened. The below the screen will be opened. You have to click on this plus symbol, connect to the schema, which are the schema, then you can execute the statement. If I'm executing the statement, so here it will be, so I have erased the log here. So I'm going to execute. It is showing that PLSQL has been executed successfully. It is printing that welcome to PLSQL session. Okay, so now we are going to see that this is a simple statement. Now I want to execute some declaration as well, declaration part as well. So you assume that I want to add two numbers. Okay, add two numbers in the PLSQL code. So first of all, I can go for declaration part and begin and end. Okay, within this begin and end, I have to make the addition of two numbers. So addition of two numbers means I can get the number one. Okay, so number one, it is, what is the data type of this number? I can go for number data type, number of 8. So first number is number of 8. Number 2, it is also number of 8. So if I add these two number, I need to store the number in result, right? So I can have result is one of the data type, sorry, the variable I'm going to, or I can go with the sum also. Sum, it's like you have the number data type, number of 8 again. I'm not initializing any variable here, just I'm mentioning that the data type. Okay, so here, so I want to make what is the n1. So n1 equal to one number. So I'm giving one number. So n1 is 20 and n2 is one more number, the 40. So I'm giving these two numbers, and so whenever we are writing the PLSQL, right, the assignment operator in PLSQL statement will be colon equal to. The assignment operator in PLSQL is like colon equal to. Got it? Assignment operator colon equal. Okay, so that is why it is giving you the error. So you have to make colon equal. Then here also colon equal. Then sum equal to n1 plus n2. You have to print. So this is also sum also. You have to make colon equal to. You have to print that value in the console. Then you can make dbms underscore output dot put underscore line of. So you can write the addition of two numbers. The addition of two numbers are. So you can mention that what is the number. Okay, so here the addition of two numbers is sum. You have to mention. You can close it. Semicolon. So it is a static. It's almost static code. Always it will give you that the number addition of two numbers are 60. So I'm going to execute. Okay, so here I should not use this comma, so I have to use concatenation. Here I need to use concatenation in Oracle PLSQL. Okay, so this concatenation I have to use. So execute this statement. So you are getting that compilation error. So whenever you are getting any compilation error, right, in PL SQL, it will give you that line number. Okay, so line number, it will give you that error. So what is the line number? It got errored out. So which number it got errored out? You can mention that line numbers. Okay, so here it is showing like line number 9, column number 62. So this is the line number 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. DB underscore, DBMS underscore, put underscore line of. Okay, so since this is the keyword, I can go for something like addition. Okay, so since we have used that sum, right? Sum is a keyword, you should not use it. So here you have to use in this way. The sum of two numbers are 60. So this is like a static code. Always it will give you that 60 only. Always it will give you 60 only. But here either you can assign a value here or you can assign a value here also. For example, here also you can mention that equal to 30 colon equal to 50. So colon equal to 50. You can give this assignment and you can execute. It will be executed. It will give you the result as the addition of two numbers are 80. So 30 plus 50, 80. I will clear it now. But I'm thinking that I need to get the input from the user. Then I have to add those two numbers. Okay, I need to get the input from the user. Then you can mention ampersand n1. Okay, this is ampersand n1. This is ampersand n2. So it's number n1 and number 2. So now you are mentioning this and symbol, right? This symbol, Oracle will expect you some input. That is why in any of the comment also, in any of the statement also, you should not give and. So you should not give this symbol. This symbol you should not give. So Oracle will expect an input from here also. So it is advised to have only whenever we want to get in the input from the user, you can go with this symbol. Otherwise, you should not go for this sample. Now, if I'm going to execute this symbol, it will ask you enter the value of LV for N1. So I'm entering like 100. This is enter value for N2. I'm entering like 200. Then it will give you the addition of two numbers are 300. So you can mention the addition of N1 value itself. The addition of here N1. So addition of 100. Okay. So addition of N1. So this is what I'm writing. Addition of N1 concatenation 100 and okay, this is a new this is a character, so I'm making that and concatenation N2 R. So you can make numbers R. Okay, no issues. So you are printing this instead of two numbers, whatever the number I'm giving, that number I'm just printing it. So I'm executing this one. So it will ask the first number, I'm giving 20. The second number, I'm giving 200. It will mention the addition of 20 and 200 numbers are 220. So even you can remove this also. Got it? So this is the way you can get the input from the user and then you can print it. This is simple anonymous block which is available in PLSQL basics block. So now I'm going to get the data from the Oracle table to PLSQL block. I'm going to fetch the data from Oracle table to PLSQL block. So you should assume that I'm going to fetch the data from the table and then I'm going to use that data in the PLSQL block, so anonymous block. So I'm going to write the declaration part, declare and begin and end. So whenever you are starting with begin, start with end. You have to write in this way. Okay. So while typing it the begin, you make it like end. That is the best practice. So here I'm going to select some columns from the table, from the employees table. Assume that this is employee table. So you cannot select all the columns. I'm going to select only one column. Select salary from the employees table. Okay, from employees table. You assume that. So if I'm going to select the columns in the table, you can select only one record at a time. Okay, where employee underscore ID equal to some only one ID. So whenever you are writing a select statement within the PLSQL code, remember you can select only one record at a time, not more than that. If you want to fetch more than one record from the base table, then you have to go for cursor. Okay, cursor is nothing but it will go into the loop. So loop, and then it will fetch the more record from the base table. But if you don't use cursor or loop, right? So normally you can select only one record from the base table to PLSQL block. So now I'm going to use only one employee ID, that is one salary. I'm going to only one column I'm going to bring. But so you need to store. So I have taken that the salary, right? Whatever the salary you have taken, that column name you have to store it in a variable. Okay, so that variable you have to write select column name into one particular variable, that is v salary I'm writing. So always in PLSQL block you have to write select column name into a variable, this statement. Okay, into a variable is a syntax. So here v salary is the variable, right? You have to define it, otherwise it will get failed. Variable is v salary is nothing but number data type. You can give number of some eight digits. Okay, I want to print that DBMS. So DBMS underscore output dot put underscore line of the salary of the employee. Concatenation, you have to use v salary. So the variable port, the data will be stored in the variable, then it will be available here, v salary. You have to make semicolon. So this is the way you have to write it. Okay, so whenever you are writing any select statement within PLSQL block, you can select only one record at a time. If you want to select more than one record, you have to go for cursor. So now I haven't written that cursor. We will do the cursor in the next session. So now I'm going to execute the statement. So the salary of the employee is employee 120 is this one. I want to take what is the employee ID here. I want to get the employee ID here. So if I want to get the employee ID, you can mention that employee ID here as VEMP ID. V employee underscore ID equal to, or it is a number data type. Number of employee ID is 4 digit. Colon equal to ampersand EMP ID. Okay, this EMP ID I'm going to get it from the user. Got it? So whatever the it will be stored in the EMP ID. Then this employee ID will be here, applied here. Okay, employee ID, I am passing it. The salary of the employee Okay, so that variable, local variable, so here I can make. So now I'm going to execute. So enter the employee ID. So 121. The salary of the employee 121 is 8200. Okay, so this is what you can execute the statement.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. What is the full form of SQL? A. Structured Query Language. B. Structured Query List. C. Simple Query Language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now we are going to see some statement, okay, some looping statement, the conditional statement and looping statement. The conditional statement in Oracle, okay, the conditional statement in Oracle. So we have so if condition, okay, this is the syntax of if condition. If condition, then the condition is true, this statement will be executed. Statement will be executed. If the condition is false, the else statement will be executed. So end. So this is the if statement. If condition, then statement, else. Either you can use this else statement or not. This is simple if statement. If condition, then the statement will be executed. If the condition is true, then the statement will be executed. Otherwise, it will come out of the condition. Okay. So if I want to have some else condition, you can make else condition. If I want to make some else if, okay. So else if is ELSIF. Else if, okay. So remember, it is not ELSEIF, and PLSQL is ELSIF. Else if condition, the one more condition you can make, condition, then statement, executable statement. So this is the syntax of if then else. Same way we have case statement. Okay, same way we have case statement. So case statement also, see here, this is the case statement. Case when condition 1, then statement 1. When condition 2, then statement 2. When condition 3, then statement 3. Else statement, end the case. So whenever we are opening the case, you have to make that end case. Okay. So this is the syntax of case statement as and if statement. So do you have any doubts in this syntax? The syntax of case statement. Okay. See now, I'm going to explain you one if statement. Sorry, case statement. So it is very easy only. You can yourself itself you can tell the answer. Okay. So declaration part, we are declaring it begin and end. Within the begin and end, we are using that begin. Okay, begin. Select salary into V salary from EMP. So I can take employees table from employees where employee ID equal to. Okay, so employee ID equal to some 120. Yes, in that 120. The employee ID is 120. Case when V salary is greater than $4,000, then DBA output is, so here if I'm making like less than 5,000 salary, less than $5,000, you assume that 5,000 salary, low salary, I'm printing like it is, so $4,000, so low salary. So if it is greater than 4,000, okay, greater than or equal to 4,000, V salary is greater than or equal to 4,000, and V salary is less than or equal to 15,000. So I'm making that something like fair salary. Okay, then else part is I'm making like high salary. So else part is remaining greater than 15,000, right? It will be making like high salary. So here I will print that what is the salary of the employee. Then you can understand. So here itself I can print dbms underscore output dot put underscore line of the V salary. The salary is, I'm printing like salary is this is the salary I'm printing. First I have printed the salary, then I'm making like it's a low salary or fair salary or high salary. So now it will print. So whenever I'm executing this code, it will print the salary is 8,000. So it is like it is mentioning like fair salary. So you are clear, right? Now I'm going to the other statement. Like the same statement, you can go for if then else also. If then else. Okay, the case statement. If condition. So this one I can make for if V salary is greater than 5,000, then this one. This is else if, one more condition I'm making, right? Else if this one, else, and if. Okay, so if you want, I can take one more, another employee's salary. The same statement I have written in if condition also. So I'm going to execute the statement. The salary is 2,800. It is low salary. So this is what. So the case statement and the if statement is almost same. So based on the scenario, you can use either one. Clear? I hope you are clear. The next one is like looping statement. The looping statement, you have like 3 different looping statements. So the difference between the case and if statements, there is no difference. Okay, so either you can go for case statement or if statement. So it's again the similar statement only. So it's based on the scenario. Okay, you can use it. So in real time, most of the time you will go for if statement instead of case statement. Okay. So looping in PLSQL, we have 3 different loops. One is simple loop. So this is a syntax for loop. So loop, you have to make loop and end loop. Within that loop and end loop, you can make exit when some condition. Okay, so while loop, so while condition, then it will get into the loop. For loop, so for loop and then end loop. Okay, this is the syntax of loop. Now you assume that I want to print numbers from 1 to 5. Numbers from 1 to 5. So just I want to print that numbers from 1 to 5. Okay, so what is that? So you have to declare it first. Declare begin and end. What is the first number you are giving? Like it is like the first number is 1. Okay, you assume that I'm going with loop. So loop statement. Whenever you are making loop, you have to make end loop. Otherwise, you will forget to mention that. If you are mentioning end, you will get confused. Either it is a end statement for loop or end statement for the body of the statement. So that is why we will make end loop. Okay. So within the end loop, we have to mention that the statements. So first of all, take one value. Then you have to print the number of times. Okay. So loop and loop. So we can go for dbms underscore output. So first you are printing it dbms underscore output dot put underscore line bracket. You can mention that any number. Okay, for example, I'm mentioning like v number. Okay, it's a variable. So how many numbers you are, how many times you want to go to the loop? So you are mentioning like so loop should be 5 times. So first of all, you need to mention that what is v number. So v number equal to, it's a number data type, equal to 1 now. Initially I'm giving the value as 1. So first of all, it will get into the loop, then it will print 1 here. Okay, so 1 here. Then I have to make exit when. Okay, when should be exited. Exit when the number is, the v number is greater than or equal to 6 or 5. Okay, so I can make like 6. It will get in. So, but I have to increment, otherwise it will not be incremented. Okay, so here vnum equal to vnum plus 1. I'm just incrementing by 1. vnum plus 1. Okay, so first of all, it will take 1. It will go into the loop. dbms output put underscore line. It will print that 1 here. Now it will be 2. Exit when the number is greater than or equal to 6. So again it will go print. So like this it will go to 6 times. So when 6 it will be printed, then it will get exit. Okay, so okay, 5 only. Why? Because you are mentioning the 5, right? 5 it will go into the loop, then it will print that 5. Okay, so now the value will be 6. 6 means it will come out of the loop. Got it? So I want to print the numbers from 1 to 10, all the even numbers. So can you rewrite the statement to print all the even numbers? I have given you the take your two minutes of time. Okay, so you print, I want to print the numbers as even numbers from 1 to 10. So please try, just try. So you can modify that code whichever I have pinged. Okay, so if you are taking that equal to 1 first, okay, if you are taking, so this is the answer. Executing the statement, so it will be getting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, even you can get the two numbers from the user. You can print the odd number, sorry, or even number between the numbers. You can go for if statement. Yeah, no issues. No issues as this. So like if you are making 1 equal to, sorry, if your v number is 1, then if you are adding plus 2, then it will be odd number. Okay, so yeah, anyhow, so now we will check one more statement. So I want to print. Okay, so take this statement. So what could be the output of this statement? You tell me. What would be the output of this statement? Even if you want, you can put like a statement also. So what is the answer of this statement? Just I'm giving the user input as u. I'm converting this into upper of a. Okay, so this will be converted into uppercase. This uppercase there in the list. then it will print the character is in English vowels. Okay, see now. So if I'm giving some other, okay, some other letter, okay, I'm giving R, then the else part will be executed. Else part will be executed. See here, the character is not in English vowels. So I want to take the higher date of each and every employee. Okay, higher date of each and every employee, and then I have to mention whether it is he has joined on leap year or non-leap year. Okay, so how to do that? It's very simple. So take this higher date. Okay, so it's again the same logic we are going to use that to find leap year or non-leap year of the higher date. See now this code, you see it. So just simply the same we have written declare v higher date. I have taken as number data type. So VEMP ID is the number of 8, is also number data type, and we have taken as the employee ID we are going to get from the user. Begin select two care of hire date comma. Okay, so this one, so this is the conversion function, right? From the hire date I'm going to take the character, then converting into a number, and then storing the number into v hire date. That is the hire date. I'm just, it is not a date, it's a number. From HR dot employees, if the mod of v hire date comma 4 equal to 0, then I'm printing it leap year or non-leap year. Just I'm printing it. So I'm going to execute the statement.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online Oracle DBA certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So employee ID it is asking, so I'm giving like 120. So it is printing like the higher date is 2004 is leap year. Okay, so this is what you'll be getting the result. So just I have taken that date column and I'm printing it. This is simple if statement. We are not going for any looping statement here. Okay, yeah. So now we are going to see that the while loop. So what is my while loop? So while loop also it's going for the looping. So I'm going to so this is the syntax for while loop. So while condition loop, that end loop, and within the loop you have to make the statement. Okay, first of all it will check the condition. If the condition true, then it will go inside the loop. Okay, I want to print the same 1 to 5. Okay, so 1 to 5 from the numbers, then I can go for the declaration part. Declare. Okay, so this is while loop is begin, right? So begin, and within the begin I have to make end, begin and end. So begin and end I'm going to use while loop. While, so I can use any conditions. Okay, while I'm taking number is less than or equal to 5, then it will go into the statement dbms output. So I'm printing like dbms underscore output dot put underscore line. Okay, printing the number. So number I'm just printing it. So I have to declare the number here. First I will take the number as, so num equal to number of some 4 digit I can take, so equal to 1. So I'm giving the value as 1 first. dbms output. Okay, so while the condition. Okay, so this is what, so number I have taken, the number is first of all I have taken 1, it will go inside the 1. So number 1 is less than or equal to 5 only, it will go inside the loop, it will print, and then again it will go into the loop again, number is 2 now, so 2 is less than or equal to 5, it will print 2. So this is what it will go, and then it will have, so increment. So I haven't given that increment, right? So definitely you need to give the increment. So number equal to num plus 1. So you are incrementing it. So you have to increment, otherwise it will get failing. So just if you increment, it will be the same way you can get it. Okay, the same way you can able to get it. So if I want to the even number, odd number, the same way you can number plus 2. You can take that number as first number is 2. Okay, so number is less than or equal to 11. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, so this is what you have to mention. If I want to mention that even number or odd number in the while loop. Okay, so this is the statement for simple while loop. So why? Because the statements which we are using, like while loop, if loop, for loop, all those, right? We are going to use these statements in PLSQL block. Okay, in the PLSQL block. So that is why the named block we are going to use. That is why we are seeing that the looping statements. Now I'll go for the for loop. Okay, the for loop is nothing but this is the statement for loop. Okay, for loop. So this is the syntax for loop. Make a note of it. For in PLSQL, this is the for loop. Okay, make a note of it. For variable in, so it reverse is optional one. If I want to go for reverse order, then you have to go for reverse. So for variable in reverse low value, okay, the lowest value of the loop and the highest value of the loop, you have to make double dot. Okay, dot dot lower value and high value. So loop executable statement and end loop. For example, if I want to print out welcome 5 times, okay, welcome 5 times, so just you can follow this statement. So I is the number. So if I want to initialize, you can initialize it. So begin for I in, so for I in 1 to 5, yes, definitely it will be on the 1 to 5 only initially. So it will start with 1 and then end with 5. Looping statement. So DBMS output dot put underscore line of welcome I. So first of all it will print welcome 1, then it will go to 2, welcome 2, welcome 3, welcome 4, and welcome 5. 5 times it will print. Okay, it's same like again looking like the Python script, right? The same way. So in Python we will use for I in range 1, 5 loop, end loop. We will follow the indentation in Python, but here we are not following any indentation. The same way, this is the looping statement.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. Which is the subset of SQL commands used to manipulate Oracle database structures, including tables? A. Data definition language. B. Data manipulation language. C. Data manipulation language as well as data definition language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay, so next one in our PL/SQL, we have constant and the null value. Okay, dealing with constant and null value. So if you are declaring a variable, right? While we declare the variable, whenever you are declaring a variable as some value, okay, for example, if you take, okay, you take this code, declare, okay, so I'm declaring it date of birth. I'm declaring a date of birth. So just it's a simply a date equal to 22nd December 2015. So this is the date I have taken. Begin, within this body of the statement I have changed it, date of birth equal to 23rd December 2015. That is some other date I have changed it. Okay, so what will happen? So which date of birth it will print here? In Oracle memory, first it will allocate in the date variable, it will allocate this particular date. After that, again, it will replace DOB with 23rd. So it will print like 23rd December 2015. But if you are thinking that, so it's like a global, right? It's a global variable. So here it's a local variable to this body of the statement. If you are thinking that you should not change the value of this variable in any of the block within the statement, you have to mention that statement as, okay, uh, that variable as constant. Okay, the constant variable. If you are mentioning like constant variable, then it will not be changed at any time. Okay, so if you are thinking that this variable has been declared as constant, you cannot change it anywhere in the, so you have to mention the variable name, either it is a constant, date, the data type, and then value. So here I have mentioned as constant, right? I'm trying to change it here. You'll be getting error. Okay, the assignment operator. So the expression DOB cannot be used as an assignment target. Why? Because you have mentioned as constant variable. So if any PLSQL code, if any of the variable you have mentioned as constant, within the body of the statement you cannot change it. Remember this. And same way, for example, if you are mentioning the data type as null, okay, not null, you are defining this is as not null. Okay, so date is not null. If you are mentioning as not null, here you are assigning a null value. Here you are assigning a null value for the date. You cannot do this. Why? Because you have defined this data bus as not null. It's a not null constraint. Same like it cannot allow the null value here. See now, if you are trying to make a null value, it will throw an error. Okay, so wrong type, it will throw an error. So if I'm going to the commented out, this line commented out, then it will be executed. So it will be executed now. Okay, so you know the difference between constant and, okay, so shall we go for 5 minutes of break? So we'll go for 5 minutes of break and then we'll continue. Yeah, okay. So in PL SQL, so we have a data type called Boolean. Okay, we have the data type called Boolean. So it will accept either a true or false. Okay, true or false. So you can make true or the conditions. For example, if you are giving like if A is greater than B, then return A is greater than, or you can give like it's a true. If A is greater than B, then you can return true. If you can mention that the conditions, right? So this Boolean data type is available in PL SQL. Consider this particular statement. Consider this particular statement. If I'm giving value like this, okay, so it is very simple. Declaration part, I'm declaring it. A is a Boolean data type, so Boolean data type, same like whatever the data type we have, it's a Boolean data type equal to true. I'm giving a value as true, and B I'm giving a value as false. Okay, if A and B, so and will always give you true if both are true. Both are true, then it will give you a true. So now if one is true, one is false, this condition will not be satisfied. Okay, then this will be satisfied. It will give you the line to condition is true. So that is what it will give you the result. Okay, so add the condition. So it's a logical and line to condition is true. If I'm making this also true, this is also true, then it will give you line 1 condition is true. Line 1 condition is true. So this is what it will give you the result. So Boolean data type. So now you can tell, so answer for this statement, answer for this statement, I will pick this statement. So you can tell the answer for this statement. So look at the statement, look at the statement. Okay, so look at the statement. So I have declared A as true, B as false. So up to here I have written A is true, B is false. So whichever the line will be executed. See here, the same statement I have given. It's true and false, right? If A and B, so true and false will be false, right? So as I told, and condition will take both of the statement. So if A and B are like true and false, this line will not be executed. Okay, this is simple if only. It will come out of the if. Then this is or condition, A or B. So true or false. So or condition, if any of one of the statement is true, then it will be executed. Then it will be executed line number 2. Okay, this is not of A. Not of A means A is true, not of A means it is a false. This line will not be executed. Since this line not executed, the else part will be executed. So as of now, 2 and 4 will be executed. Okay. Then not of B. If not of B is nothing but true, then 5 will be executed. Okay. So the answer is 2, 4, and 5. So it's looking like simple, but still we are doing some mistake. Okay, so okay, now we are going to see that percentage type and percentage row type. So this is attribute of PLSQL, percentage type and percentage row type. So what it does mean, the percentage type. For example, we have written one statement to take the data from the base table, correct? To take the data from base table, we have written one select statement. Am I correct? We have written one select statement, right? So how will you write the select statement? For example, if I want to write a select statement to fetch the data, then I will go for declare. Okay, so begin and end. Within the begin and end, I will go for select. I can assume that it's a salary. Okay, salary, or you assume that some other table. I will take the table name called select star from customer details, customer underscore details. Okay, so I will take this table s underscore customer underscore update or s underscore customer. Okay, for this I will take one backup of the table. I do not want to disturb the existing table. Create table name s underscore customer underscore customer data. Create table name as select star from s underscore customer underscore update. I'm taking this table. Okay, I will tell you why I have taken this table. So I want the data as well. So I'm not mentioning that var 1 equal to 2. Just I'm creating the table, customer data. Okay. So consider the customer data, the table. It has some, so it has data. Okay. I'm going to use this table for the PLSQL block. It has customer ID, customer name, age, mobile number, address, and city ID. These are all the columns are right there. Okay, I'm going to use this table for PLSQL statement that I'm going to take the mobile number. So select mobile underscore number from this table. From this table where customer underscore ID equal to 1002. This number. Okay. So where this ID. So since I'm going to use this as a PLSQL block, I have to use select mobile number into v mobile number. So variable I have to use. What is the data type of this v mobile number? This number data type, right? So we can use v underscore. So I have written the PLSQL block as number data type as of now. Why? Because in this table it is a number data type, number of 10. Correct? The number of 10. So begin and end, I'm going to write this DBMS output. So I'm going to write the DBMS output, DBMS underscore output dot put underscore line of the mobile number of the customer. Mobile number of the customer is concatenation. You have to use v mobile number, v underscore the mobile number column, v underscore mobile number column. So what will happen now? Just if I'm executing the statement, it will print the mobile number of the customer 1002. Whether the code is running fine? Yes, it is running fine, right? It has taken the mobile number from the customer. Okay. So you assume that this is the S underscore customer table is maintained by some other team. You are just taking the data from that table. Okay. So you are fetching the data from the table and then you have written some PLSQL code. Now the code is completely working fine. It is printing the mobile number. After some days, okay, you assume that the owner of the table, okay, this owner of the table or team of the table, they want to change the data type of the mobile number from number to varchar data type. Okay, from number data type to varchar 2 of 15. We have changed it, right? So I want to change. So normally how will you change? You will take the backup of the table and then you will do all those, right? So now I will do the truncate table name. Since I have the data in the S underscore customer underscore update. That data is having the data. That table is having the backup data. So I'm going to truncate. Why? Because I want to change the data type. So you should not have any data to change the data type. I have truncated and I'm going to alter table name, modify. So this one we have seen already. Modify mobile number. That is the column, right? So modify mobile underscore number varchar 2 of 15. So I just modified. So I'm going to modify. It has been altered. Now I'm going to insert the data. Insert into this table. S underscore customer data. So from select statement, select star from s underscore customer underscore update. So this is the table I'm going to bring. 4 rows inserted. Now this customer data table will accept varchar also. Okay, varchar also. So this customer data table for the customer ID 1002, it's number only, but one more customer I'm going to insert it. So I'm going to show you the customer data table, how it will be. This is the data. Okay, so now I'm going to insert one more customer data. Insert into table name s underscore customer data. Okay, or I'm going to update it +91 something. No issues. Okay, insert into table name values. I'm going to one more customer ID. I'm going to insert customer name and then age. Okay, age of the customer and then mobile number of the customer. I'm going to make it like, since it is a varchar, it will accept the numbers now. Okay, so this one dot number dot number. Okay, so I'm updating the mobile number now. Then address. So some address I'm writing. Some city ID. Is it a valid data now for the table? Yes, it will get inserted. One row inserted. I'm going to commit it. So the source team, they have done some changes. Assume that. Up to now your code is working fine. Now also this code will work fine. Okay, works fine. See now, it will work. But if you change this customer ID from 1002 to 1005, will the code work fine? See now, you are getting error. What is the error you are getting? Okay, numeric or value error. So numeric or value error, character to number conversion error. Why? Because in the base table, the mobile number is varchar2, but in your PLSQL block, you have mentioned as number data type, that is number of 10. In that scenario, your code will not work. At one fine day, if they are changing anything on the table, your code will not work. Okay, so to avoid that, this kind of scenario in PLSQL, instead of hard coding the data type, we are going to take the data type from the base table itself. Okay, that is called percentage type. So how will you take the data type? So you have to take the table name. So this is the table name, right? Base table. This is the table name dot column name. So column name is mobile number. Table name dot column name percentage type. Percentage type in the sense it will take the data type of the mobile number from the s underscore customer. So now it will not throw any error. It is a dynamic code now. Okay, the data type is dynamic. So whatever it is changing in the base table, it will go and check the what is the data type of that base table, and then it will bring that data type. So even a number or varchar doesn't care about. Okay, so why? Because you are taking that instance, you are taking the data type. So this is what percentage type.
So before going to see and understand what is Oracle, let us try to understand the database fundamentals, and let us try to understand where exactly DBMS is standing in the computer system organization jargon. So in the computer system organization, there are various components, as we all know: hardware, software, firmware and humanware. Here, the software is further classified into translators, operating system, system software and application software. And this application software is further categorized into application packages and application programs. And we all know that application packages are simply in-house development, whereas application programs are the generalized ones, and we are all using many of the different applications in our day-to-day life, like word processors, spreadsheets, graphics and multimedia, DBMS, and communication softwares, and many more. DBMS is exactly standing in the category of application programs, which is falling into the category of application software in the computer system organization. Now, let us try to understand what is DBMS. DBMS is nothing but database management system. The name itself is implied that it is not a single thing, it is a combination of two things. They are database and management system. Before trying to understand what is database, let us try to understand what is data all about. Data is the basic building block of any DBMS. It is a collection of facts that are recorded. For example, when a student gets admission into a college, he or she may fill up the registration form. At the time of filling the registration form, they may provide the details such as name, father's name, marks obtained in the earlier qualification, and then age, phone number, etc. So, each and everything whatever is filled up by the student is considered to be a fact that gets recorded for maintaining the information about the student during his tenure in the institute. So, each and every individual fact about a particular component is considered to be our data. But whenever we have collected the data just like that, and if it is not processed, it is having no meaning at all. For example, I have recorded the data such as Johnny and 21. Right now, I couldn't be able to extract any meaningful outcome from it. I don't know what Johnny is and what 21 is. But if I can organize it in a structured manner, or if I can organize it in a proper manner, then I would be able to understand what it is exactly, or else I can provide more meaning to it. For example, let us look at this diagram. So in this picture, there is a person who is telling that my name is Johnny. So here, when I took Johnny alone earlier, it has not given me any information saying whether it is an individual, whether it is a male or a female, whether it is an animal, what it is exactly. But now I can understood that my name is Johnny is being told by this person, so I can understand that his name is Johnny. So this processed data is considered to be an information. So Johnny and 21 alone is considered to be human data, whereas my name is Johnny and I am 21 years old is considered to be an information. Then what do you mean by information? Information is simply, it is a processed data. It increases the knowledge of a person who uses the data. Now let us try to understand how to organize data. See here, I have got the information recorded about few individuals. Individual 1 has the name Ram Kumar, second individual's name is Anil Kumar, Anil Sharma, and third individual's name is Ramesh Jain, and other details are recorded. Here, this data is just got collected and it is not in a particular organized manner and it is not processed. Meaning, Ramesh Jain is a person who is residing in so-and-so address and his phone number is so-and-so. This is not the information I am providing. See, an information is a processed data or it is the data which is specified in a particular context. Here, I have collected the data but I am not using it in a proper context. Therefore, there is no particular meaning for it. So, how do I organize this data? By using a database. What is a database? It is an organized collection of related data or information. It is a tool for organizing, storing, maintaining, calculating, combining and retrieving the information. How do I organize? So one example of organizing the data is by using a tabular representation. So here I am putting all the names of the individuals I have collected as kept inside a table with column as a heading address is second heading and phone number is the third heading of the column. So this entire thing I am going to call it as a database, and this structure I am going to call it as a table or a relation. A table is simply a collection of related data. Here, how do I say that it is a collection of related data? Ram Kumar is related with this address and this address is related to phone number. So Ram Kumar is related to address and phone number. Similarly, address is related to Ram Kumar and phone number is also related to Ram Kumar. So a table is a collection of related data. So the total rows we have in the table together with the column headings is collectively called as a database. We all know that a database is an organized collection of related data or information. Now let us try to understand the terminology of it. See, here each and every row we have in this particular table is considered to be called to be a record or a tuple, or we can even call it as a row. So let us try to understand what is a record. See, this entire red dotted line is considered to be our record. A record is a collection of information about a single entity. Here, each and every individual is a single entity. What are the additional details other than name he is having? He is having address and phone number. This collection of information about Ram Kumar is called to be a record. Similarly, let us try to understand other things.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online Oracle DBA certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
There are three different vertical segments in this table. Each and every vertical segment we are going to call it as a column or a field or an attribute or a domain. Then what do you mean by a column? A column is comprising of collection of or group of similar data items which are given a proper name for the column. They are called to be column names or field names. Now let us try to understand management system. See, we have stored the data or we have organized the data, whatever is collected in the form of a database. Now, how do we manage it? For managing it, we are having a set of programs. Management system is all about to manage the data in a database. Managing in the sense, we are required to organize, manage and manipulate the database. Now, management system is nothing but it is a software or a set of programs that controls the creation, maintenance and the use of a database. So thus we can say that DBMS is a database plus set of programs, or simply a DBMS is a database plus management system. What exactly you will do with the database? You will insert new data into the database, you will modify the existing data in the database, you will delete the unnecessary data from the database, and you will also query the data present in the database, meaning retrieving the data out of the database. So based upon the size of the database, databases are classified into four categories. There are normal database whose size is below 10 GB. Large database whose size is ranging between 10 GB and 100 GB. And very large database whose size is between 100 GB and 1000 GB. And extremely large database is the one whose size is more than 1000 GB. Now let us try to look at different data storage mechanisms we have. Let us consider right from the decade 1960s. In the 1960s, before the invention of databases or DBMS, there was a traditional file system wherein the data collected about various activities that are being performed in any organization, let it be student registration form, may be recorded in a files of the operating system. So whenever we wanted to store the files of students in the operating system files, so for getting the data of a particular individual, you need to write a separate program for extracting the information. Not only that, same student information may be placed in many more files. Like if you are storing the information about the student in admission form, once the data gets recorded. In the accounting form, data gets recorded. In the academics, there is again student data gets recorded for the third time. So there is so much of duplication in the data, and not only that, data retrieval is difficult. And then correctness to the data, meaning data integrity is nothing but data correctness. Correctness to the data is again a question mark. And not only that, security cannot be provided in a proper manner, because for a data normal files and an operating file system, so we cannot be able to put user ID and password. So that is where you cannot provide proper security by using traditional file system. And in 1970s, two models were introduced. They are called hierarchical model and network model. So let me talk about what is the data model. A data model is a conceptual tool for describing data and the relationships among them. So what it tells us, actually, it tells us what is the data that is present in the database, and are there any relationships existing among one data element and the other data element? If so, what are they? So here there are two categories of data models that were being introduced in 1970s. They are hierarchical model and network model. In the hierarchical model, the data is represented in the form of a tree structure. Whereas in the network model, there is no proper parent-child relationship, but they are represented as a graph. Here, the data is connected with other data element by using links. And in 1980s, one more data model was introduced, that is relational model. In the relational model, the database is going to maintain the data in the form of a table. Whatever the table we have seen earlier in the earlier slide, that is an example of relational model, where a table is a collection of rows and columns. And then in the year 1990s, from 90s onwards, there are more two data models were introduced. They are object-oriented model and object-relational model. Coming to object-oriented model, it is based upon object-oriented features. See, everything in the real world is an object. So, whatever the information you wanted to maintain about an employee or about a student or about a product or about a customer, let it be anything, it can be represented in the form of an object. If you are able to store the data in the form of an object, then the model is said to be an object-oriented model. And the other model we have here is object-relational model. What it is exactly? It is a combination of object-oriented model and object-relational model. So here, this is a relational model that is using the object-oriented features. So the data which is getting stored into the tables is of type objects, not a simple data type. Then we will be calling it as object relational model, or simply we are going to call it as object-oriented RDBMS. From 2000 onwards, many more models were introduced. Now, we are going to see RDBMS. Before going to see RDBMS, let us try to understand what is the drawback of flat files and traditional file system or file management system. Let us consider a scenario. In a particular organization, there are three departments. One is orders department, accounting department, and payroll department. So this order department is maintaining the data about customer master file, inventory data in the inventory master file, and returned orders information is maintained in back order file. So whenever they wanted to see the details of a customer, they need to write a program for accessing the customer master file. Similarly, for accessing the inventory details, they need to write one more program called program B to access it. And similarly, program C for accessing the order file. And it is the same case with accounting department. Accounting department is having the invoice details and customer master. For the customers who have placed the order, how many have paid the amount, how many have received the invoice but not paid. These are the details that are getting stored in inventory pricing and customer master file. So to access them also, we need to write a separate program for everything. It is the same case with payroll department also. Payroll department is having employee master.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. What is the full form of SQL? A. Structured query language. B. Structured query list. C. Simple query language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So whenever we wanted to extract any amount of information from a database file, which is stored onto an operating system file, you need to write a program for it. So for doing that, we need to have a specialized application programmers who can spontaneously develop the programs based upon the query, whatever you wanted to post. And not only that, one more drawback with file management system is customer master file is there here as well as here also. There is a repetition of the data that gets stored here. It wastes not only memory space, it also causes so much of difficulty in terms of inconsistency. We'll see them in the coming classes. And coming to the next one with DBMS, what is the advantage over a file management system when we have a DBMS? See here, in the earlier example, I have taken 3 departments: orders department, accounting department, and payroll department. So what we have is, we have an operating system. The operating system is connected with database. A database is simply it is like a folder which gets stored onto the operating system, that is comprising of the data about customer, the data about inventory master, data about backorder file, and data about employee master. This gets stored onto the operating system. Now, with the help of a DBMS, which is in the middle layer between your program and the department, what it does is, it will not allow you to store the same kind of a data of different departments multiple times. Instead, what you do is, you will be storing the data only in centralized location, only one copy of it. And whenever we wanted to get the data of a customer, whenever the artist department wanted to get the data of customers, or accounting department wanted to get the data of customers, immediately they will be using a query language to extract the information. So a query language may be having a program to access it. As I told you, a DBMS is a nothing but database. This is the database plus a program. Database plus a program together is considered to be a DBMS, which will give you the requested information. This is how you can work with DBMS. So what are the advantages and disadvantages of DBMS? Advantages are reduced redundancy. In the file management system, we have maintained 2 copies of the customer file, 2 copies of the inventory file. But here we are maintaining only 1 copy. And because the same data is stored at centralized location, any department can access it. That is how you can say that data sharing is there. And coming to the correctness, so with the help of DBMS, DBMS is providing a concept called constraints. It is nothing but you are going to impose some rules and regulations upon the database, what kind of a data it can store and what kind of a data it cannot store. So that is how you can achieve correctness about the data whatever is getting stored into your database, because data is the whole and soul for any organization. It is the main asset for every organization to function smoothly. And not only that, using DBMS, you can provide a very good security by creating username and password for every individual user. Thereby, you can restrict the access from unauthorized access. And not only that, there is one more special feature called data independence. We'll discuss it shortly in the upcoming slides. What are the disadvantages of DBMS? The disadvantages of DBMS are need good hardware and configurations, require professionals to manage the database, need to take regular backups, and data security must be very, very robust. Applications of DBMS. Where we can use DBMS? We can use it in banking, we can use it in airlines, we can use it in universities, sales, online retailers, manufacturing, and human resources, and many more. What is RDBMS? RDBMS is a database management system based upon relational model, which was introduced by E.F. Codd. He is a mathematician basically. He is not an engineer. In RDBMS, the basic storage structure is a table. It holds all the necessary data organized in the form of columns and rows. So here it is a table which is having columns as well as rows. This first line is having column name. And now there are 2 kinds of tables in RDBMS. They are user tables and the other is data dictionary. User tables are the tables which are created by the users. See, this is the table we have created. This is what we will call it as a user table. We will be seeing data dictionary in the next sessions. Now, let us try to understand the architecture of RDBMS or architecture of DBMS in the form of levels of abstraction. What do you mean by abstraction? Abstraction is nothing but it is the amount of detail you want to hide. How much amount of information you wanted to hide. See, every user need not know the internal details of DBMS, how the data is stored and how it is being maintained. That is where you are required to hide some amount of information. So you will use levels of abstraction to reveal different levels of details to different user groups. There are basically 3 levels of abstraction. The bottommost layer is called as internal or physical schema. This is where it will tell us how the data is stored. Second layer is called as conceptual or logical schema. It will tell the structure of the entire database. And finally, external or view schema. This is where the user will be interacting with the database. So here, between each and every layer, there is an inter-schema mapping. So first of all, let us try to understand what is schema. Because here I am telling you physical schema, logical schema, and external schema or view schema. What exactly schema is? Schema means arrangement. What it tells us, how we wanted to arrange the things that we have to store. It tells us how we are going to store the data, whatever we wanted to store. So here the physical schema or physical storage is telling us how raw data items like 1, Ravi, Hyderabad, H2, etc. are stored in the physical storage. Upon the hard disk, how the data gets stored. What is the organization you have used? What is the data type you have used for storing the data? All these details are maintained by the physical level. And coming to the second level, that is the internal level. It deals with the structure of the entire database such as attributes. Attributes are nothing but column names of each table and the relationships among them. And finally, the last level or the external view or external schema is this is where the user will be using the data. Coming to data independence. So data independence is about how we are going to, how the data is getting affected whenever there is any change. So data independence is of 2 types basically, physical data independence and logical data independence. It is one of the most important feature of any DBMS or RDBMS. This is where you will provide the security also. So what is data independence all about? Any change in any level of schema of a database. How many levels are there? 3 levels. Physical storage, logical storage and view level. Physical storage, how the data is stored. Logical level, it will talk about what are the relationships existing between the data. Final level, that is where user will be using. If any change you have made to the schema of a database, the schema immediately above it would require minimal or no need of change. If I make a modification in the physical level and if I don't need to make any modifications in the logical level, then I'll call it as data independence. Similarly, if I make any modification in the logical schema and if I don't need to make any modification in the external schema, then I'll call it as logical data independence. It is the protection from changes in the logical structure of data. Similarly, physical data independence is talking about for any change made in the physical schema, the need to change the logical schema is very minimal and it is providing protection from changes in the physical structure of the data. This is where data independence is all about. It is one of the most important feature of DBMS. Now let us look at the architecture of DBMS. See here, as I told you, view level is nothing but user level. There are 4 categories of users altogether. They are naive users, application programmers, and sophisticated users, and database administrator. Now, let us try to understand this. See here, on the hard disk or disk storage, we are having the database. This is the database. It is having data files, statistical data, data dictionary, indices. We will look at them, indices and data dictionary, in the upcoming sessions, not now. You will not be able to understand it even if I tell you now. And now, on top of the database, we are having DBMS. These 2 lines are talking about database. These 2 blocks. And on top of it, we are having programs. On top of it, we are having different user groups. So one of the user is the database administrator. What is the role of him? He is the person who is responsible for designing the database and designing a table and putting it into a database. And not only that, he is the one who will create the user IDs and password, who will provide the security. And coming to the naive users, they are the end users. When you take a railway reservation system, the clerk who is sitting in front of the railway reservation counter will be doing the reservations. He will not be knowing about how the database is maintained, where it is stored, how it is stored. So the clerk is called to be a naive user. He will be using an application to interact with the database. So application is used, and that application is coming to the query engine, and that will get the data from the data files and give it back to the naive user. Similarly, application programmers are there. What is their job? Their job is to develop applications. See, whenever I wanted to write a program, I'm a Java developer. If I wanted to extract the data from a database, what I do is I'll write a program of Java using a database connections, and I can extract the data. That is where you will be calling them as application programmers. And other users are there. They are called as sophisticated users. They will neither write any program nor use any application. They'll straight away use the query language. Like in our future course, we are going to use one of the query language called SQL. So using a query language, they can directly interact with the database and they can look at the data, whatever they need. This is all about architecture of DBMS. Now let us try to understand the role of a DBA. A role of a DBA is nothing but he is the person who is responsible for maintaining the entire database. What are his functionalities? Definition of a database schema, modification of the schema, definition of the storage structure and access method, and he is responsible for creating user roles, providing integrity constraints, providing security mechanism, and he is responsible for taking up the backup and recovery policy also. Now let us try to look at what are the various RDBMS packages available. There are two categories of RDBMS packages available. They are commercial RDBMSs and open source. So in the commercial RDBMSs, the name itself is telling that they are not free of cost. You have to purchase them. You have to purchase the license. So they are Oracle, DB2, Microsoft SQL Server, Informix, Sybase, Teradata and Ingress. So among all this, Ingress is the first commercial RDBMS. Among all of them, Oracle is the most frequently or predominantly useful or used RDBMS. So this is part of our course. We will be learning it from the next session onwards. And other free or open source RDBMSs available are MySQL, PostgreSQL and SQLite. Why do we call them as free or open source? They are free of cost and their source code is also available. Whenever you wanted to make any upgradations to the source code, you can do that.
Coming to what is Oracle. Oracle is simply a relational database management system, and it is a management system that uses relational database model. And in the relational data model, every user can see the data only in the form of tables. And this Oracle is produced and marketed by Oracle Corporation. Hence, the database that is created and marketed by Oracle Corporation can otherwise be called as Oracle Database, Oracle DB, or simply we will be calling it as Oracle. Now, who have developed this Oracle? This is developed by Lawrence Ellison, simply Larry Ellison, and his two friends and also a former co-worker in the year 1977. Oracle database runs not only on Windows, it also runs on most of the major platforms like Windows, Unix, Linux and Macintosh operating system. And Oracle is one of the first and the foremost database which is designed for enterprise grid computing. Now let us try to see what is grid computing all about. It is the enterprise grid computing basically provides the most flexible and cost-effective way to manage the information and applications. Grid computing is an IT architecture where it provides groups of independent modular hardware and software components can be connected and rejoined as and when the user or the business needs them. That is all about grid computing. It is used to manage the information and applications in a most flexible and cost-effective way. And here, this is the Oracle database, which is having the data which is represented in the form of tables, where each and every table is having rows and columns. Now let us see the versions of Oracle. As I told you, Oracle was developed by Larry Ellison and his two friends in the year 1977. Though it was developed in 1977, the first version was released in the year 1979. It is not commercially released actually. In the year 80, they have released version 2 and it is the first commercial SQL database. 82, they have released version 3 and it is the first portable database and the first RDBMS that supports symmetric multi-processing. So this is mainly meant for providing warehousing features. And in the year 84, they have released version 4. It introduced read consistency. And in the year 86, they have released version 5 and it is provided with the features like client-server architecture and row-level locking. In the year 88, they have released version 6 and it is provided with financial applications built on Oracle, meaning Oracle apps and Oracle financials, all of them were released in the year 88. And in the year 92, they have released version number 7, which is provided with an extra feature called varchar2 data type. Along with that, stored procedures, functions, triggers, and all the PLSQL programming was introduced from version 7 onwards. In the year 97, they have released version 8. It is the first web-based database. Not only that, it is an RDBMS, over RDBMS, along with table partitioning feature. In the year 98, they have released version 8i. It is a web-based, internet-based. Not only that, it is provided with Java support, SQL-J support, XML and Oracle Intermedia. In the year 2001, they have released version 9i, which is a rack, and not only that, it is provided with OLAP and then native XML database. In the year 2004, they have released version 10G, which is provided with data pumping, flashback query, automatic storage management, backup compression, and regular expressions. All these are the features that are provided with 10G. Now, in the year 2007, they have released 11G with read-only tables, virtual columns, follows class, compound triggers. But in the year 2013, they have released version 12C and it is provided with identity columns, top and rows, multi-tenant architecture, in-memory database, etc. So all these are the features of Oracle products. Now let us see in how many ways Oracle database is coming out. Oracle database is coming in 4 different editions. They are Enterprise Edition, Standard Edition, Express Edition and Oracle Lite. As far as up to Oracle 11G, it is coming in 4 different editions, whereas Oracle 12C is coming only in 2 editions. They are Enterprise Edition and Standard Edition. Now let me make you understand what is the difference between each and every edition, or else what is the role of each and every edition. Enterprise Edition, it is the most robust and secure database, which is providing all kinds of features like superior performance and security. And coming to the Standard Edition, it is providing basic functionality for all its users. And coming to the Express Edition, it is a most lightweight, free and limited edition. And Oracle Lite, it is basically designed for mobile devices. Now let us try to understand what are the various Oracle products. Oracle sells products in 3 different categories. They are Oracle Database Servers, Application Development Tools, and Connectivity Packages. Now let us try to understand what are the application development tools that are provided or sold out by Oracle Corporation. They are SQL Developer. It is meant for creating forms, generating reports, graphics and doing the query, etc. Not only that, it is providing Oracle Designer, Oracle JDeveloper. It is specially for doing the Oracle applications, database applications for Java developers. And then SQL Star Plus, it is meant for writing the queries and executing them. And Oracle pre-compilers, not only that, it is also providing PLSQL. Coming to Oracle Server. What is an Oracle Server? Oracle Server is consisting of Oracle instance plus Oracle database. So this Oracle Server is a database management system that actually provides an open, comprehensive and integrated approach to information management. Now let us try to understand what is an Oracle database. Oracle database is simply a collection of data that is treated as a single unit. Though the data is coming in 3 different files, it is treated as a single unit. We'll see them in the upcoming slide. Now coming to Oracle instance, this upper part of the diagram is called to be an Oracle instance. What it is actually? It is providing way of accessing an Oracle database, or it is providing a way of communicating with the Oracle database. It always opens one and only one database. It consists of 2 parts. One is the memory structures and the other is background processes. We'll be learning them in the upcoming slide in detail. Coming to the Oracle database architecture. So this is the Oracle database architecture. It is having Oracle instance plus Oracle database. As I told you, Oracle database server is a combination of Oracle instance and Oracle database. So here, as a user, if you wanted to send a request to the Oracle database, first, as soon as the request is placed by the user, a user process gets created. This user process, what it does is, it will communicate with the server through a server process in order to get the output for the request placed by the user. So now let us try to understand the Oracle instance and Oracle database. This Oracle database is comprising of different files like data files. What are they? Data files contains actual data that is residing in the database. And coming to the next one, control files. Control files are the files, they are containing the information about the changes that are being made to the database. What for we are supposed to record the information regarding the changes? Only one reason is that whenever something goes wrong with your system, you are supposed to recover it. In order to recover the database to its original state, you are required to know what are the operations that were happened earlier. For that reason, we are going to record the changes that are made to the database. Coming to the next one, redo log file. This redo log file contains the information necessary to maintain and verify database integrity. Just now I told you, whenever something goes wrong with your machine, you are supposed to bring your machine back to its original state when it was before at the time of getting a failure. So to bring the database into its original position is made by making use of maintaining an information regarding all the earlier tasks. And coming to the next one, apart from these 3 different files in the database, we are also having more 3 different files. They are parameter file, password file and archived log files. So what are parameter files? What does they contain? This file actually defines the characteristics of Oracle instance. This password file contains the information related to authentication of the users. What are their passwords, username and password. Whenever a user wanted to log in into your machine database, it has to authenticate whether the user is a genuine user or not. Based upon the verification only, it will either make the access done or cannot. And coming to the next one, archived log files. They are the offline copies of the redo log files that may be necessary for recovery from media failures. And coming to the next one, let us try to understand Oracle instance in detail. As I told you, Oracle instance is a means of or way of accessing the Oracle database, and it is comprising of 2 sections. One is memory structures and the other is background process. So here, this memory structure is basically consists of two things. One is the system global area, SGA, here it is, and the other is program global area. When you look at it here in the earlier diagram, you are able to see here. See, when a user places a request, user process gets created, and this user process is, when the connection is established, it creates a server process. This server process, through a PGA, it is able to interact with the Oracle instance. So now let us try to understand what this Oracle's memory structure is. System global area and program global area. So what does they contain? System global area is a shared global area used for storing the database information shared by database processes. Now it contains the data and control information for Oracle server. Where does it get stored? It gets allocated virtual memory of the computer where the Oracle resides. We can also see the details related to SGA by typing a command show SGA. And coming to program global area, it is a global area, the memory which is allocated whenever a server process is started, wherein it holds all the server processes.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. Which is the subset of SQL commands used to manipulate Oracle database structures, including tables? A. Data definition language. B. Data manipulation language. C. Data manipulation language as well as data definition language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Coming to the next one, memory structures and background processes. Here in this Oracle instance, we are having different memory structures and background processes. The memory structures are buffer cache, and then shared pool, library cache, and data dictionary, redo log buffer, and large pool. We have seen redo log buffer. We are storing the information about what are all the tasks we have done earlier at the time of failure. So coming to here, buffer cache, it stores the Oracle data in memory for users to view or change. Stored pool, it includes the library cache for storing the parsed SQL statements for use by other users, meaning the compiled SQL statements are saved here in this. And coming to the next one, library cache, it includes shared SQL areas, private SQL areas, and PL/SQL procedures like functions and other things. And coming to the next one, data dictionary. It is a collection of database table definitions, view definition, index definitions, and all the user definitions. And coming to the background processes, PMON. This PMON is meant for process monitor. What it does? It performs process recovery when a user process fails. SMON. This is nothing but system monitor process. What it does? It performs instance recovery. Process monitor recovers the process when a user process fails. This system monitor, it recovers the instance at the time of instance startup. And DBWR, database writer process, what it does? It ensures the sufficient number of free buffers are readily available for storing the data. And then LGWR, this is nothing but log writer process. What does it will do? It will write the redo log buffer to redo the log file on the disk. And CKPT is nothing but checkpoint process. It is like a bookmark to up to what we have already committed from where it should cancel the operations. Apart from these things, we are also having other processes such as RECO, it is a recovery process, SNPN, it is periodically refreshing processes. So these are the various processes that are part and parcel of Oracle instance. Why am I teaching all these things? Whenever you wanted to write Oracle certification program, you are required to learn the architecture of Oracle and how do you establish a connection with the database as a user and how do you create a session. So whenever you are trying to access the Oracle database, first and foremost thing, you are required to establish a user connection and then you have to create a session. So as a database user, you are trying to execute a query on the database, then at the time user process gets created. So this user process, what it does is it will try to create a connection established between the user and the database. So when it is trying to establish a connection, a server process gets created. Okay, so whenever a server process is getting created, a session is also getting created. So what is a connection all about? It is a communication path between the user process and the Oracle server. Then what is a server process? It is actually created on a computer where your Oracle server is running, and it communicates with Oracle instance on behalf of the user process that runs on the client. Then what is a user process? It is actually a user program that requests interaction with the server. Like it may be a query. It generates calls through the user program interface, which creates a session and start the server processes. User process is the only one which is responsible for creating a session and creating a server process on behalf of this program. Now let us see, apart from all the features of all the different versions of Oracle, Oracle 12c is provided with additional features. What are the new features which are provided in Oracle 12c? They are multi-tenant architecture, in-memory database, invisible columns. What are invisible columns? See, if I am having a table, in the table, if I am not interested in all the columns, what I do is I will make some of the columns invisible. If I am making some of the columns as invisible, it will not be seen by the application program. However, they can be explicitly referenced. Make changes. This is useful in order to make changes without affecting the application. And not only that, we are also having improved defaults. Defaults, we know how to create. We'll be seeing them, what is a default, how to do it, and identity columns. And coming to the next one, we can save the data related to a database not only in the hard disk, we can even save it in the in-memory. And now let me make you understand what do you mean by multi-tenant architecture. In the earlier versions, what we used to have is, upon the single server, multiple databases used to reside. For example, on my machine, if I wanted to work with both the Oracle as well as with the MySQL, both the databases are residing on the same machine, same server. That is what you can call it as server consolidation. Similarly, upon a single database, multiple users may be created or multiple schemas may be created. That is what you will be calling it as schema consolidation. Coming to the next thing, database to instance relationship. Before 12c, the relationship between database and the database instance, Oracle instance, is that for one database, only one instance gets created. But later, for one database, many instances have got created. But from 12c onwards, with the multi-tenant architecture, one to many databases, n number of databases can have only one instance, or many databases can be there with many instances. See here, if I am having a single server, what I can do is I can connect many other databases called pluggable databases. That is possible with multi-tenant architecture. Multi-tenant architecture, one set of background processes, one SGA, one root container, but multiple pluggable databases. Actually, every database instance is having an SGA. But here, you are not going to have an SGA for every separate database, whichever is getting pluggable. You are going to have only one set of background processes. You are going to have only one set of SGA. You are going to have only one root container, but multiple databases that are plugged in. So how many databases can you plug in? At the most 252 databases.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online Oracle DBA certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So, if you're looking for a job as an administrator for a database, especially Oracle DB, so these would be the interview questions that are most commonly asked. So, we have shortlisted in this particular video 25 questions, and we're going to be going through them one by one. And we're also going to be discussing the answers to those questions one by one. With that out of the way, without any further ado, let us begin. So, firstly, we have mention Oracle DBA characteristics, right? So essentially in Oracle DB, you have four characteristics that you need to mention if this question is asked. So firstly, there are four criteria. So firstly, we have the main storage structure. So there are essentially two storage structures inside Oracle DB, which is the logical storage structure and the physical storage structure. Then we can move on to the architecture. In architecture, we have what is known as the grid architecture. So grid essentially means that the database is comprised of multiple nodes, and all of the nodes together comprise a cluster, and the database is spread across that cluster. And then we have ACID compliance, and Oracle DB is fully compliant with ACID. So this property essentially ensures that in the case of any power failure or any sort of corruption or mishap, right, the data will remain intact and valid. So any database which complies with those norms is ACID compliant, and the data is stored as data blocks, extents, segments, and table spaces. Moving on to the next question, what is Oracle? Right. So Oracle can often be confused for a multitude of things. Oracle is an organization itself, but Oracle is also the casual name that we like to refer Oracle DB as, right? So Oracle is also a database server, and the Oracle DB manages data in a very structured way. It allows users to store and retrieve related data in a multi-user environment so that the users can concurrently access the same data. So even if there are multi-users in your environment, they can still access the data from a common source. All this is accomplished while delivering high performance. So Oracle is also optimized in a way where, despite the number of users that are there who are basically accessing your services, the performance, the query delivery times, and everything would still give you a quota of really high performance. A database server also prevents unauthorized access and provides efficient solutions for failure recovery. So when you're using Oracle, you also have pretty good security, and you also have efficient solutions in the case of any sort of failure in the database, any hardware or software failure for that matter. And there's also a standby state, which basically means that your database will be replicated by taking the backup of the primary database that is there. So in the case of any sort of significant hardware failure, your data will not be lost. So moving on to the next question. On number three, we have what is an Oracle database? Now let's talk about the database in specific. Oracle provides software to create and manage the Oracle database. So essentially you get an UI and you get command line properties to manage your Oracle DB. The database consists of physical and logical structures. Now, physical is something that exists in the form of hardware, while logical is something that exists in a sort of virtual environment in which the system, user, and control information are stored essentially on the memory, right? The software that manages the database is called the Oracle Database Server. So you have the database on one place, which is basically housing all of the actual data, and then you have the Oracle Database Server, which manages the data within that server, essentially within that database storage, manages the database. And when you talk about what controls both the database server and the physical database, it is controlled by the Oracle database system, right? So that is the difference between the two. A database buffer cache stores the data in memory for quicker access. So say you're working on something from the database, right? And you need that data on a very frequent sort of basis. So you also have a database buffer which will store that data so that you can access it pretty quickly. You don't have to transfer that data from your hard drive memory to your physical memory, which is your RAM. You have that data already available for quicker access. The redo logs track and store all of the changes made to the database. So in case there is some sort of an issue that arises out of any alteration to the database, you can just revert back by looking at the redo logs. A data guard ensures data protection and high availability of data, and a control file records the physical structure of the database. So as your database expands or contracts, there is also a control file which is keeping track of all of that. And your data is essentially protected because no external entity can access it. And high availability simply means that despite the number of users who are using the database, your database would be extremely accessible without any performance delay. So now we can move on to what is an Oracle index, right? Now, an index is an optional structure associated with the table to have direct access to rows that can be created to increase the performance of data retrieval. An index can be created on one or more columns of a table. So what does this mean? Initially, there are two ways you can access data within a table. One is iterating through the table and searching for that data. The other option is simply indexing values, right? So whenever you index a value and associate a particular column to an index, you can instantly access that column without having to iterate to the column name. So indexing is something that increases the performance of your querying of the database. Then we move on to what are the roles of a database administrator. So say you have the job. Now the interviewer wants to ask you what your particular roles would be, what do you expect out of the job, right? So a database administrator has the authority to create new users, remove the existing users, or modify any of the environment variables or privileges assigned to the users. So in any database that is working on an enterprise level, you have privileges associated to every user's access. So say for instance, the administrators will have the most amount of access to the database. They can manipulate anything, right? And the senior level executives would have higher privileges compared to the junior level executives, depending on whatever authority that that particular person has and whatever that particular person's job role is, right? So the database administrator's job is to basically manage those privileged tables. So let us talk about the duties that the database administrator has to perform. Manage database storage. So he has to manage the entire database. Administer users and security. So he has to monitor all of the privilege levels that the users have for that database. Manage schema objects. So he has to see all of the objects that are present inside of the database schema. Monitor and manage database performance. So one of the key roles that the database administrator has is to manage the database performance, which means that whatever we are querying on the database, if there is any sort of problem with that, performance issues with that, or if it's taking too much time, it directly falls upon the database administrator to look into why that is happening. Right, and he has to constantly monitor it so that the service runs smoothly. Whatever website is running on that database or whatever organization is running on that database, all of those services run extremely smoothly. He also has to perform backup and recovery. So he has to back up the entire database. So in case of any data loss, we are able to recover that data. And his job is also to perform recovery in the case of an actual data loss, right? And also he also has to perform automation of jobs with regards to the database and scheduling of them as well. Moving on to the sixth question, what are the different Oracle database objects? So we were talking about schema objects earlier on. So what are the different sorts of objects that can exist in the Oracle database, right? So firstly, we have the most common ones, which is the tables. Now in any SQL database, you have tables. Tables are essentially your structured data format to store information which have rows and columns associated to it. So these are actual physical things that exist within your database, right? So tables you're actually creating. Then you talk about views. Now views are something that are not actual tables. So essentially you're creating views in your RAM, right? So these table can exist in your hard drive space. When you're creating a view of that table, so you're essentially creating a temporary space in which you're storing the values present within the table so that you can look at them in a sort of an aggregated format or a sort of a combined format. So those are views. Then you have indexes. Now indexes are also considered as objects because they are referring to a particular point in the memory where the values exist, right? So they are treated as objects. Synonyms. Now we are going to be discussing about synonyms later on in an interview question. We'll get to the definition then. Then we have sequences and table spaces. Now, a sequence is an object which is used to generate numbers. More significantly, numbers in a sequential order. So if you are having a primary key column in your data table. Sequences are the objects that handle that in a sort of a consequential manner. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So a number sequence is obviously being generated and handled internally, so that with every new record addition to your table, a new number is generated and added as a primary key to your table. So those are handled by sequences. And then we have table spaces. These are the storage units, the logical storage units where your database data is stored. So what are the benefits of ORDBMS now? ORDBMS simply means Oracle Relational Database Management System. So what are the benefits of using this, right? So basically the simple answer to that is in ORDBMS, the objects can be stored as they are, right? So you don't have to manipulate the object or convert them into a particular format to be able to store them in your ORDBMS. The language of the DBMS can be integrated with an object-oriented programming language. So it's very easy to integrate your database with a programming language, say Java, and to be able to access data within your code from that Java program. The language may even be exactly the same as that was used in the application, which does not force the programmer to have two representations of his objects. So usually what happens in modern web development or application development is that you have to handle uh, databases separately when you're dealing with your application and when you're dealing with your database. So in your database, you're essentially entering different commands, and while you're creating your Java program or any other program, you're entering different commands to handle the objects in that database. But with the help of ORDBMS, you can treat both of them as the same because the language would be identical on both sides of the spectrum. Then we can talk about the common Oracle database administrator tasks. So what are these tasks? Uh, this could be asked to you because they want to know what would you be doing as a database administrator? What would be your common job roles, right? So firstly, it could be installing Oracle software. So if your organization does not have the Oracle database already installed, it would be your job to install it as an administrator, or it could be your job to update it as well with any other software patches or any update in the database itself. Then you have to create the databases. So for each category that your organization has, for each department that your organization has, whatever structure your organization wants to follow as a database, you have to create those databases within your system. Then you have to perform upgrades to this database and software whenever any sort of new release comes up, as we discussed earlier, starting up and shutting down the database. So it's also important in the sense of saving power, saving electricity, or basically for maintenance, you have to start and shut down the database itself. So you need to know how to do that. Managing the database's storage structures. So you have to look at the structures which are used in your database, and you have to basically manage that. So a database is made out of physical and logical storage structures. So as we discussed earlier, you have to manage those. And then we have managing users and security, already discussed. Managing schema objects such as tables, indexes, and views. Making database backups and performing recovery when necessary. Proactively monitoring the database's health, taking preventive or corrective measures when required, and monitoring and tuning performance. So, as a database administrator, these would be your jobs. Then we can move on to the tools that Oracle provides to you with regards to helping you manage the database. So, following are the products, tools, and utilities we use in achieving our goals as a database administrator. So we have two essentially. So first is the Oracle Universal Installer, abbreviated as the OUI. Universal Installer installs the Oracle software and options. It can automatically launch the database configuration instance to install a database. So this tool helps you install the Oracle database onto your server or onto your system, and you can also configure it to automatically launch the database configuration assistant. And this is another tool that we are going to be talking about, which is the DBCA. Now, this tool creates a database from the templates that are supplied by Oracle. So if your organization is compatible with one of the templates, you can use those templates from the get-go instead of designing everything on your own. And you can also create your own templates with the help of this particular tool and then deploy it in the configuration part of things. In this case, it enables us to copy a pre-configured seed database, thus saving the time and effort of customizing and generating a database from scratch. Right, so instead of typing create commands for all of the databases and all of the tables and everything, you can simply use this particular tool to generate it from a template. And then we have three other tools that we can use, which is the database upgrade assistance. So the name says it pretty much. This tool helps you guide your upgrade process without having to manually install the upgrade onto your database. Then you have the Oracle Net Manager. This tool guides us through the Oracle network configuration. So if your database exists across a network, or if you have to supply that data across a network, your net manager helps you with managing all of the network aspects of your database. And then you have the Oracle Enterprise Manager. This is the primary tool which is used for managing your database from a web point of view, right? So you can simply open up your browser and type in the address for Oracle DB with the port number, and you can create or upgrade your database from a visual UI. You can configure the network, you can configure the single interface for managing your database. In addition to that, Oracle Enterprise Manager will also provide you with an interface for performance advisors, right? So you can use this particular tool to basically monitor your database as well and get recommended on how you can increase the performance of your database, right? The utilities such as SQL Loader and Recovery Manager are also present on this tool. So the SQL Loader is a pretty convenient tool which is used to basically import data from external files into databases. So say you have some files present in file format on your file system. You can open the Oracle Enterprise Manager, use the SQL Loader tool to basically import data from that file directly into the database. And then you have obviously the Recovery Manager, which helps you recover lost data. So what are the differences between a cluster and a grid? Both very commonly used terminologies in a database. So as we discussed earlier on when we were discussing the grid architecture, that a grid is essentially a collection of nodes and the database is spread across those nodes. But that is also the definition of a cluster. So we need to differentiate between the two. So clustering is one technology used to create a grid infrastructure. It is used to create one. Simple clusters have static resources for specific applications by specific owners, while grids can also consist of multiple clusters. So here is where the difference is. Although you can call a single cluster a grid, but if you combine multiple clusters together, that could also be called a grid, while that is not the case with clusters. So these are sort of used for dynamic resource pools shareable among many applications and users. A grid does not assume that all of the servers in it are running the same set of applications. Applications can be scheduled and migrated across servers in the grid, right? So grids can also share resources from and among independent system owners. So if your Oracle grid has a multitude of applications running across its servers, it's very easy to basically schedule their job activities, and it's very easy to migrate those applications as well. Right. And with a grid, you can also determine what sort of resources you want to utilize for each of these jobs or applications present throughout your entire infrastructure. Explain the architecture of an Oracle grid. So we discussed what a grid is. Let us understand it by diagrammatic representation as well. Right. So if you understand this particular concept by diagram, it will help you explain it a lot better to your interviewer as well. So to understand this diagram, on the right hand side, we have the server blade farm. Now this is where your web application would be running, right? So what happens is what you're going to be doing from the web application is you're going to be calling for data or whatever you're doing on the server side. It does not have to be a web application. It could just be a simple call for data from the database. On the left hand side, we have the database, which is a cluster. Now this could be a combination of clusters as well, but we are only looking at one cluster over here. So within the cluster, we have a multitude of servers as well, which is server 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we have the database, which is connected through these clusters, right? So this is where your data is essentially stored. And connecting these two is the Oracle Resource Manager. So what happens there is essentially whenever you're trying to access data from your database, it does not directly go to the database. It first goes to the Oracle Resource Manager, which then allocates the resources required to query that data from the database from the servers inside the database, right? So that is what your resource manager essentially does. So this entire diagram represents an Oracle grid, and it also represents the workflow of every Oracle job. Right. So as we can see, the grid computing infrastructure continually analyzes the demand for resources and adjusts the supply accordingly. Right. So it depends. Basically, if your web application is demanding a particular resource a lot more than the other resource, it will basically adjust in that manner, right? So say on one RAC cluster, there's not a lot of calls, there's not a lot of querying, right? So obviously more resources would be allocated to your other RAC cluster where the data is being called upon frequently. And on question number 12, we get into more sort of theoretical concepts pertaining to the data itself. So what does data normalization mean? So this could be a question that could be asked of you from any sort of database administrator interview or any developer interview as well. What does data normalization mean? So it is the process of implementing a set of rules in a relational database that ensures prevention of data redundancy and dependency, right? So data redundancy essentially means that say you have multiple tables present in your database. So what will happen is if you have data present on two tables and you only require that data to be on one table for your practical purposes, you're essentially wasting memory by having it on the second table as well. So in that particular case, what you could do is you could create an association between those two tables that refers to that particular data, right? So even if the second table does not have that particular data, it will still have the association to that data, so you can access it from that table as well. So the process of implementing that so that you don't have to store the data on two separate places and basically reducing your memory load by half is called data normalization. Now this is present in multiple steps. There's the first normal form, the second normal form, the third normal form. So depending on your use case and utility and the architecture of your database, you can implement these normalization methods to basically save up on memory that is present in your database. So what is table partitioning is another thing that could be asked of you. So earlier when we were discussing about normalization, we talked about saving up on memory. So when we're talking about table partitioning, we're talking about saving up on CPU performance, right? So essentially that means that we're reducing the time in which the query can be performed. We're doing that by shortening the search space. So for instance, we can talk about the theoretical definition, which is dividing data tables into smaller chunks to obtain data from the database in a faster, cheaper, and simpler manner. So we can look at an example of this. So say you're registering student data and the students have ages, right? So what you could do is you can put a partitioning on the age, which means that the students who are less than 13, right, you can partition them in one chunk. Who are between 13 to 15, you can partition them in another chunk, and who are between 15 to 18, you can partition them in another chunk, right? So when you have partitioned this table and when you run a query on one of these partitions, you're essentially saving up on CPU resources because you don't have to specifically search for a element in a big table. You have to search for it in a small chunk of that table. And it also saves up on the complexity of your query. So you don't have to specify where age is between this and that. You can simply refer to that partition and get to the exact value that you want without having to add that query clause. So this is how table partitioning helps you with optimizing your queries. So moving on, what is row chaining? Now, row chaining is another one of those things that could help you store a large amount of data without actually overloading your table, right? So say, for instance, a data block in your table cannot hold a particular value. So say, for instance, you have a integer type data block and you have to store a really big value in that integer type data block. So what you can do in that regard is you can row chain, right? So say if your values in the integer block can't be filled in that integer block, you can essentially associate that block with a row itself and you can chain rows together. So that is what row chaining is. When you can't store values in a single table, you can chain rows of that table to other rows in external tables or in external data objects, right? So that is what row chaining is.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Oracle DBA by answering this question. What is the full form of SQL? A. Structured Query Language. B. Structured Query List. C. Simple Query Language. D. None of these. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPath to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Then what is recovery catalog, right? So if you're a database administrator, you need to be familiar with what a recovery catalog is. So these are used when there is any sort of data loss or corruption in the database. These catalogs are metadata stores, which are managed by the RMAN and are used for data restoration and data recovery processes. So the RMAN, which is basically short for Recovery Manager, these store the metadata information about the actual database. So in the case of any data loss, these particular management and recovery tools can basically access that data and bring your database back to its original state. What are AWR reports, right? So AWR is short for Automatic Workload Repository, and there is a report which comes out of this during the runtime of your database. So it basically consists of the following values. So the wait events used to identify performance problems. So basically when you query, what is the wait time? And for each query, what was the wait time? Time model statistics indicating the amount of time associated with a process from the session time model and the system time model views. So these would give you the comprehensive time statistics related to the processes which are running on your database, and active session history statistics from the active session history view. So whatever sessions are active currently in your database, you can get the statistics from that. And you can also get system and session statistics from the system stat and the session stat views, object usage statistics, and resource intensive SQL statements. So with all of this information, essentially, as a database administrator, you can make changes in your database, and in the queries that are performed on the database, you can make suggestions with your report to basically enhance the performance of the database and the querying time that it takes. And based on that, based on the entirely same concept, we have ADDM. Now, ADDM is a tool, is an automated tool, which is the Automatic Database Diagnostic Monitor. So this is present with the paid versions of Oracle DB, and it is an utility which is basically performing an analysis of the AWR report that was generated earlier on. And based on that report, it would give you suggestions, and it could give you basically configuration changes that would help you enhance the performance of your database. So the ADDM identifies potential bottlenecks in your performance. So anything that is essentially holding your database performance back, it will identify that. And in the analysis, it will basically include the following: the CPU load that is being put on your CPU by the database activities, the memory usage of that database, the input output usage of that database, if there is any resource intensive SQL statements that are put into that database, PL and SQL statements with Java essentially. So any application that is running SQL libraries and accessing your Oracle DB database, whether that is resource intensive or not, that particular Java process, RAC issues, application issues, database configuration issues, concurrency issues, and object contention. So these are the things that would be the part of the report that your ADDM would generate. Then we can talk about the specific condition. So this could be a very common occurrence if you are an administrator. So they could ask you if you have the job and somebody comes up to you and asks you, up until yesterday, a query was taking 1 minute to execute. Now the same query is taking me 4 minutes to execute. How would you resolve that, right? So this is basically a time performance issue, and this could be a very frequent occurrence. So as an administrator, these could be your approaches, right? You can look into the network issues. So say if your database is present and spread across a network, or it's transmitting data across a network, you can look into any sort of network bottlenecks that are happening that might be causing this sort of delay in the query. You can look for any change in the query structure. So for instance, that person is saying that up until yesterday, the same query was taking 1 minute and now it's taking 4 minutes. You can look at the query itself to see if there are actually any sort of significant changes in the query which is causing the performance issue. You can look at the table statistics, right? So you can look at the current view of the table, which is the table present in the real time, and you can look at the table statistics, right? And you can see if there is any mismatch with that, and that could be the cause of the delay that is happening. And you can also look for the inconsistencies in the table size, right? So it might be a use case, it might be a case where the person was trying to access the table when it was smaller earlier on, right? So for instance, that person might have been running an average query, right? He might be calculating the average of a column when the table was like 10 records, right? And now the table is like 1000 records, right? So it is taking him 4 times as much as it was taking him earlier to process that amount of data. So that could be the issue. You can check for that. You can check for the hardware usage. Now you can check for hardware usage because you want to see if any other applications are taking up your hardware resources, which is essentially causing the delay in the query performance time. And then you can also try other queries on the same table or on the same database to see if their performance has also been affected if you're not able to figure it out, right? So these are the sort of approaches that you can take when you're troubleshooting a performance delay. Then how to import tables from a different schema, table or table space. So these are the objects that are there as logical and physical memory structures present in your database where naming is different between the source and the target, right? So say for instance, you have two different schemas present in your grid, right? And you want to import data from one schema to your present schema that you're currently using. And the data naming, the object naming in both of these schemas is different. So what would you do in that particular case, right? You would basically use these following commands, which is the remap schema. If you're taking the entire schema from your target and basically importing it to your source, you'll use the remap table if you're importing a table which has different naming schemes, and you'll use the remap table space if the table space naming scheme is different. So these are the commands that you can use when you're importing data from an external source. In Oracle terminology, what is a synonym, right? So synonym is an identifier that can be used to reference another database object in an SQL statement. The types of database objects for which a synonym may be created are a table, view, sequence, or another synonym, right? So synonym basically act like aliases, and you can essentially refer to other database objects. Instead of using their table names, you can use the synonym to refer to them, right? The other good thing about synonym is that you can basically associate a view with a synonym. So even if the view is present in your temporary RAM, you can still associate it with a synonym and still have access to it so that you can do some sort of a complex query analysis. Then we have the question, which is what phases does an instance pass through while starting up? So instances in Oracle database, what phases do they pass through when they start up, when they are initiated? So first phase is no mount, right? This is the first stage, and in this mode, the instance is started. In the second stage, the instance is started and the database is mounted, and the database is not open, so you cannot access the data still. The database is still closed. However, you can perform the maintenance jobs that are required at that particular stage, And the final stage is the open stage, and as the name suggests, then the database becomes open and the data is accessible, right? So the default open mode is what we call as read write, and depending on your privileges, you can either read from it or you can perform both read and write operations to it. And you can also use the read only mode if you don't want to alter any data values in the database by mistake. So it is also a safety measure aside from a security measure. Moving on number 22, we have what are the types of shutdown modes on an Oracle database. So you have essentially three types of shutdown modes on an Oracle database. The first is normal. So this is the most general shutdown procedure that is followed when you're closing up the database. So in this mode, no new connections are allowed and the database is closed after the session disconnects themselves, right? So if there are no active sessions currently, the database is automatically closed. No new connections are allowed and the existing active transactions are rolled back. So if any current query is running, right, and the database is shut down in normal mode, basically what will happen is the transactions would be cancelled. Changes made by an active transactions are lost in this option, right? So basically, if you've made changes by your query running only half, right? So what will happen is if the shutdown happens in between that query, the database will revert to its original form and you will not have access to whatever you have changed during that procedure. Transactional. So in the transactional mode, no new connections are allowed and Oracle waits until all active transactions are completed, right? So basically what will happen is no other sessions could be basically created and Oracle will wait for all of the active transactions to complete. So all of the active queries that are running will first be completed, and after the last query is completed, the database would be shut down. And then you have abort. So this happens when you have to shut down the database on an emergency basis. So basically what happens is the database is not shut down cleanly. This could also lead to data corruption. So the database will essentially have to perform instance recovery next time it is started. This option should not be used in regular activities, which means you will only use this as an administrator if there is an emergency and you need to check something immediately and if you need to change something immediately while the database is shut down. What is the difference between shared server architecture and dedicated server architecture? So this answer is quite straightforward, but it depends on how you go about it from an database standpoint. When a user connects to a database, he will essentially send SQL queries to the database to execute. So these SQL queries are executed by a server process, and the result is returned back to the user, right? So if you perform a query, you get the answer back, right? In dedicated server architecture, the instance will create one server process for each connected user, right? Since you have a lot of resources that are available in the dedicated server architecture, the instance will create one server process for each of the connected users. This process will be dedicated to that user and will only serve to that client. The advantage that you get with a shared server architecture is that the memory consumption is quite less. So in dedicated server architecture, each user gets to experience better performance, but in a shared server architecture, you get to save on memory. So it's up to you what you want to decide as an architecture. But keep in mind that certain operations like administrative activities on your database can only be performed on a dedicated server. Moving on. Which tools can you use to start up an Oracle database, right? So there are multiple tools you can use. So we will discuss these tools one by one. So firstly, we discussed earlier on SQL Plus. This is the most widely used option. You first connect to an idle instance with an SQL Plus, and then you start up the instance with the startup command. So that is SQL Plus. You have the Enterprise Manager, which we discussed earlier on. This is another way of starting up a database. You can log on to the Enterprise Manager even if the database is stopped. So the server which runs these applications always keeps running while you can shut down the access to the database data. You can log on to it and then you can basically detect the status of the down database and it will present to you with a startup option. So you can click on startup and the server will start again. And then you have the recovery manager. So this is a lesser used tool, and this is only used when there is sort of a data loss that has happened and you want to start up the database and you want to essentially recover some data that might have been lost in the previous session or due to some failure. So what would you do if you want to create a response file to speed up the installation of databases? How would you prepare that response file? Right. So essentially, let us understand what a response file is. It is a plain text file where options to create a database are stored. Right. So instead of manually typing what sort of database you want to create, right? You can basically create a response file and you can enter those commands, you can enter those options, and when you run that response file, it'll basically create that sort of a database. So the advantage that you get with this is you can create a database from an already given set of instructions. And this would help you save on time, and it'll also ensure that there are no errors when compared to manually typing it. Right. And then installation media comes with a template response file. It is rather easier to customize it manually. And then after you've customized the file, you can run it. And easiest and the most reliable way to create a response file would be using the Oracle Universal Installer, which we discussed earlier on. So if you're starting the installer in record mode, every option you choose at each step is automatically saved in a response file. So once you've started your database, the file you can still access, and when you have access to that file, you can basically use that file to run your database accordingly again without having to basically manually enter all of the configurations again.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online Oracle DBA certification training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. So, guys, we have come to the end of the session. Hope you all enjoyed it. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Thanks for watching.